Body data scan completed, consciousness is being uploaded. The emotionless female robot voice is transmitted to the brain through the game helmet, and the all-round surround sound gives people an immersive feeling. This is the experiential game of virtual reality. After the progress bar reached 100%, the game prompt sound came again. Player Siglis Hrasvarg, welcome back to the world of Yggdrasil. I wish you a pleasant gaming time. As the AI disappeared, a countdown appeared below the viewing angle. Only the cold wind whistled past my ears, and the sky was covered by thick black clouds. This is the cold world of Helheim's eternal night, where the great underground tomb of Nazarick is located, and the main activity site of the Ainz Guild. It looks deserted, but it is actually a very lively place. Some players are like crazy, always liking to attack Nazarick as if it were a demon cave. I remember that the largest scale of the crusade reached thousands of people, and the result was naturally that all the invaders were wiped out. Ainz once again created a brilliant record. Sig's thoughts gradually drifted away, recalling the scenes of 3 years. The following is a memory. Many people had gathered in Nazarick's conference room, and from time to time there were sounds of heated arguments. Albert, we should prioritize dealing with Flame Surut. This was decided a few days ago. Takumi, wearing silver-white armor, argued righteously. Albert looked relaxed. Otherwise, Takai is always willful. If we don't hunt the Frost Dragon, we won't be able to meet the special job transfer requirements of some members. It's you who is being willful, we can't just focus on efficiency. I didn't. It started again. This thought appeared in the minds of the people around them. The quarrels between the two have become commonplace. If it weren't for the game, they would probably have helpless expressions on their faces. Unfortunately, even the top DMM games today are still technically unable to make the characters' expressions change according to their emotions. Even the currently most popular Yggdrasil is no exception. Yggdrasil, also known as the World Tree, attracted widespread attention as soon as it was released, and attracted countless players with its wide map and high degree of freedom. There are hundreds of races for players to choose from in the game, which are mainly divided into 3 categories: human race, subhuman race, and alien race. Different races also have different characteristics. Humans do not have racial professions, so they have the most professions to choose from and have more possibilities. Demi-humans are between aliens and humans, with more balanced attributes and excellent talents in all aspects. Among them, aliens have the most advantages. Not only do they have special racial abilities, but also the highest attribute bonuses brought by upgrades. In order to maintain the fairness of the game, the alien species also have the most restrictions. On the one hand, they are ugly in appearance, and on the other hand, they have obvious racial weaknesses. For example, the undead are afraid of the sacred attribute. Among them, the most outrageous thing is that hunting alien species is a condition for transferring to certain powerful professions. In the early stage of the game, most alien players were bullied to the point of quitting the game, and the rest retreated to the 3 worlds that were beneficial to alien species. Everyone present had a deep understanding of this. Most of them were victims at the time. The fact that the guild only accepted alien species was also related to this. Of course, this is all a story for later. Calm down, all of you, Guild Master Flying Squirrel felt helpless but secretly happy about the noise in front of him. He liked the current atmosphere very much, so he did not stop it immediately but just persuaded the 2 of them from the side. Bite! A bright light flashed and a figure covered in a faint glow appeared in the conference room. His entire body was wrapped so tightly that his race could not be determined at all. Only those equipped with the guild ring can teleport freely in Nazarick. The ring is a non-droppable item, so the person coming is obviously not an outsider. Hey Sig, long time no see. The speaker was a Birdman player with golden light all over his body. His name was Perorensino, and he was also Mamanga's good friend. Long time no see, Perorensino. The player called Sig nodded, and the name of Sigris Hrasvarg on the guild member list lit up. Mamanga asked with concern, you haven't been online much lately, Sigson. Well, I am indeed a bit busy. Takumi should have mentioned it. Takumi did say that. Is it really because of work? If there is anything else you must tell me. Takumi is a very reliable friend. You can't say that you are making money crazily just for in-game purchases, because that would definitely make you look like a lunatic, Sig thought. Since the other party asked, he took the opportunity to explain. The specific reason was that he had changed his job and had no time to play games. In fact, there was nothing new about it. As a fellow office worker, Mamanga expressed his understanding and comforted him softly, pay more attention to rest. Sig typed a smiley face and a friendly laugh came out through the voice, I'm fine, President. If I can live until the day the game is shut down, my life will be complete. Almost no one would take this statement seriously, as everyone had their own lives to live. Even Mamanga, who cherished the game the most, thought it was a joke. Hopefully that day will never come. President, you are too gentle. Sig did not explain further, but instead said a teasing remark in a serious tone. As for his real thoughts, no one should know. Perhaps because he was too focused on the quarrel. After chatting for a while, Albert noticed Sig's presence and shouted in surprise, "You are finally online." Facing the demon that kept laughing strangely, Sig asked helplessly, "What happened?" "We are discussing hunting first." "I want to hunt the dragon first, but Takai has different ideas. He always goes against me." He was very happy to see his friend Albert, but he couldn't help but complain a few times, "You've been online too little recently, I can't find where you are." Sig was very sure that the person who was singing the opposite tune was not Takumi. Although they had not been together for a long time, he and Albert had been friends online for many years in a sense. It was difficult to go through all the chat records at once, and even the current game name was chosen with the help of the other party. Although he really wanted to be a bystander and watch the show, one was an online friend of many years and the other was a real friend, so it was difficult for him to stay out of it. The only thing to be thankful for is that Takumi is more reasonable and Albert knows when to stop. If the two of them were really incompatible, the three of them would have ceased to be friends long ago. We were indeed arguing about this matter. Takumi paused, "But now that you are here, we can discuss it again." Kurohiro said weakly, "Sig is the dragon rider, let's go hunt the dragon first." There was almost no rebuttal to this statement, and of course they did not mean to target Takumi. If Takumi has the strongest overall combat power and Albert has the highest magic output, then Sig is the hexagonal warrior who slays dragons. Just like Mamanga's passion for necromancers, Sig has a deep obsession with slaying dragons, as if dragons are his only enemies. His profession, Dragon Knight, can grant dragon species special attack buffs and also activate many related skills. It is a very rare special enhanced profession. Although it is a game for entertainment players, Sig's strength is considered to be above Ainz Gowns. Because of the complex professional structure, the race has a great advantage and can be competent in most positions. With full equipment, it can even compete with Takumi. It also has large-scale annihilation magic. What was the final result? It seemed that after defeating the dragon, they conquered Surat and everyone was laughing happily in the end. It's been a while and Sig can hardly remember it. After all, 3 years have passed. Time flies. Almost all of my companions have quit the game. The official has taken continuous measures to increase player retention, but it was useless. This once most popular game has come to the end of its life. The day finally came, and Sig couldn't help but sigh, the server is finally shut down. Strictly speaking, the current Sig is actually a time traveler, occupying a shell and entering this body at the moment of the original body's sudden death. From then on, a soul from the modern world became Tauma Kanishi of the dystopian world, and he is also Sig in the game. Except for Albert, everyone habitually calls him Sig, and he himself prefers this name to his Japanese name. During the time when he first traveled through time, Sig was very cautious. Since he had no memories of the original owner, he stayed at home and dared not go out. He could only get information through the internet. Fortunately, his interpersonal relationships are not complicated. He has no relatives, was just fired from the company, and doesn't even have a pet. He only has one online friend. With the help of the information in the chat records, he quickly became familiar with this netizen, and it was he who pulled him into playing Yggdrasil in the first place. Even the name of the game was chosen with the help of the other party. It is said that it was based on Norse mythology, and the other party named it Albert. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake, he exercised to get into better shape and found a job as an auxiliary police officer. As a former office worker, Sig was able to handle his job easily and play games smoothly in his spare time. During a chat with my police partner, I learned that he was also playing the same game, so I added him as a friend. By the way, his game name is Takumi. Albert and Takumi, these two names are really familiar. When Sig searched for the release information of Yggdrasil on the internet, he felt something was wrong. After some investigation, he finally understood where he had traveled to. This is a novel called Overlord, which tells the story of Mamanga's adventure across the alien world with the Great Tomb of Nazarick at the last moment of the Yggdrasil server shutdown. Sig likes the adapted anime very much and knows the plot of the original novel very well. I hadn't thought about it in this regard before, but after I figured it out, it all became clear to me. The current timeline is just before the time travel. Living in this devastated world, office workers are truly office workers. Knowledge monopoly, environmental pollution, rampant
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
corruption, and even having to wear a gas mask when going out are all things that no normal person can tolerate. Therefore, it was inevitable that Sig chose to follow the flying squirrel through time. As for other guild members, he couldn't care too much. Besides, if he really said anything, he would be regarded as a lunatic. Most people would only think that office workers who are obsessed with playing games will do anything to get their companions online. We are all adults and have our own lives. There is no need to interfere in the cause and effect of others. Ding, the time now is 23:50. It's about time. Sig took the guild ring from his backpack, teleported to the 10th floor of the Great Tomb, and then walked to the throne room. Possessing the ring of Ainz ul Gaun, one can teleport freely to most places in Nazarick, but the throne room is not within this range. Because he is too busy with work, he can only go online 10 minutes early so he won't miss it. Stepping into the throne room, Sig raised his hand in greeting. "I'm sorry, President, I'm late. Has everyone left?" He paced forward, and the sound of the metal armor hitting the ground was very realistic, just like in reality, giving people a great sense of reality. Looking around, the entire throne room only had Mamanga and a group of kneeling NPCs. Sig-san, I thought you weren't coming." Mamanga's hand was still on the open settings panel. He looked so flustered as if he was doing something bad. Sig naturally knew what Mamanga was going to do secretly and teased, "Do you want to change the settings?" "Just a look." "Sig-san, what do you think of Albedo?" Mamanga awkwardly changed the subject. "She's a good woman and a great wife." Sig said this, but in his heart he was thinking that he was not worthy of it, so he should let Feishu bear it all. Mamanga seemed to glance at Sig, then typed a few words on the settings panel. "It's shameful to change it to loving yourself, but others won't, so let him make a prank on his companions for the last time." Sig thought it was done, and immediately changed the subject. "I remember a scene like this when we conquered Nazarick. It makes me miss it a little." Mamanga asked, "Sig-san, I thought you were not coming because of something. Kurohiro just went offline a few minutes ago." "Really? What a pity. I thought everyone who hasn't quit the game would be online." Sig said helplessly, "If that's the case, then only the two of us will be there to witness it to the end." "How are Takumi and Albert doing lately?" Not sure if it was because he felt guilty or because the atmosphere was too depressing, but Mamanga quickly changed the subject. "I don't know, we haven't been in touch for a long time." Sig thought for a moment and felt that the salary of auxiliary police was a bit disappointing. In order to earn more money, he switched to a more lucrative job. As a result, I had less contact with Takumi, and after he quit the game, there was no longer any channel for communication between us, and we gradually became estranged. The same goes for Albert. Even if they have been friends online for many years, it is difficult to maintain the relationship when they have no common topics. He does not have the money and energy to play new games. Apart from the necessities of life, he put all his remaining money into Yggdrasil, and eventually became a heavy spender who surpassed Mamanga. Sig is equipped with all the Krypton gold equipment and is ready to welcome the new world. Mamanga felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, and for a moment he was glad that he was not the only one who was lonely. He suddenly felt better, but he also felt that it was too despicable to think so. He glanced at the guild scepter that was the result of everyone's hard work and said sincerely, "Thank you, Sig, you have worked hard during this period. Don't be so polite, this is all my job." Sig smiled and stood at the steps of the throne. In the last month before the server was shut down, there were only 2 people in the entire guild who were online permanently. Flying Squirrel is the type that is always active, while Sig often disappears for a while, but is never absent at critical moments. Because of his activeness, the guild's ranking has basically remained in the top 10. After a brief chat, the two fell into silence tacitly. The time in the upper right corner of their vision was ticking slowly, showing 23:59:50 with only 10 seconds left before the server was shut down. Feishu's mind was filled with thoughts, and when he thought about having to get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow, he sighed deeply. Sig stared at the countdown, tapping his armor rhythmically with his fingers, hoping that time would pass faster. 52:56:59:00:00:01. Oh, has the official server shutdown been delayed? Where's the control panel? GM communication is also unavailable and I can't contact the operations. Sig suddenly opened his eyes and a red light flashed under his helmet. While the flying squirrel was stunned, he quickly felt the changes in his body. It is this sense of reality, the keen five senses, the feeling of freely controlling the body. This is not a game character but a real body. Bang. In the huge hall, a clear sound was like thunder, and the HP-0 prompt appeared on the ground. Sig stood up awkwardly and almost fell down. He was speechless. Sebastian, who was closer, asked with concern, "Lord Sigris, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, everyone in the Pleiades maid group also looked over. Albedo acted as if she was frightened. A succubus specialized in defense actually looked a little fragile. This is so weird. Shouldn't he be very angry at this time when he did such disrespectful behavior in front of Fei Shu? Is he tolerating it because of his supreme status? It's okay, just a little surprised. Sig calmly put away his tail. It seemed that he couldn't control his new body immediately. "President, have we traveled through time?" "Sig-san, why are you suddenly saying this in such a serious tone? It feels so weird." "I am discussing this matter very seriously." "What should I do next?" Hearing their conversation, Albedo blushed and fluttered her wings, looking like she wanted to say something but didn't dare. "Master Mamanga, Master Sig, Master Sigris, please forgive me for not being able to explain what time travel means." Mamanga sighed. "It's all right, Albedo, I'll ask you about it later." It felt strange to be treated so respectfully suddenly. He was just a small clerk and had never seen such a scene before. Sig must have felt very uncomfortable. He's happily chatting with the NPC. "I'll go out and do some reconnaissance, then share my vision with you and test your abilities. I'll leave the rest to you." After getting some information, Sig turned to Mamanga and said. Mamanga thought for a few seconds and nodded slowly. "Well, be safe." Although safety is the top priority, the target will be too big if two people are together. If they are suddenly attacked, the other person can still provide support. The most important thing now is to collect intelligence. Sig used teleportation magic to disappear from the spot. Mamanga gave orders to the NPCs and the Great Tomb of Nazarick quickly took action. "Lord Sig," Albedo hesitated, her golden eyes revealing complicated emotions. Looking around, the environment around Nazarick has indeed changed a lot. The desolate land of eternal night has been replaced by an endless grassland, and the clear sky is full of shining stars. Sig's eyes widened slightly. Whether in the game or in the modern world where he used to live, it was difficult to see such scenery, not to mention the place where one had to wear a gas mask when going out. I lifted my helmet and took a breath of fresh air. I could smell the mixed scent of soil and grass. It felt so real. It would be foolish to still be concerned about whether or not he had traveled through time, as this was not something that could be achieved through games, but he was very curious about how Mamanga's skeleton body worked. "Hello, can you hear me? What's wrong, Mamanga?" "Ah, it actually connected. You must be Sig, right?" "It's me, I'm sorry, not the GM. Don't joke around now. What is the situation around Nazarick like?" Sig closed one eye, and a black spherical object appeared floating in the air next to the flying squirrel, with an eye-shaped pattern printed on it. Sharing vision, it's a bit of a problem, you can see for yourself. The scene before him made Feishu fall into silence. He believed that what he saw was an illusion, but he knew that it was most likely true, and he really wanted to escape from reality. Sig gave Feishu some time to digest the information without any long-winded complaints. After ending the communication, he stayed here quietly for a while alone and admired the scenery. Until a slight noise came from behind, his sharp ears moved and he noticed something obviously different. I think that with the NPC's strength, it would not reveal such a big flaw. It is very likely that he was let know on purpose, so let's just go with it. As expected of Lord Siglis, you easily saw through my concealment. Sig was puzzled but didn't show it. If you want to blame someone, blame this body for being too sensitive. The five senses are probably too strong. Sebastian, wearing a modified tuxedo, walked out from the shadows, half of his face covered by the shadows. Albedo asked my subordinates to protect your safety. Please forgive me for following you without your permission. So cautious because he was afraid that he would run away. But when I think of Albedo's love for Mamanga, maybe she wanted to establish more authority, but Sig didn't care anymore and just regarded it as a child's play. Apart from Lubed, he is the one with the strongest overall strength in Nazarick now. These little actions will add a lot of fun to the boring life of playing badly. Sig said calmly, I forgive you. Sebastian bowed slightly and said calmly and forcefully, thank you very much. Sebastian, I remember you are also a dragon man and you can control your human form very well. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. A drop of cold sweat ran down Sebastian's forehead. He looked calm on the outside but a little panicked inside. He went through a brainstorming session in just a few seconds. Lord Sigris, everything I have is given by the Supreme Being. Your attitude is the most perfect. No, I'm complimenting you. Too honest seems even simpler than Takumi. The NPC's justice value has a great influence on its character, but fortunately the player itself will not be affected too much. Sig's justice value barely reached a positive number, which was in the neutral range and was also within the normal range. It would be very disturbing if it were completely lost and became a completely unsympathetic existence. Sig turned around and murmured, his tone somewhat disappointed. Forget it, I was going to ask you about your secret, but I didn't expect that Takumi would set it up like this. It's really simple and crude. In the moonlight, an inhuman face appeared, with dark skin covered with fine scales, eyes with golden vertical pupils like animals, and the original whites of the eyes were also pitch black, not to mention the two pairs of horns buried deep in the silver-gray hair. Sebastian asked in surprise, what do you look like now? Some alien species have different forms, and Dragon Man is one of them. Their forms are weakened when they are in human and half-human form and enhanced when they are fully alienated. In Sebastian's impression, Sig was always dressed in armor even after just finishing a battle. He naturally thought that Sig was a dragon man like the other supreme beings. It's a half-human form. I intentionally suppressed my power. There are many reasons for this. Sig tentatively moved his scaly tail and the tip of the tail swayed slightly. He felt more at ease now that he could control it. The dragon people's racial abilities are very strong, they have almost comprehensive resistance, and there are no restrictions on their professions. The only drawback is that they have too few equipment slots, which is also the most uncomfortable racial penalty. Although it is possible to expand the equipment column by reducing one's own strength, it is difficult to perfectly maintain the human form. If you release your power and transform into a dragon man, you can hardly equip any weapons, so it is best to maintain a half-baked state. Sebastian follows the path of a monk, so there is no need to worry about that. In fact, most dragon players are like this too. But in order to become a top player and take into account both dragon slaying and PvP, you have to consider many aspects. Sig joked, Takumi once advised me not to train my race too high, but I ended up reaching level 50 by accident. Normal players have a 40-60 ratio between their racial level and professional level. It's rare to see a 50-50 ratio like Sig, so it's appropriate to call him a specialized race. Lord Takumi. Sebastian showed a curious look, and just when he was about to continue asking, an angry voice interrupted him coldly. Sebastian, what are you doing? Both of them are wearing suits, but Sebastian is a noble gentleman butler, while Demiurge, who is a demon, gives people a completely different feeling. In comparison, he is more like an elite who shuttles between workplaces with a typical Oriental face. But these external things cannot conceal his evil temperament, and one can feel that he is a treacherous devil. But in reality, demons are one of the races that are most committed to their promises. Demiurge offered his loyalty as soon as he came up. Lord Sigris, Lord Mamanga is summoning the Guardians to gather at the arena on the 6th floor. Do you want to go with him? Gathering together means loyalty. This should be the order that has just been issued. I don't think there is much to say. It's better not to get involved. Sig calmly refused. No, I have more important things to do. I believe President Mamanga can handle it alone. Oh, is it because of that? If it weren't for his quick reaction, Sig would have almost shown the same expression as Sebastian. Wouldn't it be more important to explore the surrounding environment? Demiurge pondered for a moment and said respectfully, however, given the current situation, ensuring the safety of the Supreme Being is the most important thing. Please allow me to spend some time clearing the obstacles in the other world, and you don't need to do it yourself. Sig was choked. This progress was a bit too fast. In the eyes of the NPCs in the Great Tomb, what on earth was he doing when he often disappeared? He was just working overtime to earn money to charge the game. However, in the eyes of the Guardians, it seems that he is indeed doing a great feat similar to conquering the world. Sig felt that he needed to confirm, is this your own idea, Demiurge? Demiurge said calmly, yes, please don't worry. My creator, Albertsama, knows you best. Sebastian should admit this. Although Lord Siglis has never revealed his ambitions, he can still get a glimpse of them with his shallow wisdom. Hearing this, Sig relaxed slightly. Fortunately, only one guardian thought so. Wait, that's because it's Demiurge. He's a real doer and he'll really do it when something happens. Sig covered his face at the thought. Lord Takumi has a pretty good relationship with Lord Siglis, so is it unfair to say that? Sebastian frowned, feeling a bit jealous. Do you have any other ideas? Okay, both of you stop arguing. Sig was very sure that Zyodi said that in front of Sebastian on purpose. The relationship between the two was simply a perfect inheritance of the creator. They were all friends' children, so naturally they couldn't favor one over the other. They should just try to reconcile. Yes, you don't have to follow me. Now is the time when Nazarick needs you. I will go there after I finish my work. Don't keep President Mamanga waiting too long. Sig smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. Although it looks a bit hideous, in the eyes of the Guardians it is the best response to them and is more effective than stimulants. Demiurge placed his hand on his chest and said sincerely, Lord Sigles, thank you very much for thinking of your subordinates. It is the greatest honor for us Guardians to be able to put our meager strength to use. Sebastian immediately agreed. After watching Sig's figure disappear from sight, Sebastian couldn't help but ask, why don't you let me protect the safety of Lord Sigris? Sebastian, do you think the Supreme One needs you to follow him? Making the Master feel comfortable is the most important thing. Demiurge pushed up his glasses and smiled confidently, and didn't Lord Sigles say he would come find us? Sebastian was a little confused and felt a little bad. He hated people who kept things in suspense the most, especially when this person had a grudge against him. I always feel that Lord Sigles is a little different. That, sir, is certainly special, but the one we are supposed to assist is Master Mamanga. You'd better learn to hide your emotions, don't make things difficult for Master Sig, and don't casually mention the Supreme who abandoned us. Everyone can say compliments, but some things should be kept deep in your heart. After all, Lord Mamanga is the commander of the Supreme Being and is recognized by Lord Sigles. As his subordinates, they must be careful with their words and actions. As an NPC also created by Lord Sigles' friend, he felt that Sebastian should remember this point more, so he spoke out to remind him that others might not receive such treatment. Demiurge flicked his tail and turned away gracefully. If you do this again, I will show no mercy. Sebastian's expression turned cold immediately. I have absolutely no ulterior motives. Well, that's better. Everyone, pay your tribute of loyalty to the Supreme Being. Led by Albedo, the Guardians fell to their knees one after another. Mamanga, emitting the aura of death, was facing the fanatical loyalty of a group of level 100 NPCs alone. After he asked what kind of existence he had in the Guardian's heart, everyone praised him to the utmost, to the extent that anyone standing there would blush. Flying Squirrel felt like there was something stuck in his throat, and after arranging the relevant matters, he prepared to run away as soon as possible. Albedo called out to him, Master Mamanga, do you know where Master Sigles is now? Mamanga thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Sig has gone to scout the area around Nazarick. We have already discussed the current situation. But, Albedo, Cocytus exhaled a breath of cold air and shouted, you can't be rude to the Supreme Being. I'm so sorry. Albedo lowered her head deeply, her expression distorted where no one could see, and the pair of wings behind her trembled imperceptibly. Albedo, this is definitely not something the Guardian Chief should be involved in. Demiurge said coldly, but it should be about time. Mamanga wiped the non-existent cold sweat, and because he was too anxious, his body emitted a green light. This is his unique passive skill of forced calmness, which will only be activated when his mood fluctuates too much. Sigsan, are you going to let him take the responsibility alone? Why did you disappear after sending the message? Didn't you agree to be his solid support? After realizing that this was not a virtual world, Mamanga put safety first. Although the Guardians were very loyal, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not encounter stronger enemies. Don't let anything go wrong. Am I late? Sig walked out of the shadow-covered entranceway. The surrounding fences rose automatically and the Guardians all looked over at the same time. After walking into the fence, Sig found that the area inside the arena was very large. The audience seats alone were wrapped around several layers, so it was possible to summon followers here. In addition to the special profession of Dragon Knight, he also has a cavalry profession. After reaching level 60, he can summon flying dragon followers. However, this place is obviously used for watching fighting, and invaders will face a devastating disaster here. Sig had already pulled down his helmet. He was not wearing full body armor, but it protected all the joints and chest of his body. The platinum armor emitted a faint light and its quality was at the artifact level. Sig, you've arrived just in time. Come meet the Guardian of Nazarick. Although the Guardians are very familiar with the players, they are like strangers to them. It is probably the same relationship between players and NPCs. If they were not idle and read the settings, they might not recognize them all. Do I need to introduce myself again, Lord Sigles? Mare said weakly. The dark elf sister aura sighed. She had to explain to her troublesome brother again, but she was still surprised that Mare was the first to speak. I'm Shaltir Bloodfallen meeting you, sir. Shaltir licked her bright red lips with her wet tongue, and there seemed to be a hint of fragrance coming from her mouth. With Sig's excellent five senses, this smell is the same as if it was right in his face, but he was able to remain rational. Although I am not a human being now, I cannot really become a beast. The floor guardian of the first to third floors, Shaltir Bloodfallen, is a true ancestor, an undead vampire species commonly known as a lamprey. Perorancino, the epitome of H-game enthusiasts, possesses almost all the weird sexual fetishes, especially necrophilia. Sig is glad that he is not within his hunting range. Then in order, the fifth floor guardian Cocytus, the sixth floor guardians Aura and Mare, and the seventh floor guardian Demiurge introduced themselves one by one. Sig did not let them use the loyal kneeling ceremony because time was urgent, and they could just be casual like Shaltir. The Great Tomb only needs a majestic and merciful supreme ruler. Sig's role is a perfect assistant. He is casual and does not like power, so there is no need to maintain a majestic image too much. I am Albedo, the Guardian Chief, and I am honored to meet you, Your Excellency. Albedo bowed slightly in salute, selectively ignoring the fact that her pure white dress was covered in dust. Considering his current status, Sig nodded in response, controlling his words between dignity and kindness as a qualified member of society. You probably know that my full name is Sigris Hrasvo. If you must add the word sir, just call me Sir Sig. That's what everyone calls me. Everyone. That means the other supreme beings. Albedo's expression was stiff with surprise. The Guardians and Sebastian were also very nervous, as if this was more serious than scolding them. The change in atmosphere made Sig feel a little regretful. He had underestimated the status of the supreme being, but he did not think there was anything wrong with this method. Actually, I prefer the name Sig Sama. If you don't want to be called that, forget it. An abnormal and distorted expression appeared on Albedo's face for a moment, and then it returned to its perfect image. I understand, Master Sig. No one objected. He was worthy of being the chief guardian. Sig nodded, disarmed himself in front of everyone, and revealed his true appearance. Except for his eyes, the tail behind him, and the horns on his head, he looked like a handsome man. The armor was replaced by a neat black suit without a tie. It was hard to tell the style, and it looked more like something that would appear in a game that mixed multiple elements. For the sake of convenience, I will be active in this form. If the president has nothing else to do, everyone can go back and rest. Mamonga opened his mouth in surprise, and after thinking about it, he realized that he had never seen Sig's true face. Well, let's disband. Remember not to act stubbornly. The Guardian nodded deeply and knelt down, and the two of them left together by teleportation. Things in front of him changed. Looking around, it seemed to be a luxurious suite. Sig sat on the sofa nearby and picked up a cup of coffee to drink. Mamonga was so angry that he wanted to ask so many questions, but he didn't know how to start. Sigson, how can you be so calm when something like this happened? I may be more adaptable. By the way, Mamonga, aren't you more clear-headed? You are quite skilled in commanding the Guardians. I was just thinking out of habit. Wait, you've been here a long time ago. Sig simply said, please take care of Albedo, she looks like a murderer. He had originally planned to eavesdrop, and then make up a random excuse for not being there, and no one would blame him. But he came out only when he saw that Mamonga was really making things difficult for him. Albedo's unconcealed love was impossible to ignore, and if Mamonga hadn't been there, he would have been attacked. It wouldn't do to go too crazy. I see. Mamonga's tone suddenly weakened, and he changed the subject and asked about what had just happened. Sig spread his hands. He had no intention of hiding anything. You mages probably don't understand the warrior's troubles. I didn't feel it when I was playing the game, but I couldn't carry out daily activities in armor. But this is not very safe. What if an enemy attacks? Sig said calmly, you also know that my professional composition is very complicated. I can still exert my strength without wearing that evil dragon blood armor. I also have the skill of instant arming. Don't worry too much. Feishu was helpless, but he couldn't find any fault with this argument. The pressure in his heart was growing. If he did anything that did not live up to the Guardian's evaluation, he would definitely disappoint them. And there was an even more important issue. If he continues like this, he will not only be ashamed to see Kui Yu Lu Sang, but also will not be able to face Sig Sang. What should he do? You seem to be hiding something from me, President. Sig asked with concern. Mamonga opened his mouth wide, his jaw seemed to be dislocated, and a green light flashed across his body. If it weren't for the fact that his skull face couldn't make any expressions, his expression would be very rich right now. Sig-san, I want to confess something about Albedo. Sig pretended to be surprised, hiding the slightly upturned corners of his mouth, and the fun of the fun-loving man was about to begin. What? A few minutes after the two supreme beings left, everyone stood up. Even so, no one dared to speak loudly out of respect from the bottom of their hearts. Mare clapped his hands and said timidly, "Great, Master Sig is back after all." Aura tapped his head and said angrily, "What are you talking about? When has Lord Sig ever failed to come back on time? But we almost didn't see each other." Mare's voice became increasingly quiet, but all the guardians present could hear it, and for a moment the atmosphere became oppressive. In the Guardian's memory, Sig, as the Supreme Being, is the most unstable one and always disappears every once in a while. Now that I think about it, if I hadn't returned before Nazarick was transferred, I would never have seen it again. Isn't Master Mamanga always here? Master Sig will definitely come back even if it's just for Master Mamanga. Aura said confidently, "The powerful fluctuations in Lord Mamanga's body are really hard to control. You are worthy of being the one who commands the Supreme Beings, my only ruler." Shaltir gasped, her cheeks flushed unnaturally. Aura moved away in disgust. Albedo slowly stood up, her face turned grim, and a dangerous aura emanated from her. "Shaltir, I noticed that you have been very disrespectful to Lord Sig since just now." Albedo frowned and accused sharply, "Aren't you judging the Supreme Being based on your own quirks? Hot news, dragon people are immortal, not undead, and do not conform to the hobbies of necrophilia. I'm telling the truth, you're overthinking it." Shaltir's eyes widened and her expression became exaggerated. "Besides, Mamanga-sama is more attractive." Cocytus exhaled a breath of cold air and said in a muffled voice, "Shaltir, you are so disrespectful. Ch. Albedo, calm down too." The 2-meter-tall insect king fell into silence. He really couldn't understand the war between women. The two children, Mare and Aura, didn't understand much about this and stood by and watched. Sebastian was a little impatient and anxious, and it was obvious that his attention was not focused on the quarrel. He was hesitating whether to serve the Supreme Lord and what to do if the two were not together. After not much thought, he decisively decided to prioritize Mamanga-sama, even though he wanted to be closer to Sig-sama, but it was indeed as Demiurge said. "I am going to serve the Supreme Being, I cannot keep you waiting too long." Sebastian trotted away, fearing that someone would stop him from behind. Demiurge gave a meaningful look. It was just an argument about charm, which was actually harmless. He believed that the two Supreme Beings would not be angry about it. If the two of them were arguing over one, he might even look forward to the result. However, if it develops into two factions, it will inevitably lead to disharmony within Nazarick, which is definitely something that both adults do not want to see. The Supreme Being has created their different personalities, but Lord Sig has just hinted to him that Nazarick must be unified, so he should take this opportunity to remind the other Guardians. "Albedo, Shaltir, please stop for a moment. I don't want this argument to continue. Lord Sig and Lord Mamanga are good friends. You should get along with each other or you will disappoint them." Disappointment approximately leaving, Shaltir and Albedo looked at each other and quickly reached an agreement. Even though they were arguing, their loyalty to the two Supremes was unquestionable, as was their respect for them, as arguing over a minor misstep would indeed hurt harmony. If this affects the two adults, they would rather commit suicide. The surrounding Guardians all nodded in agreement. Albedo tucked her hair behind her ears and said, "Shaltir, I think we can end this topic now. Don't let me hear your disrespectful words in the future." "I'm sorry, I admit that I made a mistake. In fact, Perorancino-sama is set up to become relaxed when facing Sig-sama. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I see this is actually the setting of the Supreme Being, but I advise you not to have any strange thoughts about Sig-sama. HMPH, I won't. I want to keep Master Mamanga all to myself. Just you, humph." "Do you have any objection?" "Damn violent gorilla," Shaltir complained secretly. "Nothing, that's all. Tusk, just a stupid lamprey who is interested in corpses." Albedo is very confident that Lord Sig will not like a woman with big breasts and no brains, but it's better this way. Although I don't want to admit it, Shaltir is indeed a strong rival, and she can have Lord Sig all to herself. Sig, who has a hobby of collecting props, is the only guild member who has not created an NPC, so there will be no situation where other people share the pets, which is very good news. Albedo returned to normal, turning back into a dignified and beautiful pure white demon. "All right, Guardians, let's assign tasks. Flying Squirrel, do you want to have a PvP game?" At this moment, Sig was wiping the spear in his hand, and the black tip of the spear flashed with cold light. Gunnager is made of branches of the world tree. The oath made on the spear cannot be regretted and will be fulfilled. It can be thrown to penetrate everything. When thrown, it is like a meteor streaking through the sky. It is also called the meteor spear. One of the world-class items held by Ainz Ulgaun was snatched by Sig in the guild war. With the permission of other guild members, he personally holds it and uses it as his main weapon. In the past, faced with such an invitation, Feishu would have gladly accepted it. Although he is a PvP expert, he has never defeated Sig. He is like a high wall blocking one's way. Competing with him makes one feel the joy of defeating a strong enemy, but given the current situation, it is obviously not a good time. Forget it. What if I can't be resurrected? Although magic can be used in this world, I haven't been able to verify resurrection magic yet. Sig nodded in agreement, as sensible as ever. By the way, why don't you change the setting so that Albedo loves Mamanga? If you don't tell anyone, no one will know. I think that's more reasonable. Sig-san, how could I do that? Isn't Albedo your ideal type? Mamanga said very understandingly. Sig looked confused. When did I say that? Perorancino and Bubble Teapot were there that time. You said you liked a lady who looked gentle and ladylike but was actually very domineering. When I saw Albedo's setting, you were the first person I thought of. That being said, Albedo is the child of the Emerald Record. Sig was devastated. Although what he said was true, Albedo's personality could not be summed up in one sentence. That kind of love had reached the level of Yandir. Sig got goosebumps when he thought that Albedo blushed because of him and her expression was distorted because of him. But the change of Albedo's settings was really an accident. I thought the server was going to be shut down and somehow I made the change. Mamanga felt that he was quibbling, so he prepared to kneel down and apologize. Sig covered his face helplessly. Forget it, things have come to this point, I can only accept it. Mamanga comforted her softly. Albedo's appearance is one of the best in Nazarick, and her personality is also very good. She is simply a perfect girlfriend, but don't get me wrong, I won't have any other thoughts. A friend's wife should not be bullied. I can't do such an immoral thing. Sig looked hopeless. If he had known, he wouldn't have said anything more and shouldn't have gotten along so well with Feishu. Perhaps because he saw that the comfort had the opposite effect, Mamanga made an excuse to go out for a walk to relax, but Sig was in no mood for that now. He waved his hand and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Sig-san, don't worry. If I see the Jade record in the future, I will be responsible for explaining it. The smile Sig just forced froze. Thank you so much. The 9th level of the great underground tomb of Nazarick is the luxurious royal suite that serves as the residence for guild members. Sig walked through the spacious corridor. The smooth marble-like floor reflected the light from the ceiling, and he could see the gorgeous chandelier when he looked up. Even people who are well-informed have to sigh at the extravagant and inhumane decoration. From the outside, it looks like a white castle, and it is obvious with the naked eye that a huge amount of effort has been spent on it. There are not only private rooms for guild members and NPC rooms, but also various facilities such as living rooms, reception rooms, round table conference rooms, offices, etc. In addition, there are large baths, cafeterias, beauty salons, clothing stores, grocery stores, nail salons, and other facilities, covering all daily entertainment activities. Although these were meaningless facilities in Yggdrasil, they are now ready for use. What a lovely group of companions. Sig curled his lips. Dragon people are not as efficient as undead. As living beings, they need to eat and sleep. Only by eating and sleeping well can they ensure a happy mood. Although Mamanga forced himself to stay calm and rational, the human part of him would fall into deep fatigue in the long run. Even though I'm tired, my body is still in top condition. Not being able to sleep can really drive people crazy. Perhaps in the end, the part that belongs to Suzuki Satoru will gradually disappear, and he will completely lose all emotions and think completely from the perspective of the ruler of Nazarick. I believe Mamanga has also realized this. Changing race is like deleting the account and starting over, which is obviously unrealistic. Sig wasn't too worried. If Mamanga really cared, he would definitely reveal something to him. If I don't think it's a big deal, then he doesn't need to say anything. Looking at the exquisite clock on the wall, it is now 9 o'clock in the evening. There is a restaurant on the 9th floor that is exclusively for guild members to dine in. I remember that it was designed by Tianmu Yike, who is the head chef of the restaurant in real life and is very knowledgeable about this aspect. Although it was past dinner time and no one would refuse to cook for him as the supreme being, it was still not advisable to become such a black-hearted boss. While he was thinking, 3 maids appeared from the corner. After seeing the person in front of them, their laughter stopped abruptly. They all knelt on one knee and bowed their heads at the same time. Even their shouting was in unison as if they had been rehearsed. Greetings, Lord Sigris. Sig had originally thought that the other party might not recognize him in his current appearance, so he could just fool him. However, it turned out that the other party recognized him easily. He and Sebastian were the only dragon men in Nazarick, so they were not difficult to identify based on their race. Since the NPCs can recognize who their companions are, it is normal for them to recognize the only two supreme beings. They probably have a special way of distinguishing them. "Have you finished cleaning?" The short-haired maid screamed out of excitement, and when she realized it, she clenched her fingers so nervously that her fingertips turned white. The other two also looked anxious. Seeing that Sig didn't say anything, he spoke boldly. "Lord Sigris, your room has been cleaned by someone. You can go and rest any time. We just finished eating in the cafeteria and are going to clean the hall." Sig nodded and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work. Please don't say that. Being able to serve the Supreme Being is the only reason for our existence." Sig nodded, and when he heard about the cafeteria, he immediately became interested. Looking down, I saw the 10 rings on my hands. Although the game limits the number of rings that can be worn, players who value ability will use high-level paid props to wear rings on both hands and unleash the abilities of all the rings at the same time. The ruby ring on the right hand is printed with the emblem of Ainz Gown. This is the guild ring. Every guild member has one. The blue ring next to it is the nutrition ring. In Yggdrasil, you only need to wear a nutrition ring to solve the problem of eating, but in reality it is better to eat real food. Sig took off his nutrition ring and murmured, "I wonder what the food in Nazarick tastes like." After Sig walked away, the three maids belatedly stood up. Feeling as if they had just had a dream, they actually got to talk to the Supreme Being, which was something that the lower-ranking servants could not even imagine. "Lord Sigris is so gentle. Keep your voice down and don't disturb Lord Siglis. It should be all right. Lord Sigris has gone far away. Lord Sigris is such a handsome man." The other two nodded. Sig tilted his head and sighed helplessly. "I can hear it all." The reason he didn't want to be recognized was because he was always called Lord Sigris, which made him feel like a parrot. In comparison, he could barely accept Lord Sig. When I pushed open the door to the cafeteria, I saw a long table covered with a white cloth, which was neatly arranged, with several stools placed on both sides. There were also maids walking around, most of whom had already finished their meals and preparations. Sig noticed a row of shelves on the side, 3 in total, almost full of food. That was the buffet counter. The 41 maids of Nazarick are all androids and have a selective racial penalty that increases their appetite, so food must be prepared in sufficient quantities. Crispy bacon, corn chowder, onion soup, sausage, French fries, Danish, and cheese. After a quick look, Sig found that all the dishes here were Western. If possible, he wanted to eat something that could fill his stomach. He walked up to the masked manservant and said, "Well, I want juice and beef. If you have bread, you can have one." The male servant, enveloped by the horrifying aura, immediately knelt down and saluted, his body shaking unconsciously. Sig then realized that he had forgotten that the other party couldn't speak, which made him a little annoyed as he had specially used concealment magic. It seems that it is okay if the distance is far, but once you get too close, you will still be recognized quickly. What happened? The door of the cafeteria was opened again and a butler appeared with a butler's assistant. "Ah, here comes the penguin. Why come at this time?" The maid's attitude towards penguins can't really be described as good, but that's understandable. Because he always talks big about ruling Nazarick, even if he is the Supreme Being, it is inevitable that people will become unbearable if he keeps saying such things. While everyone was not paying attention, Sig teleported over, picked up the penguin, and closed the cafeteria door. The butler stood by with a confused look on his face. The butler's assistant, Aquilel, is a birdman, level 1 only, and was made by Red Bean Bun Machi. It is said that the level is set so low in order to match the setting of wanting to rule the great tomb of Nazarick and avoid chaos. "Greetings, Lord Sigris." After being put on the ground, Aquilel immediately took out a small comb to tidy up his hair and straightened his bow tie, striving to face the Supreme Being with the most perfect posture. Sig suddenly thought of something. "The butler is your subordinate." "That's right. I command a total of 10 male servants. When Lord Sebas serves the Supreme Being, they are responsible for assisting in the management of some affairs of the 9th layer." Aquilai said proudly. He barely bent his chubby body, with his short wings placed elegantly on his chest. Logically speaking, the birdman should look like a bird of prey like Perorancino, but Aquilare redesigned the exterior model based on the rockhopper penguin. In Nazarick, the number of NPCs responsible for combat has reached saturation, and the most valuable thing about Aquilare is his cute appearance, although he has not become popular because of this. Sig stroked his chin. "So it was the butler just now who notified you to come here?" "Yes, I have been working hard to rule Nazarick one day. Aculel covered his mouth belatedly, and seeing Sig's unhappy face, he began to sweat profusely. The male servant behind him was so frightened that he dared not make a sound and stood at attention nervously. It would be fine if I said this in private, but I didn't expect to actually say it in front of the Supreme Being. I wonder if I will be punished. Even if it is the setting of Red Bean Bun Machi Lord, if Lord Siglis, who is also the Supreme Lord, feels disgusted by it, it will not be enough for these slaves to commit suicide to apologize. Sig frowned, thinking. To be honest, he didn't care much about these. Mamanga was in charge of ruling Nazarick, and his life was destined to be just about eating and drinking well. Oh, and sleep well. The point is that the food that was about to reach his mouth flew away. He was indeed a little hungry. How could he express his desire to eat in a tactful way? By the way, if you meet someone in the cafeteria, unless they are people with a slightly low IQ like Kanda and Shaltir, or people with superb intelligence like Demiurge and Albedo, you will know what they are here for. Aculare, I can forget about the nonsense you said. After all, that's how red bean wrapped machi is made. But you have to keep my visit to the cafeteria a secret today. As you command, Lord Siglis, may I ask you why you are here? Is it because the food in the restaurant is not to your taste? After asking the question, the penguin showed a serious expression on his face, with his eyes flashing with seriousness. I met a maid coming out of the cafeteria on the way, so I thought I'd try eating in the restaurant. Sig answered simply and clearly. I'm very sorry. I presumptuously speculated on Lord Siglis's thoughts. I'm sorry to disturb your meal. Aculel puffed out his chest with his two short legs hidden under his fat belly. If you don't mind, I will have the maid bring the meal to your room later after asking Lord Sebastian. In order to prevent Aculel from feeling more guilty, Sig concealed the fact that he did not want to be discovered. He was very satisfied with the current result. There were footsteps on the stairs, and a few seconds later, Albedo's beautiful face came into view. Aculare bowed his head neatly and saluted, Lady Albedo. Generally speaking, the followers of the Floor Guardians would kneel down and pay obeisance to Albedo when they saw her, but Aculare was the butler's assistant, a unique being created by the Supreme Being himself, so the most appropriate thing for him to do was to bow his head. Albedo also knew that this was the most proper etiquette, so she nodded slightly and smiled charmingly. Lord Sig, why are you here? Aculare can help me explain. Aculare replied seriously, Master Siglis wants to taste the food in the cafeteria. I will arrange for a maid to deliver it to your room. Maid, Albedo narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a very gentle voice, did Lord Sig agree as well? Although there was still a smile on his face, it could no longer be considered a smile. It was more like an expression as if he had seen a demon. Not yet. Having had experience in 2 lifetimes, Sig was a little scared. If he said he had agreed, he was worried that the penguin mascot would be torn to pieces. Does Lord Sig need my service? I have already washed and dressed before meeting you, and my clothes are clean as new. I am ready to receive your call at any time. Sig was stunned for a moment and asked, Albedo, did you know I was here a long time ago? Yes, nothing can be hidden from Lord Sig. I just ran into a few maids who had spoken to you. As the head guardian, I apologize to you on behalf of the rude servants. At that time, I was stained with dirt and could not appear in such a dirty appearance, so I went back to my room to clean my body and did not come to see Lord Sig immediately. It's okay, you don't have to be so troublesome next time. It won't affect your beauty. As long as it's for Lord Sig, none of this is a problem. Thank you for your loyalty, Albedo. Albedo raised her eyes slightly, rolled her eyes and made a terrifying sound. So what do you think of my proposal, Lord Sig? At this point, Sig was in a difficult situation and had to grit his teeth and agree. He was a dragon warrior and was not afraid of Albedo at all. Thank you very much. Albedo's expression changed quickly and immediately returned to her original beautiful face, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Then I'll go back to my room first and I'll leave the rest to you. Sig nodded and used teleportation to leave. After Sig left, Albedo showed an obscene smile, an expression she would never show in front of her beloved. I will definitely get him. Aculare shrank into a corner in fear. Apparently it was the first time he had seen such a scene. Aculare. Albedo shouted coldly, Sig-sama doesn't like people calling him Sigris-sama. You are responsible for conveying this message to the servants of Nazarick. If anyone dares to call him the wrong name next time, it will not be a verbal punishment. Aculare quickly raised his wings and said, Yes, Lady Albedo, I will pass it on. Albedo fluttered her wings. She looked even more charming now that she had calmed down. She was in a good mood because of what happened just now. I should also prepare again. Sig opened the door and saw all kinds of expensive furniture. The floor was covered with a red carpet with gold edges. There was a huge French window near the inside. There is a bright moon in the sky, and the soft moonlight pours down like a veil. Such a scene is impossible since the great tomb of Nazarick is located underground, but this is not a fictional sky. This window was actually a prop similar to a telephoto lens, which could completely project the scene outside Nazarick. The range was very large and everything seen was real. Although this device is simple, it consumes a lot of data, but now it seems that it is completely worth it. Master Sig, may I come in? The special decoration of the room made Albedo open her mouth in surprise. Her own room was closest to the Supreme Being's room. She had thought that Sig's room would be almost the same as her own room, but she had not expected the difference to be so great. Noticing that Sig was looking at her, Albedo suddenly withdrew her hand, folded her wings, and looked diagonally downward. Oh no. Sig laughed, thinking that Albedo was quite cute like this. What's wrong? I lost my temper. If Lord Sig is unhappy about this, please punish me. Whether it's a whip or something else, I can endure it. Albedo placed her slender hands on her chest, a strange light flashing in her eyes, and her words were very sincere. No need, I already know your loyalty, Albedo. It was indeed an illusion just now. Albedo is still the same Albedo, but she seems to look more like a succubus. Sig felt that she would soon be able to shed the title of the shameful succubus. Wait, what is he thinking? Compared to Mamanga's occasional thoughts and then feeling guilty, Sig now only has an appreciative attitude towards his friend's children. He is a workaholic and has led an abstinent life for a long time, but that doesn't mean he is good at dealing with women. Thank you for your generosity. By the way, besides the maid who cleans the room, Albedo, you are the first guardian to come into my room here. After the design was completed, it was Sig's first time entering the room. It was normal for him to be surprised. He himself marveled at the luxury of the decoration. It's my honor, Lord Sig. Albedo tried her best to suppress her excitement and replied in a calm tone, but every movement of hers revealed her true thoughts. Her wings trembled uncontrollably and her body shook uncontrollably, as if she would pounce on him in the next second. Fortunately, Albedo was still very reserved. She just stared at Sig with her shining golden eyes, and her oval pupils were about to turn into a heart shape. With such enthusiasm, he can still cope with it. Don't underestimate a mature member of society. His acting skills are definitely maxed out. Sig hummed and said calmly, Albedo, what food did you bring? I'm a little hungry. Can you introduce it to me? Albedo immediately returned to her former role as the Guardian's chief steward, speaking professionally and gently. I'd be happy to do that. Today's main course is meat, the frosted dragon steak from the ancient frost dragon of Jotunheim. The appetizer is the skewered lobster. The soup is the thick soup of Ulfheim tomatoes and world tree eggs. And then for dessert, the golden tea ice cream. Considering it's getting late, I didn't prepare coffee, and the drink I prepared is the juice of the fruit of the Ulfheim elf tree. Albedo finished her introduction like a chant, gently spread her wings and looked at Sig expectantly. Sig nodded in agreement. Although there were no steamed buns to eat, considering the appetite of this body, eating meat would be more filling. This kind of thing should have been done by a maid, but it seemed that Albedo had put a lot of thought into it to be able to do it to this extent. Although it may sound strange for dragon people to eat dragon flesh, it is not actually cannibalism. Because of their powerful characteristics, dragons often appear as bosses, and the experience points and dropped items are very considerable. Even many job transfer tasks require killing a certain number of dragons. In the early days of the guild, in order to quickly level up and climb the charts, a dragon hunting craze was set off, and almost all members of Ainz were mobilized. According to the setting, dragon people have no blood relationship with dragons, are not a branch of the dragon clan, and are an independent alien species. Because of their multifaceted racial characteristics, they have always been popular in Yggdrasil. Demons were the first to be determined, and subsequently a series of similar races were introduced. Later, in order to satisfy the players, the official launched the Dragon Man and the conversion item Dragon Heart. The multiple forms were also related to the dragon that could not be selected as a race, which caused a buying boom for a time. Albedo smiled after receiving the affirmation and steadily picked up a piece of dragon meat with her chopsticks. Please open your mouth. There was silence for a few seconds. This time it was Sig's turn to open his mouth in shock. He took the meat first. His sharp teeth were like a meat grinder and he swallowed it after just 2 chews. In fact, he didn't have to chew. His stomach could completely digest the meat he swallowed. But after eating for so many years, he had become accustomed to chewing. After swallowing the dragon meat in his mouth, Sig's tone became serious. Albedo, your current love is due to the modification of the settings. It is definitely not your original intention. If you change to love someone else, your feelings will also change. Sig wanted to put it more tactfully, but this was the fact. He knew better than anyone that Albedo had been deprived of her self-esteem by the last setting. Perhaps the B****ch setting in the Emerald record was also the result of careful consideration. Of course, it is not good for such a beauty to be a B****ch. Albedo asked in a low voice, "Did it bother you?" Sig didn't know how to answer for a moment. He was definitely troubled, but he wouldn't answer like that. "I care more about your true feelings, Albedo. Do you understand what I mean?" A smile appeared on Sig's lips, and combined with what he said, there was a very mysterious feeling, and the moonlight just happened to divide the room into two sides of light and dark. Albedo's heart was beating wildly, and her cheeks flushed with excitement, but the darkness concealed this abnormality very well. "Although I think I'm fine now, I will try to follow Sig-sama's instructions and explore my heart. I won't let you down." Sig felt that it was enough to say this. As one of the three wise men in the Great Tomb, Albedo would definitely understand what he meant. "The president will be very angry because I changed your settings if the Jade record is still there." "No, Lord Jadeite will be grateful for Lord Mamanga's good intentions, and Lord Sig will definitely make an excellent husband." Albedo came forward, exuding a fragrant scent. "So, it is possible." "How is that possible?" Sig knows his companions very well. If the setting maniac Kui Yulu sees that his settings have been modified, he will definitely be so angry that he will curse. At that time, Mamanga and he will be publicly executed and even labeled as perverts. After quickly finishing her dinner, Albedo reluctantly called the maid to clean up and gently closed the door before leaving. After eating, Sig yawned, and perhaps because he was really tired, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After Albedo left the room, she ran into Sebastian, who was patrolling. "Sebastian, Master Sig has gone to bed." "Well, that's great. It was our mistake to tire the Supreme Being." Sebastian noticed that Albedo was in a good mood and asked casually, "What good thing happened?" "It's a very good thing indeed." Albedo secretly rejoiced, revealing a lewd and evil smile. She would definitely get Lord Sig. In front of the quaint desk, Feishu sat on the chair with dignity. Although majestic is not an accurate adjective, it is indeed so in the eyes of the Guardians, and even reading a book is full of charm. As the pages of the book turned, a rustling sound was heard in the silent room. With this body, even if he maintained a posture for a long time, he would not suffer from problems such as cervical spondylosis, and stiffness naturally did not exist. Feishu watched tirelessly for several hours. If you don't feel hungry or tired, it's easy to lose track of time, even though you're just trying to kill time. Albedo arranged everything in an orderly manner. Demiurge was busy communicating intelligence and building a defense network, and each guardian performed his duty conscientiously. Flying Squirrel suddenly didn't know what to do and thought that he might as well discuss it with Sig again. The wisdom of two people is always better than his own imagination. Thinking of this, Mamanga glanced at the other person in the room. "Let Sebastian stay away when the time comes. There's nothing I can do even if it makes him unhappy. This should be the second time I made him angry after traveling alone last time. But this is also necessary in order to protect the image of the Supreme Being in the hearts of those who keep it. Master Mamanga, what can I do for you?" "Well, nothing much for now. Sig might come over later, so don't be surprised." "Is Lord Sig coming over?" Mamanga noticed that Sebastian had become noticeably happier, with the smile on his face growing even brighter, and it was as if he had a strange sense of déjà vu. "Even if it is said according to your own personality, there is no need to be so similar, Takamisan." Sebastian looked up at the clock and asked, "It's time for afternoon tea. Should we prepare refreshments?" Mamanga opened his mouth to refuse. Whatever he ate would leak out in his skeleton body, and there was no need for the undead to ingest food. He didn't expect Sebastian to make such a mistake. Just as he was about to speak, Mamanga suddenly realized that Sig was not undead. He was the only one who didn't need it, and he immediately shut himself off. Mamanga silently apologized to Sebastian and said, "Just prepare something simple. Remember to make the cakes sweet. Salty ones taste weird. Coffee is not necessary. You can prepare some tea drinks." Sebastian listened attentively, almost taking notes in a notebook. Mr. Mamanga knows a lot about Mr. Sig's hobbies. It seems like they are very good friends. Mamanga laughed heartily. "A true good friend should be someone else. You and Demiurge should know something about this. We two just get along well because we are often online at the same time." Peroncino's Mamanga can be considered a good friend, and Sig is close to Takami and Albert, but it's the two of them who stay together in the end. It is fate that makes two people depend on each other in a different world. Sebastian didn't know much about these things, but as long as it wasn't just Albert Sama, it would be fine. Demiurge's words really couldn't be completely trusted. He bowed his head slightly. Master Mamanga, I will go and inform the chef to prepare now. Is there anything else to arrange? Mamanga said very considerately, I will allow you to leave for a while. Yes. Sebastian pushed the door open and left with brisk steps, extremely fast, as if he was afraid of being stopped by flying squirrel. In fact, he is just capable in action. How can one speculate maliciously on a kind-hearted butler with a justice value of 300? Besides, Mamanga wished he was left alone. Seeing that he was the only one left in the room, the ruler of Nazarick leaned his entire back against the chair, with his hands hanging naturally at his sides, finally able to assume a relaxing posture similar to GU's. Alas, I am finally the only one left. Having guards follow you everywhere, you might feel proud and want to show off at first, but now there is only an indescribable feeling of torment. He had to be able to run around with his guards as he pleased, but he also had to maintain his dignity as the ruler of Nazarick at all times. Even though he was always surrounded by beautiful women, he would still feel the pressure of having his private life invaded. I really want to escape outside. If I call Sig along, then it won't be considered a solo trip. I can just enjoy the scenery, Mamanga thought. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Mamanga quickly straightened his sitting position and said in a ruling voice, Come in. President, I'm coming in. Sig pushed the door open, and following behind him was a person who could definitely be called a beauty. She had a very decent appearance and seemed only slightly inferior to Albedo. She exuded a very calm temperament. By Lily Alpha. The eldest sister of the combat maids wore a very decent maid outfit with almost no exposed skin except for her face and hands. The metal waist guard brought out her excellent body proportions. Her hands were covered with metal gauntlets covered with spikes, and a jewel-studded necklace was used to stabilize her head. Mamanga noticed that Yuri was also the type of intellectual older sister. Although he didn't know if it was a cute contrast, this look did fit Sig's preferences. Sig hadn't noticed that Mamanga had wrong thoughts at this time. He felt a little sleepy sitting on the soft sofa. With the props, he actually didn't feel tired. Suddenly, I had nothing to do and felt so bored that I could only sleep to pass the time. Albedo became much more honest after hearing his advice. When they met occasionally, she would just say hello normally and then devote her energy to work. She could always be seen busy. Sig felt relieved and envious. He originally thought that he could just relax and have fun in the other world, but without electronic products, he couldn't quit his job and wanted to go out. He is a LV1 language master who learned it by the way when he changed his job. Therefore, he has the special skill of quickly mastering other languages and is most suitable for going out to gather information. Just at this moment, Sebastian came back and the maid brought dessert. The table was filled with a variety of small cakes served on exquisite plates, and the teapot for black tea was a luxurious enlarged version, which was so exaggerated that it seemed as if a tea party was about to begin. Sig felt the chef's enthusiasm bursting out as if he had found a breakthrough. He prepared such a sumptuous meal for just an afternoon tea, and he knew clearly that Mamanga didn't need to eat the food. Did he want him to eat it all? Although he does have a big appetite, it feels like I'm feeding him like a pig. If he doesn't finish his food, he'll be suspected of being dissatisfied. It's really a headache. Mamanga said, You guys should withdraw first. Yes. The two supreme beings had something to talk about. With this subtext, several people obediently withdrew without asking for reasons. It only took a second for Mamanga to stop pretending. What should I do, Sigsan tilde? Feishu opened up and told about how he went out alone to relax but was caught on the spot. Hey, he's clearly equipped with armor, and he doesn't even show his face. I think his identity was exposed by teleportation. Only those who possess the ring of Ainz Gaun can move freely in Nazarick. Now there are only 2 people who possess it, so they can be easily recognized. Not really. I used advanced stealth magic when I went to the cafeteria to eat, but I was still recognized by the butler. It's impossible to do things quietly. Sig pointed this out mercilessly. Mamanga nodded in empathy and then talked about another matter. Mare is in charge of hiding the outer wall of Nazarick, but the wall is too long and the workload is too heavy, so I rewarded him with a guild ring. Sig was not surprised. There were a total of 100 rings of Ainz Gaun, and each guild member had one. Even so, there were still more than 50 that could be used freely, so they were not precious things. Apart from rings, it is difficult to find a more suitable prop to reward subordinates. As long as Mare is happy. He was happy, but Mare was frightened at first, and it was hard to persuade him to accept it. Mamanga was sweating secretly, but fortunately he succeeded in the end. But is it only Mare who has it? I plan to give them to them as well. Mare is the first one, and Albedo and Demiurge should also need them. Mamonga did think about giving them all at once, so that every guardian would have one. But when he thought about how big Mare's reaction would be, he decided to wait a little longer and give them one at a time. Well, for them, the rings that belong only to guild members are indeed very valuable, so we should be more cautious when distributing them. Well, I thought so too. Flying Squirrel was very glad that he didn't say what was in his heart. Wait, this wasn't in front of the guardian, there was no need to be so nervous. On the other hand, Sig was picking up a piece of exquisite pastry, putting it into his mouth, and naturally licking the residue at the corner of his mouth with his tongue. Because he was wearing gloves, his sharp nails did not affect his delicate movements. He picked up the steaming black tea and slowly took a sip. The pastries were sweet but not greasy, and the black tea was rich, and Sig felt extremely satisfied. Mamonga said helplessly, eating too much sweets will make you fat, and it's not very healthy for your body. Even though he ordered the meal, he still felt that the table full of desserts was a bit too much. He couldn't imagine Sig getting fat. Sig sighed. His current body is not afraid of eating too much. It is really a great benefit for those with a sweet tooth. When he lifts up his clothes, he can see perfect 8-pack abs. In the past, in order to maintain my figure, I had to drink coffee all day long, not to mention cakes. I complained to Faciu a few times, but I didn't expect that I was remembered. He is indeed a good president. He will take you out to play and collect information about the new world. I heard that Demiurge's security network has been set up. The 5 kilometers around Nazarick are under surveillance. I feel quite relieved. Hearing about the safety of Nazarick, Mamonga immediately said seriously, we can't be careless at all. What if the ordinary people in this world are all level 100? At that time, even the warning network will be useless. We must hide Nazarick completely. I have asked Demiurge to prepare a second warning network. Sig didn't know whether Flying Squirrel had a too vivid imagination or was just too cautious. This guess was too crazy. Except for gods, the highest level of pure humans was only around level 40. However, it is definitely better to be cautious when rashly entering a different world, and he is trustworthy enough as a companion. While exploring the surroundings, I released a few small dragon followers and discovered a forest 10 kilometers southwest of Nazarick. Next to it is a village surrounded by farmland. Should we go and get some information? Just an ordinary village. After already informing him of the dangers of the unknown world, Sig still made this suggestion, which means that he has confirmed some things. Through the images I observed, I can confirm with 100% certainty that it is a very ordinary village. There are no signs of magic being used, and there are no equipped warriors. Most people are engaged in farm work. It is a very rural place. Faciu was obviously tempted. He wanted to go out for some fresh air. If it was really the kind of village described, it would definitely be necessary to investigate. However, his inner caution made him hesitate. Considering the current situation in Nazarick, would it be more appropriate to send a guardian to investigate? However, he did not want to put his companion's children in such a dangerous situation. Sig said again, sooner or later, we will have to come into contact with people from another world. In addition, I heard from them that the monsters around us have been agitated recently, and they are discussing inviting adventurers. It is obvious that they have no ability to protect themselves. Mamonga asked in surprise, how did you know that? He remembered that followers probably only shared vision and would not be able to reach such a level of intelligence. I can read lips and I use my skills to learn their writing. Sig said seriously, well, it seems that there is indeed a need for exploration. After a long silence, Mamonga finally convinced himself that he had a selfish desire to get out, and he suddenly felt ashamed. Is it really good for the ruler to do this? Isn't it too arbitrary? Mamonga sighed and drew circles on the table. Ah, Sig-san, you know that I was just a small clerk. Now I'm suddenly promoted to a high position. I always feel at a loss. Sig put down his teacup and spoke encouragingly. President, since you are able to lead Nazarick to become a top guild, are you still worried about not being able to be a good ruler? Don't forget that the Guardians are 100% loyal. Everyone wants to obey your command, including me. But I'm afraid of making a mistake. No one is perfect. You have to believe in yourself. I will always be by your side to assist you and be your solid backing. Just think of me as your mother's family to rely on. Mamonga burst out laughing. What a weird metaphor, Sig-san. I'm not a married woman. So go ahead. Sig supported himself on the desk with both hands, his bright eyes staring straight into the empty eye sockets of the skull. Mamonga felt like he was being targeted by a predator. Even though his empty head was empty, he still felt the burning sensation. His momentum gradually dropped, and he finally spoke out his biggest concern. But the Guardian, no problem, those can be solved. Sig straightened up and smiled meaningfully. Inside the office, Albedo and Demiurge both knelt on the floor. Greetings, Master Mamanga, Master Sig. I wonder if you two have any instructions. Mamanga glanced at the young man standing next to him and shouted, stand up. I'm not here to scold you today, I want to reward you. The two looked at each other and saw excitement in each of them. Albedo carefully hid her crazy eyes. She had already recognized the human-looking young man as Sig, and no matter how much he had changed, she couldn't hide it. The human mimicry is so handsome, it's really charming, Lord Sig. Sig suddenly felt a chill on his back. This body should be completely resistant to cold. Weird. Although he was excited, Demiurge's rationality prevailed. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard a majestic voice ringing in his ears. Don't say that praise is enough. It is only natural to receive rewards for completing the work seriously. I don't want to become a ruler who ignores the efforts of my subordinates. Mamanga's words were serious and powerful, and there was no joking in them at all. Demiurge tried his best to suppress the urge to wag his tail and lowered his head again. Thank you for your consideration, Mamanga-sama. Mamanga looked at Albedo and the other party spoke calmly. May I ask what kind of reward Mamanga-sama will give? If it is not specified, can I choose freely? Hearing what she said, Demiurge frowned slightly and his expression became complicated. Mamanga spoke up. I'm sorry, Sig, and I decided on the content of the reward without permission. If you're not satisfied with the reward, you are allowed to change it. Excuse me, I don't have such an idea. Albedo said hurriedly, glancing to the side with the corner of her eyes, but quickly retracting her eyes for fear of being discovered. Sig naturally noticed Albedo's gaze, but no one would have the heart to blame him too much when seeing such a beautiful woman showing such timidity in front of him. President, can you announce the answer now? Yes. Yes, I really shouldn't keep you in suspense. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on that face, and Mamanga felt his heart tremble. He finally understood that being too handsome could also be very bothersome to others. After coming to his senses, he took out 2 rings, of course, the rings of Ainz Gown. Commander Demiurge and Guardian Chief Albedo, I think both of you need this item. The two looked at each other again and shouted in unison, thank you very much. For the sake of ceremony, Sig took the ring from Mamanga and gave it to the two of them respectively. The ring changes size immediately when it is put on the finger, becoming a size that matches the thickness of both fingers. Demiurge finally couldn't help but gently shake his spiked tail, trying his best to disguise his performance as elegant and natural. Albedo managed well this time. Even though her wings were trembling, they did not shake in a cute way. Instead, the smile on her lips was about to burst out. Ever since everyone was able to address Sig-sama, she had been feeling quite resentful, until now she felt a sense of superiority rising in her heart. Apart from Demiurge, she was the only one who received the ring personally given by Sig-sama. By the way, why did Lord Sig transform into a human form? Demiurge asked puzzledly. This question had been bothering him since he entered the door, and he finally asked it after the dust settled. This question disrupted Mamanga's expectations. He was supposed to start talking about exploring the village after awarding the ring, but he didn't expect to jump straight here. Sig, you explain yourself. I'm sorry, Sig-san, for pushing the problem onto you. Please don't blame me for it. Sig looked at Mamanga to rest assured. His blue eyes gave people a very calm feeling, as deep as the sea, and his hair was also a mysterious pure black. Mamanga covered his face. This world was really unfair. He regretted very much not buying the race conversion item together. Because I'm going to the human village to gather information, I've made some special preparations. The 2 wise men of Nazarick knelt down together. With servants like them around, how could they trouble the supreme being to condescend to do such a thing? But since this decision has been made, it means that the two have already discussed it, and it would be tactless for them to refute it. Albedo's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke eagerly. In that case, please allow me to follow you as a guard. If we encounter an attack from an unknown enemy, I am specialized in defense and can be used as a shield. That's right, please think about it again. Demiurge agreed. Then there will be no one to guard Nazarick, and someone will also be needed to command. If we encounter danger, I can lead one person to evacuate quickly, but I can't guarantee it for one more person. I don't want you to make unnecessary sacrifices. Sig had anticipated the current conversation and had of course thought of reasons to refuse. To be honest, there was no need to refuse Albedo's permission to go with him because they wouldn't be encountering strong enemies this time. So it wouldn't matter if there was one more person or one less person, but he planned to take Mamanga out to relax so it would be more appropriate for just the 2 of them. Besides, most people in the Great Tomb hate humans. Of course, there are also some who like them, such as favorite foods or people they like to play with. Only humans who died tragically can make everyone feel comfortable physically and mentally. What is certain is that Albedo would feel uncomfortable after following him, and he could not torture his subordinates for his own selfish reasons. Albedo pursed her lips and said nothing, but nodded to show her understanding. Seeing this, Mamanga ordered, "Raise the alert of Nazarick to a state where it can respond to external enemies at any time. Considering the possibility of unexpected situations, you can send some subordinates who are good at hiding to sneak into the village. Sig, your followers can stay in the surrounding forests and can also serve as a backup." "Yes, sir." "Well, the president has considered everything," Sig said sincerely. "Even for a small dragon, it is not easy to hide in a village, unlike those invisible subordinates. No matter how conspicuous their appearance is, they will not be discovered without the skill of seeing through transparency." Mamanga felt a little embarrassed by the praise, even though he often heard more exaggerated words from the Guardians, but he knew that it was due to their loyalty and he was not such a great person. Sig's praise from his companion really gave him a lot of confidence, and he suddenly felt that he could do it again. "I'll prepare the equipment first. The attributes of the human state are the weakest, and correspondingly the amount of equipment increases. When fully armed, it is only slightly weaker than the semi-human state. The advantage is that it is more versatile, capable of both offense and defense, and can use all skills." Mamanga nodded in agreement as if it was a matter of course. "Let's go in 15 minutes. Demiurge walked out of the door and was shocked to see Sig's half-smile on his face. He was the last one to go out, and Albedo was the second. They were supposed to leave in 15 minutes, so what happened that made Lord Sig squeeze out his precious time to wait for him here? "Master Sig, do you have any other instructions?" "Nothing, I just want to confirm something." Sig bent down and pointed at the ring on his finger. "How is it? Are you happy to receive the ring?" Demiurge suddenly realized that it was Lord Sig's work. He bowed like an elegant nobleman and a gentle smile appeared on the devil's face. "Thank you for your trouble." "Nothing." Sig nodded with satisfaction, turned around and said, "But don't tell Sebastian about this, just say it was sent by President Mamanga." Demiurge wagged his tail and watched Sig leave. When he could no longer see his back, he showed a helpless expression. "It seems that Lord Sig has seen through me a long time ago." When Sig came out in armor, Mamanga also disguised himself and put on a mask that could completely cover his face. Against the backdrop of that devilish mask, he actually looked a little funny. The Mask of Jealousy, whose full name is the Mask of the Jealous, can be obtained by logging in for more than 2 hours between 7:00 p.m. and 10:00 p.m. on Christmas Eve. It does not have any special abilities, and even installing data to change the appearance is impossible. Many players who were looking forward to the rewards were immediately upset. They had to wait for 2 hours just to get something like this. The operating company was severely criticized, and even those in the guild who did not have masks were targeted. Christmas night playing games single got the jealousy mask. Christmas night girlfriend-wife live streaming no mask. For example, Takumi didn't have a mask because he was spending the holiday with his wife and children. Many guild members had this mask, and Sig also got one, but he never wore it. There's no other reason, it's just too ugly and weirdly ugly. It's hard to tell what the expression is, and the decorations are too gaudy. This is really naked malice towards single people. In comparison, Sig's outfit looks much more decent. The edge of his pulled-down helmet is light and streamlined, with a pair of wing-shaped decorations at the end. His whole body is wrapped in silver-blue armor, and although he doesn't have a cape, he has an extremely handsome double-layered back hem. Looking down at his rough iron gloves, Mamanga fell into a deep state of inferiority. No wonder everyone said that warriors are the romance of men. So envious tilde puff. "Oh, did someone laugh just now? Sig-san, is it really okay for you to do this?" Sig didn't know when a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. It would be more appropriate to call them arm armor because they were made of special materials and thus had both elasticity and hardness. "I don't have a collection of masks, but this should be able to replace the gauntlet. Its defensive properties are average, but it can increase the magic power a bit, so it's better than nothing." Mamanga accepted it with tears in his eyes. It was a great help. The attribute was not important, at least the appearance was acceptable. Then he said the name of the magic. Portal, a teleportation magic that ignores distance, very useful in the Yggdrasil game. If an enemy attacks, Sig will carry the flying mouse and run away as quickly as possible. Considering that the enemy may have resistance to time magic, he will move faster with comprehensive resistance. Although such a thing would not happen, during the discussion phase, Sig practiced it with Mamanga, but it was a bit painful to hold back his laughter. As the magic expired, the portal behind them slowly closed, and the two stood on a high place overlooking everything below. Mamanga sighed, "This is the village. It does feel very peaceful. What's its name?" Sig replied, "I think it's called Khan Village." Noticing that there seemed to be a noise coming from afar, Mamanga asked in confusion, "Is it a celebration? It seems very lively." Although he shouldn't laugh at this time, Mamanga is sometimes too innocent. Sig chuckled and said ambiguously, "Probably." Suddenly, a barely perceptible chirping sound came into my ears. People who don't know what's going on might think it was a bird's cry, but the shadow flying at such a high speed was obviously not a bird. A creature with bat wings landed on Sig's shoulder. It was damp, as if it had been washed specially to avoid dirtying the armor. It opened its mouth and let out a few sharp chirps. "This is the dragon follower Sig mentioned. It looks like a lizard with wings, but it is indeed a dragon. Low-level dragons are more like beasts and cannot speak. They can only be summoned by spending a small amount of magic power and can exist for a long time. It looks like the village was attacked, but it wasn't by monsters, it was by knights in armor," Sig said, frowning. Feishu's mood suddenly dropped to the bottom. The confidence that he had felt good before was no longer there, and he became conflicted. Should we save him or not? From the perspective of Nazarick's interests, it is obviously not worthwhile to create hatred with the country to which the knights belong for the sake of a village, not to mention that they don't know anything about the new world at present. What if there is some hidden secret? He couldn't let Nazarick be put in danger. Sig's ears moved and his nose smelled blood. "I seem to hear screams. This should be a massacre. How could such a thing happen?" It seemed as if Feishu was awakened, and he did not say anything about not helping the person in danger. "If Takumi had stood by and watched me die, I wouldn't be here now." Sig used to be a policeman, so even if he described it in calm words, his expression under the armor should be angry. Even if you have turned into a monster at heart, you must not forget your original intention. "Let's go save them, Sig-san." Oh, has it been decided so quickly? Since he still retains his human part, Sig has no aversion to rescuing humans, and judging by the plot, this village will indeed be useful in the future. As for why we met by chance, it must be fate. There was absolutely no deliberate element involved. Sig held his chin and thought for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "There's really nothing I can do about you. Let's notify everyone in Nazarick first." Mamanga nodded and immediately sent a message. "Sebastian, I'm currently in a place called Karn Village, which has been massacred by knights." Sebastian manipulated the telescope skillfully, and the current scene of Khan Village appeared on the screen. After a long silence, Sebastian tried his best to suppress his anger and said, "Yes, I saw it. I plan to save this village. There may be an invasion of knights around Nazarick. Raise the alert to the highest level and notify Demiurge and Albedo." "Does Master Mamanga/Sig need an escort?" Two messages were sent to two people respectively. "No need, I'm just a frontline warrior. Take care of Nazarick for Mamanga for now, Sebastian." Sig instructed. "Yes, sir." Sebastian closed the message thoughtfully, a red light flashing in his eyes. He couldn't let the two adults down. Dragon thunder, a dazzling white light emanated from the body of a knight, and in an instant he turned into smelly black charcoal. Mamanga strongly suspected that the weakness of these knights was only due to their poor defense. Perhaps there were stronger ones who were just hiding in the dark and not showing up. Sig listened helplessly and said jokingly, "If we don't look for him now, your lost Death Knight might wipe out the knights. We can't leave any of them alive." "That shouldn't happen, but as a human shield, why would you abandon the people you need to protect and chase after them, even though it was my order?" The Death Knight is the meat shield that Feishu likes to use the most. The back row output without the front row is like being naked. "Okay, let's finish it quickly. Seeing that you are so relaxed, I won't do it." "Well, it's also important to retain your strength." Sig glanced helplessly at the corpse on the ground. He didn't expect that he would be the one who suffered in the end. The impact of seeing a living person die in front of him was really huge. Alas, it's another day of full acting skills. In just a dozen minutes, the village almost turned into hell. Many people died at the hands of the knights, and those who were still alive were driven together like livestock. Even the children were not spared. If you want to successfully complete the task, this level is very correct. Weak and pitiful children can often play an unexpected role in most places. The ruthless knight and the desperate villagers are in a relationship of predator and prey, with the latter being powerless to resist. In this darkest hour, the Death Knight descended from the sky like a god. Before this, no one present could have imagined that an adult man in armor could be thrown into the air so easily. Everyone was so shocked by the power of the Death Knight that they were mentally collapsed. Even though they could no longer hold their swords steadily, several knights still surrounded the Death Knight. Apart from the sound of teeth chattering, no other sound could be heard. If they have done something wrong, please let the laws of the kingdom punish them instead of facing this monster. There are people who are under extreme pressure and keep saying things like, "God, please save me," but unfortunately there is no God here, only death. Momonga casts flying magic and floats in the air. Sig didn't learn this magic because he already had wings. But now his wings would be too conspicuous, so he was blocked by Flying Squirrel's magic. After flying over the village, Momonga sighed, "It seems that your worries have come true. I have to ask the Death Knight to leave one or two alive. Someone needs to pass this matter on to the ears of the ruler. If there is no proof from the parties involved, it might have a bad impact on Ainz Gaun's reputation." Momonga wants to create an image of chivalry in order to send a signal of goodwill to possible players, indicating that they are acting from the perspective of justice. This was also for the future of the great tomb of Nazarick. That's what we should do. There was no expression on Sig's stern face and his facial muscles were very stiff. "Tusk, this is too bloody." Some were torn in half with their pink internal organs scattered on the ground, others were cut in half and struggled for a long time before dying. The Death Knight is indeed the undead, the embodiment of evil, who deliberately plays tricks on humans just to enjoy their dying struggles. It's exactly the same as Wolf Girl. In fact, most people in the Great Tomb are like this. I don't know who the newly born Death Knight learned it from. Sig thought he had a strong ability to withstand stress, but he didn't expect the impact on the scene would still exceed his expectations. Suddenly, I felt a little envious of Flying Squirrel, whose heart had turned into a monster. He didn't have the skill of forced calmness. Momonga was already used to talking to the helmet, but it would be more strange to talk to the face. He also couldn't guess what the expression was in the invisible part. After a moment of silence, a serious expression emerged on the skull's face. "Sigson, I want to use Ainz Gaun as my name. I don't know if it will work, but if Ainz Gaun becomes famous in this world, I think my companions who have also traveled through time will know about the existence of Nazarick." Sig turned his attention to the conversation and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, what if Kuru also traveled through time? Although it is impossible, Hailuo went offline too early, it is still enough to take it as words of comfort." That's what Momonga thought. Judging from the time, this is entirely possible. It would be great if this were true. Noticing the movement in the distance, Sig frowned slightly. One of his followers had lost contact. The small dragons that are good at hiding are only in the teens or so, but they cannot be killed casually by the natives unless they are from the Cillian theocracy. Only angels with holy attributes can be so restrained against dragons with dark attributes. One of my followers was killed by the enemy. I will go investigate first to be on the safe side. Can I leave this to you? Flying Squirrel realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately nodded in agreement. The work here had already come to the end and the danger had been greatly reduced, so they could act separately. If it is an enemy that Sig cannot deal with alone, he can only mobilize multiple members of Nazarick or activate Lubador. Be safe. Even though he was the lowest-ranking follower, Sig felt very uncomfortable in his heart. This was probably a different kind of protecting one's shortcomings. He originally thought that he was not affected, but perhaps he was the one who was most deeply affected and the bloody scene was not so annoying to him. The road has narrowed, Sunshine Scripture. I'll be back soon. Transformation form. Sig switched to half-human form, his horns and tail reappeared, dense scales grew on his skin and a pair of wings grew on his back. Based on the bat-like wings, some feathers grew on the tail end, which was both beautiful and practical and greatly increased the flying speed. There was a sound of breaking through the air when the wings flapped, and the wind stirred up by the sound made the robe on Momonga stick tightly to his body. To be honest, he was not worried about Sig's safety. Sig's magic system was holy and dragon, and both had permanent skills to enhance HP recovery. Especially the holy system's full recovery, which can restore full health in an instant as long as there is still a breath left. Although it is a special skill with a limited number of uses, if used well, it can give you several more lives, which is more convenient than resurrection magic. Don't forget to leave a few people alive, Sigson. Is it resolved? A man with a scar on his face walked out of the crowd, his glass-like pupils flashing a cold light. The three fire angels dispersed, and together with several more floating in the air, the dark dragon that was surrounded in the middle turned into black smoke and disappeared. This is a dependent dragon, right? Why is it here? Could it be that a dragon king has appeared nearby? We should ask the Black Scripture for help. This mission should have been theirs. This is really weird. We at Sunshine Scripture are not good at stealth tracking, so it doesn't make sense to use this as training. A wave of uneasiness surged in the heart of Sunshine Holy Scripture Nigan. It was really a bad start. Asking for support is also impossible. The mission of the Black Scripture is to deal with the resurrected dragon king of destruction, and for this purpose, it is protecting the most beautiful city. The Wind and Glory Scripture is hunting down the traitor who stole the crown of the wise. Neither side has the spare energy to provide support. The mission this time is to kill the kingdom's strongest knight, Gazef. It would be nice if I could pretend I didn't see the dragon, but that would only be fooling myself. No problem. I still have the treasure given by the bishop, plus the ability to enhance the summoning of monsters. Even the devil is no problem for me. As expected, you guys killed my family members. It was a simple question without any accusation, but Negan shuddered. When he looked up, he saw a man in armor in front of him. Who are you? Do I need to ask again? That dragon is my follower, Sig said coldly. I'm Negan Gulide Lewin of the Sunshine Scripture. I'm on a mission now. Who are you? Negan asked tremblingly. He could not think of any other dragon as his follower except the Dragon King, and the person in front of him was obviously not a human being. He saw something that looked like horns. The Council Nation is ruled by dragons, and they may have intervened because they felt they were crossing the line, but it's actually not a big deal. In any case, the most important thing is to save your life. I'm Sigris Hrasveg. Sig readily stated his real name. Negan searched frantically in his mind, but he didn't seem to hear this name. Could it be a pseudonym? I heard that the former 13 hero's silver armor was in a dragon-like form. Could it be him? As a legendary hero, it is not surprising that he has the ability to live forever. Maybe there is an elf's face under the armor, and Fluta may have lived for 200 years. Yes, his mind was really confused. How could he possibly meet the Dragon King? However, he could still deal with it at the hero level with his trump card. Although I don't know why you are here, please don't delay our work in the Cillian theocracy. I can apologize for the matter of the dependents, otherwise we will not show mercy even if you are a hero. Ha 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 ha, Sig couldn't help laughing. He actually mistook him for the Platinum Dragon King's armor. How stupid and pathetic. The Cillian theocracy was founded by 6 great gods who descended 600 years ago. Although they are called gods, they are actually players who were teleported here when the server was shut down. Sig doesn't know if there will be more players coming in the future, but since the author has written this story, Nazarick is likely to be the last batch. Who can predict what will happen 100 years from now? Let's just focus on the present. Sig scoffed unabashedly. Maybe ignorance is bliss. Negan said angrily, you rude guy, you will pay for your stupidity. Summon the angels together. As he was speaking, a dozen more archangels of fire were created. Together with the angels of surveillance floating in the sky, there were at least 20 angels on the scene. Such a number of angels looks quite intimidating. In the hierarchical theocracy, only those in a higher position could speak to him like this. The person in front of him was just a suspected silver knight and perhaps just a poor imitator. Sig said righteously, my companion Ainz Gown will be here soon. He is the greatest magic caster and can kill you effortlessly. If you want to do it, you better hurry up. Another unfamiliar name. Negan's patience had reached its limit. He didn't remember anyone with this name among the 13 heroes. So what? He's just a magic caster. If you want to threaten me, you've got the wrong person. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to let you know. Sig raised his hand and snapped his fingers. There seemed to be a sound of glass breaking around him. And I didn't say that to you either. Suddenly something unexpected happened and Negan panicked. What happened? Sig's tone changed. Didn't you notice that you are being monitored by intelligence magic? Now that I've finished speaking, I don't want to be spied on again. Am I being monitored by my country? While Negan was stunned, his subordinates beside him screamed. It was a cry of extreme fear. He was very familiar with this kind of scene when facing a large number of powerful people. Summoned dependents, a huge magic circle unfolded on the ground, and a huge object was born from the shadow. It was a giant dragon with a completely black body, purple lines flowing on its hard scales, and devil-like horns hovering on its head, like the god of death returning from hell. The black dragon lowered its front legs deeply and lowered its neck obediently, which symbolized complete submission. Negan and his subordinates were stunned by the shock. This dragon was undoubtedly a Dragon King-level being. But to be summoned as a follower so easily, I really can't imagine what kind of monster the summoner is. Sig stepped onto the dragon's back. This is the highest level dark dragon I can summon. Let your angel try it out. If you have any killer moves, use them quickly. Although it is said to be the highest level, it is actually only LV 80, which is not outstanding among high-level followers. The most powerful dragon he can summon is an ice dragon, which is level 99. With the mount's enhanced skills, it can exert the strength of a level 100 player. Negan reached for the magic sealing crystal in his arms and made a secret decision. The enemy before us is very difficult to deal with, and it is indeed necessary to use the highest level angels. Although the conditions for summoning again are difficult, it would be even more troublesome if it fell into the hands of the enemy. Now is not the time to hesitate. Buy me some time to summon the angels, Negan shouted with all his might. The subordinates beside him were so scared that their teeth were chattering, and they took heavy steps to block Negan. Facing this behemoth head-on, it feels like even your breathing will be killed. Angels were summoned one after another and attacked at an extremely fast speed. The black dragon just slapped the angels casually, and the angels exploded like mosquitoes. The gap in strength was too huge. The guy who wanted to attack from behind was also lashed away by the tail. Even the angel of surveillance, who was good at defense, couldn't withstand 2 attacks. Lord Sig, are you okay? The black dragon uttered the words in an awkward voice. Sig looked at the flying dust in the distance, thinking that it was the army passing by and there was no need for him to waste time here. Then he urged, hurry up and deal with them. I'm a little tired of watching them. Yes. The black dragon then stopped talking and a bright light condensed in its mouth. This was a powerful move unique to the dragon clan. Just at this moment, the summoning of the highest level angel was completed, and Negan laughed confidently. How about this? This is the highest level angel capable of killing the devil alone. This strange creature made of wings is the Archangel of Majesty. It radiates something like holy light and holds a golden staff in both hands. But in the face of the terrifying dragon's breath, all this is useless. A stream of terrifying dark energy gushed out, and the Archangel of Glorious Light was pierced through as soon as he appeared. The damage exceeded his limit and turned into tiny points of light that disappeared into the air. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away, leaving behind charred marks. Negan collapsed and began to beg for mercy. Sir Silver Knight, please let me live, even if I am the only one left. The black dragon said nothing but turned to look at Sig, as if asking whether to kill him directly. Sig thought for a moment and decided to be kind. Okay, I can spare you, but it will be very troublesome if you resist. Negan quickly patted his chest and assured, I won't resist. As the captain, I can guarantee it. Sig said kindly, he who knows the times is a hero, Captain Negan. Thank you for your magnanimity, Negan said quickly. The Theocracy soldiers behind them also breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the blessings of the 6 gods, they actually survived. Sig jumped off the dragon's back and the dragon disappeared into the shadows. Of course, he was not being too naive. There was no point in killing these people. He should study other uses for them. These were precious specimens. Is it Demiurge? Yes, Lord Sig. There is no invasion around Nazarick. Aura and Mare have already gone to Karn village as backup. I will send a few humans back. I'll leave them to you. Remember not to kill them. Yes, sir. In the meeting room, the remaining guardians gathered together. Is Lord Sig okay? Did you mention me? Albedo smiled expectantly. Demiurge shook his head helplessly. Albedo, you seem to have a lot of troubles lately. It's not good to suppress yourself all day long. Albedo's face flushed. But Lord Sig refused to accept me as I am now. I had no choice but to hide my true nature. Hey, Albedo, you haven't captured Lord Sig yet? Shaltir smiled while covering her mouth. Albedo's expression twisted. You haven't even touched the edge of Lord Momonga's clothes. I have been to Lord Sig's room. That's because I'm responsible for guarding the floor. Don't try to seduce Master Momonga with your expired body. Be ***ch. Hearing the two quarreling again, Cocytus sighed and decided to serve Lord Sig together. Demiurge smiled and said, isn't it good to have such a competitive spirit? Then the Supreme Being's child will be born soon. You mean the young master? That's a wonderful sight. Ah, it's great. Demiurge turned to look at Sebastian, touched the ring on his hand and gave a meaningful smile. Sebastian was full of questions. Was he showing off to him? Portal Demiurge walked out with elegant steps, bowed, and looked coldly at the people of the Sunlight Scripture. Lord Sig, these are the humans you want to take away. Sig asked in confusion, Demiurge, why are you here? How can Lord Sig personally escort these lowly creatures? If your subordinates hadn't stopped them, Albedo might have disobeyed orders and come here. Demiurge said helplessly. When he told Albedo about this alone, she screamed in a frantic voice. He also thought that this matter was a little inappropriate and perhaps had a deeper meaning. Are these humans of much use? Lord Sig must have his reasons for doing things, and we must think of the reasons as soon as possible and never let him down. With this thought in mind, Demiurge rushed over quickly. Albedo, that's right, thank you for the reminder. Sig almost forgot about this, but thanks to Demiurge's reminder, he finally understood once again the status of humans in Nazarick. Even though he had the idea of using these people and thought that they would not mind being tortured, he still regarded humans as creatures not much different from himself. Demiurge, on the other hand, described them as inferior creatures barely above livestock. "Sir Silver Knight, is this also your companion?" Negan was truly frightened at this point, barely able to utter a single sound, and his men could only stand there with weak legs, concentrating all their energy to not fall to the ground. With pointed ears and a metal tail, can he still be considered human? Perhaps he is a subhuman, but what does it mean to be a lower creature? There were so many questions in my mind that my brain, which was already filled with fear, was about to shut down. Demiurge frowned and uttered a word. "Kneel down, shut up." He pushed up his glasses, a light flashed in his eyes. "How dare a mere human interrupt? You can't even listen respectfully. You can only save your lives thanks to the mercy of Lord Sig." Seeing that the spines of several people were about to be broken, Sig said, "Stop it, Demiurge, don't kill them, they may be useful." Yes, Demiurge also realized that he was affected by the anger. Humans were too weak to withstand such strong pressure. He issued 2 more orders, and several people passed through the portal like zombies and soon disappeared from their sight. "Lord Sig, I would like to ask, why do they call you the Silver Knight?" Demiurge suddenly asked as he stepped into the portal. Sig responded casually without turning his head, "Oh, they got the wrong guy. I see, I understand." Demiurge smiled confidently and immersed himself in the vortex of the portal. Sig finally reacted after the portal closed. "Wait, Zyodi, what do you understand now?" Sig transformed into human form and came to Khan village with a depressed mood. As soon as he entered the village, he found that everyone was looking at him with wariness. It was normal for people who had just been slaughtered by the knights to behave like this, and there was more fear in their eyes. At this time, a pair of sisters caught his attention. The girl who looked like the older sister had pigtails that reached her chest. Her hair was a common brown color, and her skin was a healthy wheat color. At this moment, she was comforting her sister, holding the younger girl in her arms, and her eyes were also peeking at him. "Who are you?" someone finally asked. Sig took off his helmet, walked up to the 2 girls, smiled gently, and said softly, "It's all right now. My companion is Ainz Gown. Is he here?" The girl nodded blankly. She had never seen such a handsome man before. Even the nobles did not have such a face. For a moment she forgot her fear and a blush appeared on her face. The handsome man's skin was flawless and he had the most beautiful eyes I had ever seen. They seemed to be able to speak. At this moment a distressed look appeared on this handsome face. "My name is Sigris Rasfor. What is your name?" "Annie Emmett, just call me Annie." "Then and Lee, could you please take me to find my companions?" Seeing that his kind attitude worked, Sig continued. Enli looked down at her sister and shook her head. "That adult's house is in the village. The house closest to the square is there. There is an open space in front of the door. Yes, the square is the largest open space. We all do farm work there." Although I really wanted to say something more to the handsome guy in front of me, my frightened sister was more important. As a country girl, I couldn't think so much. "I see. Thank you for showing me the way. If you don't mind, please take this." Sig handed her 2 horns. "These are the Goblin General's horns. They can summon goblins to protect you." "This is so precious and I didn't help at all." Henry was now really blushing with shame. How could she accept the gift when she was so disrespectful to her companion who had saved the village? "Take it, you deserve it. If you want to thank someone, thank my comrade Ainz Gown. It was he who wanted to save your village." Sig finished his explanation with a smile and walked towards the village chief's house, not giving Enli any chance to refuse. He had quite a good impression of this simple girl. Anyone would feel guilty if she lost what she deserved because of his interference. After knocking on the door, a middle-aged peasant woman opened it. After seeing his appearance, her voice tone rose a few degrees, and her words sounded more like an exclamation than a question. "Are you Ain't Sama's companions?" Sig nodded and gave a proper smile. For people in society, it is also possible to control what expressions to show and when. The village head's wife couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect he was a handsome man." The village chief hurriedly said, "My dear, you are so rude, please come in." Sig walked up to Mamunga. "No, he should be called Ainz now, but that doesn't affect his daily address. In Nazarick, call him the president, but outside, just call him Ainz like everyone else." "Yes, Ainz, everything is done and everything went well." It just comes to your mind." Although Ainz wanted to complain about what Ainz was called, he held back in front of outsiders. "Well, we are discussing the compensation." The village chief nodded. Sig saw the map on the table and understood Ainz's intention. After exchanging glances with him, he spoke. "I noticed that a group of troops were approaching here. Should we defend ourselves?" The village chief was suddenly shocked. Looking at the people who were running around in a panic, Ainz whispered, "Is that okay? If I didn't know you well, I would have thought you were just a mean guy who likes to play tricks on others." Sig smiled. "How could that be?" Ainz showed a reassuring attitude. "Don't worry, just leave it to us. This time it's special free assistance." The village chief calmed down a little. His eyes became determined. Perhaps he was ready to risk it all. Sig put on his helmet, his armor making a crisp clanging sound, and opened the door. "Since Ainz is ready to protect you, I will not sit idly by." The village chief hesitated to speak. He had heard Ainz say that his companions had gone to deal with the enemies outside the village, so they did not show up. He could not neglect them for this reason and had to express his gratitude as well. "He is Sigly's Hriesvorg, my most trusted companion, but he doesn't like others to call him Sigly's, just call him Sig." Perhaps because the village chief showed special respect to his companions, Ainz felt much better and his tone became much slower, almost gentle. "That's it." Sig, who had already walked out of the room, turned around and responded. The village chief asked in surprise, "Is Lord Sig's hearing so good?" "Ha ha ha, this is the most basic thing. Among the people I know, Sig is one of the best fighters. Maybe he's the best." Ainz couldn't help laughing. Ainz couldn't tell who was stronger between Takumi and Sig, as they had basically never engaged in PvP. In the guild, Sig is very low-key and only focuses on defeating bosses and completing tasks. Only when he is free will he have a brief exchange with him, who has been online for a long time. They both have a hobby of collecting, so they have a lot of common topics, but he prefers to collect rare items and creatures, while Sig likes to collect all kinds of equipment. The village chief nodded blankly, looking like he didn't understand at all. The Kingdom of Riestais, commonly known as the Kingdom, Gazef Stronov is the warrior captain of the kingdom, and he is leading a team of cavalry and gradually approaching. Sig stood nonchalantly at the back. He had no interest in Gazef. Ainz might appreciate such an upright person, but he would just feel bored. The kingdom's warrior captain was of no use and was destined to become a victim. There was no need to waste time on him. Gazef quickly noticed Sig after scanning the crowd. Perhaps because he was also a warrior, he could sense something different, and so he stared at him for a long time. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Ainz. "Your Excellency." Ainz stopped the village chief from speaking. "Don't bother. I'm Ainz Ulgaun, a magic caster. My companions and I saw that the village was in trouble, so we came here to help." Sig continued, "I am Sigly's Hriesvorg, Sir Warrior Captain." Gazef dismounted and bowed deeply to the two men. "Thank you very much for saving this village." "Don't say that. We are adventurers on a journey and we are doing it for reward." "Excuse my ignorance. I have never heard of your names, but Lord Hriesvorg is dressed like a legendary hero." Because there was a senior he knew who was one of the 13 heroes, he had heard a lot about the deeds of heroes from her. The one that impressed Gazef the most was the Silver Knight. I don't know why, but that senior always seems dissatisfied every time he talks about the Silver Knight, saying that he did something unforgivable, and he will talk about him again the next time they meet, which means that the Silver Knight is still alive. He couldn't think of anyone other than the Silver Knight who had such strength and wore silver armor. Perhaps the unforgivable thing was abandoning his companions. No wonder Senior Lee Gillett was so angry. The second time he was mistaken, Sig felt that it was too much of a coincidence. The color of the armor might be a little similar, and some of the decorations did have dragon elements, but this was really just a coincidence. "That's such a coincidence," Sig said lightly, neither admitting nor denying. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Gazef stopped talking. Whether it was that person or not, it was none of his business. He then turned his attention to Ainz and asked a series of questions. Ainz felt overwhelmed for a moment and had to explain in detail, even telling him about the ambush, but he did not mention the sunlight scripture. This was the result of an agreement between Sig and Ainz. Rather than letting the rumors spread, it would be better to let the warrior captain act as a messenger and leave a good impression in front of the kingdom's ruler. It's impossible to do good things without letting others know. "I see, they are most likely coming for me. They are from the Silian theocracy. They are obviously from the Special Forces 6 Colors scripture. I really need them to mobilize the nobles." Gazef sighed, appearing calm and composed on the surface, but inwardly he felt greatly relieved. Could it be that this person, who is suspected to be the Silver Knight, specially rescued him for the sake of Senior Lee Gillett? If so, the probability that it is him is even greater. During the conversation, Sig quietly left and walked to a corner where no one would notice him. Then an 8-limbed assassin insect appeared. Because it is an invisible monster, no one will notice it even though it has a very eye-catching appearance. "Master Sig, please follow me." Walking deeper into the forest, Sig saw Mare and Aura. Both of them seemed very happy to see him, especially Mare. Lord Sig, what do you want to talk to me and my sister about? Mare said in a soft voice. Aura jumped down from the tree and landed lightly on the ground. Mare, you need to be more respectful to Sig-sama. Your current attitude is just nonsense. Sig waved his hand. It's okay, the president is dealing with the kingdom's warrior leader. I was bored so I came to find you. You don't have to be so respectful in front of me. Aura's eyes sparkled, and she said with great energy, Mr. Mamanga and Mr. Sig have handled the matter perfectly, right? They are amazing. They are worthy of being the supreme beings. Sig touched Aura's soft hair and rubbed her head like a child. The president has changed the name to this in order to promote the name of Ainz ul Gaon. From now on you must call me Ainz-sama. Is that so? Aura's face was steaming as if it was about to be cooked. Mare clenched the staff in his hand. Before his expression changed, Sig rubbed his head. Does Mare know too? Yes, Mare nodded. But the Guardians already know about it. We are not the last to know about it, are we? Sig smiled and shook his head. No, you are the first to know. Remember to keep it a secret. The president will gather everyone to announce this matter. Aura covered her mouth in surprise. We won't say anything careless. Mare lowered his head, blushed, and laughed secretly. The first one, heh. Well, I'll go back first. You'd better prepare to retreat. Sig heard that the work over there was almost over, so he gave some instructions and left in a hurry. Aura held her head with her hands. Why did Sig-sama tell us such an important thing? By the way, Mare, it seems that you like Sig-sama very much. You always take the initiative to talk to him. Mare tilted his head. Lord Bubbletea Pot set it up like this. He said that scheming people are attracted to each other. What does that mean? The 9th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick Spa Resort. Sig looked at the hot spring in front of him that was emitting a mysterious blue light with a thoughtful expression. Ainz smiled and explained, this is the Cherenkov Hot Springs, a secret hot spring with atomic energy. I heard that it can cure certain diseases, but I haven't verified it. At most, it can only relieve back pain. It's enough for a welcome treat. Is that so? Sig took off his armor and equipment, walked into the water wearing only a bath towel, and his tail splashed water. After returning to Nazarick, he transformed into his most commonly used half-human form. Perhaps because he was not familiar with it, he always felt that the human form was too oppressive and he was most comfortable this way. Ainz was already using a brush to clean his body. The bristles made a crackling sound as they touched the bones. Oh, this body of mine is too hard to clean. Sig looked down at his body and actually saw 8-pack abs. Although his skin was an abnormally dark color, his figure was absolutely perfect, as if it had been carefully sculpted by the creator. Not as exaggerated as a bodybuilder, but not skinny either. However, this body does not seem to be easy to clean. Although dragon scales are not all over the body, there are some hard silver-white scales scattered on the back and waist and abdomen, which can easily harbor dirt. Sig reluctantly asked, are there any more brushes? Ainz then handed him a brush. The bristles are quite hard. I've worn out several of them, so I switched to this one. After taking the brush, Sig also started to brush his body. The sound of brushing could be heard in the hot spring. The two of them looked like brothers in distress. Sig, who had just finished brushing his tail, looked at the shiny scales and felt a sense of satisfaction. Seeing Ainz struggling to brush the bones on the inside of his body, he reminded him, try a slime bath next time. I don't like the sticky feeling, and it's not like taking a hot spring bath. As an Orthodox Japanese, hot spring bathing is ingrained in his nature, and Ainz was still stubborn at this time. Okay, do you want me to help you? Sig said with a smile. He put his hand inside the bone, wondering how Ainz would feel and wanted to experiment. Why? Ainz suddenly felt that Sig's eyes were a little scary and he waved his hands hastily. Forget it, I'm almost done here, let's talk about the next progress. Okay. Sig had stood up, then sat down again, leaning comfortably on the edge. I've asked Demiurge to bring them to the interrogator. They'll be able to get information soon. I think they should be considered a good fighting force in this world. Ainz pinched his chin and said, well, I plan to have Sebastian and Solulu disguised as master and servant to go to the kingdom to gather information, and have Shaltir capture some more people with special skills. Shaltir. Although Demiurge is more suitable, he also has to take care of Nazarick's internal affairs. Shaltir, who has the ability to control minds, can also handle this task. She is also very strong. Ainz made this decision after careful consideration, as he did not want to put his companion's children in danger. Shaltir and Sebastian were both strong fighters in Nazarick, so it would be safer to send them out. Sig hesitated for a moment. The current plot direction had not deviated too much, and the familiar information was enough. He is a dragon knight himself, able to face ordinary true dragon kings alone. With this powerful insurance, he can do whatever he wants in the other world. However, Shaltyr's blood frenzy is a big problem. I'll go with Sebastian and the others. I've already learned the language of the other world and I'll help Shaltyr. Although he intentionally revealed that it was Ainz Gaun and his companions who solved the Sunlight Codex, it is hard to say what the Scythian theocracy was thinking. It was a coincidence that Shaltyr ran into the people from the Black Scripture. But the reason for this coincidence was that Ainz's counterintelligence barrier made the Scythian theocracy mistakenly believe that the Dragon King of Destruction had resurrected, so they used world-class items in an attempt to bring the Dragon King under their command. If Shaltyr's locking skill, purifying throwing spear, hadn't killed the person who launched the allure of the nation, she might have really been controlled. The Black Codex itself is not scary enough. What matters is the existence of the world item's stunning beauty. Sig doesn't want Shaltyr to be controlled under his nose. Is this okay? Ainz asked uneasily. His first thought was that it was a bit exaggerated, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that although Shaltyr was strong enough, her mental state was indeed not stable enough. Once a mistake is made, it will be a bottomless abyss, so it is right to be fully prepared. Don't worry, just leave it to me. You are the one who inherited the name of Ainz Gaun, and I will assist you wholeheartedly. Sig patted his chest and assured with a confident smile on his face. Ainz blushed even though he had no face. Sigson, stop joking, I'm serious. He really hoped that one of his companions would run up to him and ask him why he monopolized this name, and he would be happy to change back to Flying Squirrel, but unfortunately this was just a fantasy. I'm serious too. Okay, stop being sentimental. We still have work to do. In the throne room, many people were nailing. Ainz, wearing a gorgeous robe, slowly walked up to the throne holding the guild scepter in his hand. Sig stood nearby as a matter of course. He was fully armed and his face could not be seen clearly. The red light from his eyes shone through his helmet, giving people a great sense of pressure. Albedo knelt beside the throne, Sebastian was at the bottom of the stairs, and the guards were lined up one by one. Gao Kangda and Victim were usually not there, so except for them, almost all the NPCs gathered here. From now on, I will change my name to Ainz Gaun. Our goal from now on is to make Ainz Gaun an eternal legend. Sig lowered his head slightly and spoke clearly, Long live Ainz Gaun. Long live Lord Ainz Gaun. We will swear allegiance to the Supreme Commander, Lord Ainz Gaun, until death. The sound of shouting, Long live the throne, continued to be heard from the throne hall, and everyone shouted loudly with their blood boiling. Ainz sat on the throne and looked down. He was also infected by the situation. Just as he was about to sigh, a flash of green light appeared and his mood returned to being dull again. Being forced to stay calm can be really maddening at times, but staying calm is necessary in order to lead Nazarick, and it feels really uncomfortable. Sig was humming a song softly and was obviously in a good mood. Just as he was thinking about what to eat for dinner, he suddenly felt something was wrong. At some point, Albedo looked up at him, then lowered her head shyly when she saw she was discovered. Sig smiled helplessly when he saw this. Albedo was really cute when she was normal. In a place where no one could see, Albedo whispered, Long live Lord Sig. In the cloakroom, Sig was choosing an inconspicuous suit of armor. He was going to play the role of a young lady's escort knight, so he couldn't be too ostentatious. Because there were too many of them, he searched for a long time before finding a light armor. The style was very low-key, and the color was also an inconspicuous black iron. Next, just find the lining, the most common kind. Opening the closet door where clothes were stored, Sig was dazzled by the thousands of fashions. He began to regret why he had collected so many. He looked at the other person in the room. Yuri, can I ask for your help? It's my honor. The combat maid Yuri adjusted her glasses, walked forward to take over the organizing work, and picked out clothes that could be worn outside in just a few minutes. During this time, she did not forget to check whether the necklace around her neck was secure and adjusted her head a little. As a headless knight and a zombie, Yuri's head can be taken off. In order not to embarrass herself in front of the Supreme Being, she still has to confirm it. Butler Sebastian is responsible for Ainz's security and protection, while daily services are handed over to Narbarol Gamma, the third female combat maid. Sig is always accompanied by Yuri. As all of them were Supreme Beings, this was the most reasonable distribution they could think of, and it gradually became an unspoken rule. Thanks to you, Yuri. Sig breathed a sigh of relief. He really solved a big problem. Yuri smiled. Thank you, Lord Sig. This is my duty. I'll leave my sister Suo Liaxiang in your care. Soliushang Epsilon is also the third daughter of the seven sisters. She is the fifth in name order, but that is just for convenience of address. Its true form is an amorphous slime, and it likes to watch humans slowly melt inside its body. In some ways, it can be said that it is quite fond of humans. Unlike the upright Yuri, Saruka has a justice value of -400, which makes her an evil type. It is natural for an elder sister to worry about her younger sister, so Sig readily agreed. Even though he retained the human part, he was mainly focused on Nazarick. If you are on the evil side, there are some things that you cannot delve too deeply into. If you want to be on the human side, just leave Nazarick. Since he knew the direction of the plot, Sig had already done some self-improvement, so he had the psychological quality to do so. There was a knock on the door. "Lord Sig, are we ready to set off?" Sebastian asked politely. Sig dressed with Yuri's undeniable help and responded aloud, "Sebastian, I'm ready, you can bring Saruka in." Yes, Sebastian was still wearing the same clothes. He was a butler himself, and now he had to play the role of a butler. It was really a perfect match for his profession. Suo Liuxiang has changed into a dress, and her long curly golden hair complements it perfectly. At first glance, she looks like a daughter of a noble family. I don't know if it's because the skirt is too ordinary, but the maid outfit is more suitable. This makes us sigh at the designer's intelligence. Hi Luo, you are such a person. Lord Sig, I still think that being a maid is more suitable for my position. Suo Liuxiang felt that it was too unreasonable to let the supreme being serve as his bodyguard. Hasn't this been discussed? I don't have the confidence that I can play the role of the young master well. If he gets exposed because of me, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Sig said with a smile. The original plan was for Sebastian to be the butler, Suo Liuxiang to be the maid, and Sig to play the young master served by them. But the proposal did not pass. On the one hand, Sig is not so confident in his acting skills, but Suo Liuxiang's acting skills are comparable to those of an actress, so he feels more at ease to leave the role to her. On the other hand, Sig was still thinking of being lazy. It was not as easy to play a delicate young master as it was to play a silent knight. This was his job. Actually, it would be okay to let Sig on the show. His acting skills might be better than Suo Liuxiang's, but that would be boring and we wouldn't see everyone looking awkward. Please don't say that. Lord Sig would never make a mistake. Suo Liuxiang said hurriedly, "That's right." Sebastian and Yuri nodded in response. The idea that the Supreme Being would not make mistakes was deeply ingrained in his mind. Everyone makes mistakes, even me. That's why your presence is so precious. Stay with us instead of our companions who left. It was self-evident who this "we" was referring to. Although these were just ordinary words, tears welled up in the eyes of several people. We will definitely be loyal to Nazarick and the Supreme Being. The current frenzy was something Sig had not expected, but it was not too surprising either. Stay loyal? Yes. Another uniform answer. Sig felt that this must be the aftereffect of Ainz's meeting. Everyone was still in an excited state, otherwise how could they get so excited at the slightest provocation? Not far from Nazarick, Sebastian had already prepared the carriage. In order to cover up their tracks, they would hire another groom, preferably one who could easily cause trouble, and Sebastian would do the job until then. Although Sig said that as a cavalryman he also had the ability to control a horse, Sebastian refused to give in no matter what, and Sorixiang had the same attitude. That's only natural. How can we let Lord Sig do the job of a groom? Albedo bowed as she entered the room. Sig raised his eyes, thinking that he must be here to say goodbye, but he still asked, "Albedo, why are you here?" "Master Sig, I am here to say goodbye to you. Please be careful when you go out." Albedo turned around and said in a commanding tone, "Sebastian, I'm leaving Lord Sig's safety in your hands." Sebastian did not feel unhappy about this. This was normal behavior for a guardian god. He answered firmly, "Yes. Albedo, don't worry too much." Sig felt that this was too cold, so he added, "If you are really worried, I allow you to contact me via text messages, even if it's not about the mission." "Yes, I understand." Albedo nodded, seemingly without any emotional fluctuations. Seeing her shaking body, I knew she was enduring it very well. "Take good care of yourself." Sig didn't expect Albedo to change her personality all of a sudden, so he had to teleport away with Sebastian and the others quickly. As for that strange shout, it must have been an illusion. It was definitely not Albedo's voice. Great. Lady Albedo, please calm down." A metal tail emerged from the corner and the demon appeared. It didn't seem like he just happened to pass by, but like he had been eavesdropping for a long time. Hearing the shout from inside the room, Demiurge smiled meaningfully. "I don't think Sig-sama will mind." According to the information obtained from the chief of Karn village, the fortress city of Irantal is the largest city nearby and has a dense population, making it a good place to collect intelligence. Today, several eye-catching guests came to the most luxurious hotel, the Golden Shining Hall. Leading the group was a noble lady with shining golden hair. Her beauty was beyond description and could even be compared to the princess known as Gold. Even her temper was so elegant. "Sebastian, I'm going back to my room to rest. You guys can take care of the rest." "Okay, miss." The old butler with white hair looked like a gentleman. His every move showed a calm temperament which easily made people feel good about him. Even so, the people in the restaurant were still attracted by the young man who came in last. He was about 20 years old, or maybe even younger. Although he was not wearing formal clothes, no one thought he was a vulgar person like a mercenary. He should be a knight who had sworn allegiance. Her short obsidian hair was a little messy and curled up. Her skin was whiter than that of ordinary people, and her deep pupils gave her an exotic and mysterious feeling. "Mr. Sebastian, let's go shopping on the street later. After all, we will be here for a while and we can't neglect the young lady." The young man said with a smile. The butler nodded and said, "We must serve the young lady well and not let the master down." The volume of their conversation was not small, and combined with previous speculation, everyone had some guesses about their origins. The shopkeeper naturally made some inquiries when he saw the guests who looked very distinguished. He soon found out that the group of people were the daughter of a wealthy businessman from a city in the empire, along with her butler and knights. The combination of a generous, beautiful lady, a perfect butler, and a handsome knight really proves this statement. But in a kingdom with somewhat chaotic public security, having only one person as a guard is not enough to be considered safe. What's more, that handsome knight doesn't look like someone who can fight. That kind of fair skin usually only appears on pampered young masters. In simple terms, it's just a silver spear with a wax head. When he reached the corner of the alley, Sig suddenly stopped. Sebastian, who looked normal, felt his heart tighten and asked nervously, "What's wrong, Master Sig?" "Sebastian, don't call me Sig-sama outside." "How can a subordinate call you by your name? This is disrespectful." Sig understood what these stubborn NPCs were worried about. It was difficult to change their minds with ordinary persuasion, so he said, "Because you are Takami's child, I specially allowed it." "Is this really possible, Master Sig?" Sebastian asked cautiously. "Although I got permission, I felt too intimidated without the honorific. I guess no one has ever received such special treatment." Seeing Sebastian's frightened expression out of control, Sig felt a headache. Did he have to take a pseudonym when disguising himself outside like Feifei? "Call me Eli." Sebastian clapped his hands and cheered. "Oh, is this Sig-sama's pseudonym? It's very meaningful and easy to pronounce." "I guess so." Sig wanted to hold his forehead in shame. This was his former English name, which he picked casually when receiving foreign customers. At that time, he just wanted it to be unpopular, and the 3 letters would be easy to remember. As for the connotation, he had never thought about it. "Then Lord Eli, what should we do next?" Sebastian asked. Sig really wanted to curse at this time. "Is there any difference between Lord Eli and Lord Sig?" Sebastian is so stubborn. Sebastian also had his own reasons. Lord Sig would one day reach the pinnacle of this world together with Lord Ainz, and his name would be sung by countless people. Naturally, his name could not be called casually. "Don't add the Lord, it will make the disguise difficult." "I'm so sorry." If he didn't remind him, Sig felt that Sebastian wouldn't understand his intention. He might just want to call Eli reluctantly when acting in front of outsiders, but still have to call him an adult when they are in private. If that's the case, what's the point of him using a pseudonym? "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's find a groom first. A dark alley like this is the most suitable place." Sebastian looked towards the deep alley. A few meters ahead was a drunk man. He pinched his beard and said, "It is indeed a place where garbage is generated. Can you please wait here for a while?" Sig walked ahead, his figure disappearing into the darkness. "Let's go together, maybe we'll get something unexpected." "I see, it's a mission to gather intelligence." Sir Sig is always so attentive. Sebastian nodded in shame, he had not thought it through. At the edge of the slums, a slovenly man named Zach offered himself. "Gentlemen, you can hire me for a small fee. I can do the job of a groom very well." After asking about the price, Sebastian turned to Sig. Eli, what do you think?" It feels a little unreliable." Sig showed a thoughtful expression and smiled brightly. "If you can lick my feet, I might agree." "Lick feet." A flash of shame crossed Zach's face, but it quickly turned into flattery. "Master, left foot or right foot?" Sig showed a disgusted expression, which was in line with the image of a young and energetic knight. "Forget it, I'm afraid of getting my shoes dirty." "If the lady agrees, you can stay." Yes, I will definitely satisfy the lady." Zach was secretly delighted. The deal was done. It was obvious that these 2 people were not ordinary people and the lady must not be ugly. If she is really beautiful, he can also play with women. Because of this desire, he is more motivated. Sebastian saw all of this and his disgust for humans deepened. At times like this, he felt that his colleagues' ideas might really be right. Come with me, I'll take you to see the lady. Mr. Sebastian, I suddenly remembered that I haven't bought something yet, you can go back first. Sig smiled and waved his hand. Sebastian was thrown by the sudden turn of events, but he didn't show it at all. Lord Sig must have discovered something. With this thought in mind, he said seriously, go quickly and come back quickly, don't forget your duties. Don't worry. After Sebastian left, Sig returned to his expressionless look. He was still a little uncomfortable playing the villain, but it felt okay. I just saw someone I know and I feel like I can't just sit there and watch. A woman in black robe flashed by and there was the sound of metal colliding. Funny Sister Clementine. As night fell, a dark shadow swiftly shuttled through the alley. Her wide black robe was enough to hide her entire body in the darkness. She looked hurriedly as if she was avoiding something. The face under the black robe can be described as cute, with a pair of eyes full of curiosity and agility, revealing some golden hair. He moves nimbly like a cat, but also has the power of a carnivore. Not far away, a heavy footstep was slowly approaching. In the quiet night, any slight sound becomes exceptionally clear, and the sound of armor scraping against the wall is amplified several times, as if it is ringing in your ears. For Clementine, who had rich combat experience, it was easy to detect the opponent's presence, but she did not attack immediately. She pretended to be cornered, took out her short spiked weapon, and revealed her bikini-like armor, showing off her beautiful figure. Okay, let's see who dares to follow me. She was sure that the tracker was not from the Windflower scripture, but probably some short-sighted adventurer. Such a tracking with so many loopholes was obviously done by an amateur. In such a narrow place, the long sword cannot be swung at all, but it is very advantageous for her as a stabbing warrior. I hope this person is not too weak and boring. Well, were you discovered so soon? Sig does not have any special search skills, but his keen five senses allow him to clearly perceive the enemy's position, but this cannot make up for the disadvantage of not being able to track secretly. Suo Liuxiang should be asked to come, she is a master of assassination. There's no badge, I thought he was an adventurer, but he turns out to be a nosy knight. Clementine was not in the mood, but when she saw the other person's handsome and decent appearance, her face was full of smiles again. What's your name? My name is Clementine, please give me your guidance. Just call me Eli outside, Miss Clementine. Sig was unsure what to call her, so he called out tentatively. Clementine smiled happily, but it could no longer be called a smile. No one calls me that anymore. I finally understand why I don't like you. You look a lot like my perfect brother. She was the 9th seat of the Black Scripture, the Wind Walker, and was a sister to the 5th seat, the one-man division, but their relationship was not at all good. In the eyes of her family, she was a complete failure because she had been caught by mistake. She was ridiculed and used as a negative example. The parents were very partial to the outstanding older brother. Even though he suffered such torture and his friends died in front of them, they never said a word of concern. All their love was given to the older brother. To be honest, she couldn't really say that she liked her brother, who was always calm and perfect with a smile. Clementine lifted her cloak and took a fighting stance. I was planning to let you die peacefully, but I changed my mind. I'm going to torture you slowly. Can you do that? Huh. Clementine showed an unhappy expression. In this country, the only ones who can defeat me are one each from Kang Rose and Scarlet Dewdrop, as well as Gazef Stronov and Brian Unglaus. How can a nobody like you defeat Miss Clementine, who has already entered the realm of heroes? I met you with the intention of changing your tragic and sinful fate. Don't think of me as a bad person, Miss Clementine, Sig said with a smile. Clementine is cruel and heartless, but that doesn't mean she has no brains. Are you from the church? The fact that she was a defector was known only to the people in the country. Where did the person in front of him get the information? In order to dispel your worries, you can attack me as much as you want. I will never fight back. Sig spread his hands with no intention of drawing the dagger on his waist. Clementine hesitated for a few seconds, then licked the short cone with her tongue and slowly lowered her waist. Then I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. First of all, don't blame me if you die. Strength enhancement. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The powerful explosive force brought up a gust of wind, and the sharp cone pierced straight into the shoulder area that was not protected by armor. First, I'll make it impossible for you to swing the sword, and then I'll slowly torture you, hee. In just a blink of an eye, Clementine's face was the only thing left in Sig's field of vision. No wonder she was called the funny sister. From his perspective, Clementine was determined to throw herself into his arms, but his eyes could see all movements, and after realizing that her target was his shoulder, he raised his hand to block the attack. It will tear your clothes. Clementine was stunned for a moment, then activated water acceleration, changed her body's center of gravity, and retreated smoothly to a few meters away. It was absolutely shameful to use martial arts originally intended for attack to escape, but the scene before her made her forget this. The short cone that contained the magic broke. How is that possible? You must have used a defensive martial art. I see, you must have deliberately lured me to attack you and then took the opportunity to destroy my weapon. Clementine's hysterical voice made Sig feel a little annoyed. She was obviously very cute and a beauty even when she had no expression. How did she become like this? Clementine's body couldn't help but tremble. The fear of the unknown made her want to run away, but her self-esteem did not allow her to beg for mercy. Wind break, ultra avoidance, capacity improvement, super ability improvement. She once again performed several martial arts, adjusted herself to the best condition, and rushed out like an arrow. But what she held in her hand was not a short cone, but a meteor hammer named Morning Star. With her first-rate warrior qualities, Clementine calmed down her good mood and lost the desire to play around, and this time she aimed at Sig's head. Sig had no intention of dodging and let the meteor hammer hit his temple. The spikes could not move forward even a bit on the surface of his skin. Go to hell. Clementine took out the enchanted short spike and poked it towards her eyes, immediately preparing to activate the second-level lightning magic sealed in it. Let's stop playing around here. Even for me, my eyes are a weakness. The golden pupils slowly opened in the darkness, the short spike sparked sparks on the scales, and the seemingly intimidating lightning only made the silver-gray hair a little messy. Lizard man, no, you are a hybrid of human and dragon. Clementine said in horror. Huh, you guessed it so accurately. Even though I was wrong, I should praise you. Sig didn't expect Clementine to be able to guess his race, but after all, he inherited the blood of the 6 great gods. Although he did not awaken to become a god, he definitely has more knowledge than ordinary people. Sig said amiably, now we can talk, can we? I want to make a deal with you. Although I will kill you if you refuse, don't you want to hear the benefits? Clementine swallowed unconsciously and she finally understood what she was fighting against. It was a giant dragon monster in human form. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to where I live and chat, but my companions are also there. You won't mind, right? Sig asked considerately. As a mature person in society, I have learned from experience that if you don't appear sincere, a deal won't be successful easily. Faced with such thoughtfulness, Clementine couldn't laugh at all and forced a smile from the corner of her mouth. Okay, I have no objection. It's actually much more pleasing to the eye than before, but I'm still not used to it without that funny smile. Sig noticed that her body was still very stiff, and thinking that it was probably caused by fear, he immediately transformed into human form. It is worth mentioning that the transformation does not produce any uncomfortable transition scenes. It is completed in an instant, which is very similar to the game. Do you need a change of clothes? If you appear on the street dressed like this, even a hot beauty would be considered a pervert. Clementine picked up her black robe and put it on. Thank you, this is enough. Sig was a little surprised at Clementine's cooperative attitude, but he didn't say anything. In fact, if you put yourself in other people's shoes, you will understand that in the face of life, no one will care about that pitiful self-esteem. Clementine is not a fool. The other party has the ability to kill her at any time, but he has been politely expressing his desire to talk, which means that she is still useful. No matter what she did, she had to agree to it. With heavy steps, the two walked into the golden shining hall one after the other. After seeing Clementine's appearance, the shopkeeper understood. Boy, you are having fun. Although not as good as that young lady, such a look is extremely rare in Irantal. The customers around were also glancing over here, looking curious. But for a man who is so immersed in women, one would doubt whether he can really protect that beautiful and domineering lady. The butler was naturally ignored. Although he looked strong, he was so old that he could not be considered as a fighting force. With such a worrying combination and employing such an unreliable groom, it would be strange if nothing went wrong. In the corner of the restaurant, the person who was frantically shoveling food into his mouth was Zach. He was out of place here and attracted a lot of disgusted looks. But Sig never even glanced at him since he entered the door, which made Zach feel even more resentful towards the man who ignored him, and he was ready to settle both the new and old grudges together. Clementine really didn't like this atmosphere, but she didn't dare to lose her temper and just clenched her fists. Sig noticed the slight change and went upstairs to explain, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it in order to maintain my character. Humans are really annoying sometimes. Clementine already knew that Sig was not human, so she asked curiously, could it be that Eli is also a pseudonym? Sig smiled but said nothing. Clementine immediately shut her mouth and lowered her head to avoid the gaze. Damn, why did she ask such a low-level question? Sig pushed the door open and made a gesture of invitation. Come in. Greetings, Lord Eli. The two people in the room knelt down and saluted. Sig waved his hand as usual, turned to look at Sebastian and gave him an approving look. He was prepared to hear them calling Sig Sama as soon as he pushed the door open, but Sebastian obviously heard what he said and even conveyed it to Saruka. If that were the case, he would be very distressed, but now he feels pleasantly surprised. Well done, Sebastian. Sebastian smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment, Master Eli. Seeing Sebastian's genuine smile, Sig also praised Suo Liuxiang. Your acting skills are also worthy of praise, Suo Liuxiang. I am very glad that it is you who carried out this mission. Suo Liuxiang said in a rather calm tone, it is my greatest honor to receive the praise from Lord Yilai. Okay, since we're in the disguise stage, you guys should stop being so nervous and be a little more comfortable. Sig and Sebastian are old acquaintances, but his understanding of Suo Liuxiang is limited to what she likes to eat. He has no idea about her personality. He is not a qualified boss. At least you can relax a little in front of him. Suo Liuxiang stood up, as if he couldn't control his expression, his mouth opened to an incredible angle. Don't worry, Lord Eli. I will try my best to use all my acting skills to ensure that there will be no mistakes. Although it looked a little scary, Sig knew it was a joke and easily accepted the setting and even felt a little relieved. Suo Liuxiang would only have such a reaction when she was excited, which meant that she was really happy. Master Eli, who is this? As Sebastian asked this question, everyone's eyes turned to Clementine. Although it seems to be somewhat useful, it is still not enough to be a slave. Suo Liuxiang showed a puzzled expression. Sebastian was also confused, but he resisted the urge to show it. If it was Demiurge, he would have guessed what Sig Sama meant by now, and while he felt frustrated, he also felt that he couldn't speak carelessly in case he said the wrong thing. I'm sorry, this isn't the food for you, Saruka. Sig introduced, this is Miss Clementine. I'm planning to make a deal with her. We're still in the negotiation stage. The two of them gasped, and the look they gave Clementine became noticeably more oppressive. One is a level 100 dragon man, and the other is a slime close to level 60, neither of which can be withstood by a level 30-something human hero. In fact, Clementine didn't know what she was doing since she entered this door. The strong feeling of oppression reminded her of her darkest days. He failed in his mission and was caught and suffered inhuman treatment. He was tortured again and again with healing magic. Because of good physical fitness, this cycle is always long. While enjoying the convenience of healing magic, there will naturally be a price to pay in other areas. At that time, it was the honor of her family and the sense of belonging to her motherland that kept her going, but now she does not have such a strong will. Sig stood in front of Clementine and shared the pressure with her. Although he didn't feel it, his eyes were not for show. Lord Eli, I am willing to be your slave. I will agree to any deal. Clementine fell to her knees with a plop, the metal pieces on her body making a rattling sound. Suo Liuxiang and Sebastian gave each other an expression that said, you'd better know what's best for you, and then looked away. Sig was a little unsatisfied with the result. He had wanted to show off his eloquence, but he didn't expect it to end like this. Are you sure you want to pledge your allegiance to me, Clementine? Clementine nodded quickly. Yes, after seeing the powerful strength of Master Eli, the only thought in my heart was to surrender. Okay, but what I originally wanted to give you remains unchanged. You can rest assured about that. Look forward to it. You will become a genius who surpasses your brother. Sig made a promise, and Clementine naturally accepted it happily. She felt that a godlike person would not need to lie to her. Master, what do you need me to do? That really depends on what you have. Show me what you have, Clementine. Yes. Clementine's pupils trembled, as if she had gone through a huge psychological struggle. She slowly took off her outer robe and prepared to take off her inner clothes. Sig quickly turned his face away. No, I asked you to introduce yourself. You don't have to go to this extent. Sebastian hurriedly stood in front of her. Master Eli, please hide behind her. She is so rude. Suo Liuxiang was also filled with righteous indignation. That gentleman is not someone a woman like you can keep by his side. The noisy noise made Sig feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, Albedo was not there. Otherwise, the situation might have gotten even more out of control. Sebastian, I'm going home for a while. You and Suo Liuxiang stay here first. If anyone asks, you can say that I went out to have fun. You are joking. Sebastian already felt bad for letting Sig play the villain, and he felt even worse when he heard him say that. Although he did not hate human beings as a whole, he was even more unwilling to see the Supreme Being playing cozy with despicable humans like Zack. It doesn't matter, if it's to complete the mission I can lie to this extent, everything is for Nazarick. Sig looked at the somewhat reluctant Sebastian with a smile on his face. Yes, sir, Sebastian nodded in agreement. No guardian would be able to refuse Sig-sama's request when he has such an expression. Clementine, come with me, I will tell you in detail what to do next. Sig stretched out his hand to open the portal, posing as ladies first. Clementine looked at the black vortex in front of her, which continued to exude an evil aura. If the other side was connected to hell, she would believe it. With the intention of dying, she took the first step. After the two disappeared from the room, Soroka breathed a sigh of relief and stood up angrily. I don't understand why Lord Sig took that human to Nazarick. Sebastian pinched his neatly trimmed beard, his expression very serious. That human was once a member of the Dark Scripture, so he must be very useful. Last time, Master Sig handed over the captured member of the Sunlight Scripture to Demiurge, but I can only guess this reason. Master Sig must have thought further ahead. Hearing this analysis, Suo Liuxiang nodded in agreement. It seems that we should pay more attention to the people from the Silian theocracy. It would be best if we can lure them out. We can't force this matter. We should focus on the mission and pay attention to the people we need to win over. Suo Liuxiang, you also have to manage your mood well. Sebastian reminded. Suo Liuxiang lowered his brows, but the corners of his mouth began to rise, making an extremely strange expression. I'm sorry, Master Sebastian, I lost my composure. When I heard Master Sig say he wanted to go home, I was so excited that I almost cried. Of course, me too, Sebastian thought. On the 7th floor of Nazarick, the prison of fire managed by Demiurge welcomed a guest. Demiurge put down his work and came to receive him, bowing gracefully. Because of the ring, he arrived in a short time and avoided any impolite behavior. Master Sig, please let me know if you have anything to say. Demiurge, you can call me Eli. Sig said lightly, glancing at Clementine, who was pale beside him. There is no special reason for changing my words. Since it is a pseudonym, it will be known sooner or later. It may be more sincere if I tell it in person. I don't know to what extent Demiurge can understand this, but he should be able to figure it out in his mind. Demiurge had a complicated expression at first, but soon realized what was going on. I see, I understand. Lord Eli, will this woman be treated the same way? Same treatment? Thinking of Negan's miserable condition, Sig hastily denied it. Her situation is a little special. I will explain the details to you. I want to confirm whether I can leave everything to you, Demiurge. If it is your wish, I will do my best. Demiurge showed excitement for the first time on his serious face. I already know your loyalty, let's get down to business, and Clementine, don't just stand there. Clementine was now like a good girl, having just woken up from her imagination of being in the fiery hell, and was dragged before the devil again. She tactfully revealed her identity as a former member of the Black Scripture and current member of Ranon, as well as information about her good brother. In order to let the other party judge your own value, you must put everything that can be used as a bargaining chip on the table. Although Clementine was almost losing consciousness, she instinctively told everything. Demiurge paused for a moment. Indeed, it would be a waste to torture him and then kill him. I can think of 4 reasons. Really? There are 4, Sig gave up thinking about it. He originally wanted to obtain intelligence about the theocracy and find a way to plant spies at the same time. He had a general understanding of the situations in the kingdom and the empire, and had heard a little about the Holy Kingdom, but knew very little about the theocracy. Although a lot of information was obtained from Negan and his body was not wasted at all, the Sunlight Codex was completely incomparable to the Black Codex. Perhaps for them only the elite can join, but the Black Scripture is populated by gods and men, most of whom have the blood of the 6 gods in their veins and possess world-class items. Let her hear her own worth, Demiurge. Yes, first of all, intelligence. This is the easiest thing to think of. Well, go on. The second is related to Ainz-sama. If used properly, Chiranon's plan can become a stepping stone for Ainz-sama. Indeed. This was how the original plot was going to develop, and Sig agreed with it. The third is the research on gods. This is very rare material. Of course, it would be even better if we could catch a real god. What about 4? The Church has a high reputation among the human race. It will definitely become an obstacle to conquering the world. A traitor may be able to play a good role. Demiurge's meaning was self-evident. Governance after conquest was the most difficult, and it would be much easier if there was someone to connect with. That's all I can think of for now. Demiurge raised his head, waiting for a response anxiously. Sig nodded appreciatively. I can trust you, Demiurge. It's my honor to share your worries. Demiurge smiled confidently and you could even see his fangs. Clementine lost the ability to laugh and listen to the conversation in a daze. When Sig left, she suddenly realized that she was left here. She could no longer move. Clementine, right. I will make you look brand new. Demiurge sighed helplessly. If Albedo knew that Sig-sama brought back a woman, she would definitely make a scene again. After Sig returned to Irantal, a week had passed in the blink of an eye. Albedo sent a message during this period, asking about Clementine, but there was no further news. If Demiurge hadn't sent him frequent letters to report, he would have thought Clementine had been killed. They will also be leaving Irantal soon and are making preparations to reunite. In the blink of an eye, a sweet voice sounded, and the girl lifted her skirt and said, "My name is Shaltir, and I am here to see Master Sig." Shaltir Bloodfallen. Shaltir did not come alone, she was accompanied by 2 vampire brides or her concubines. At this time they also knelt down, and their cool clothes were almost exposed. Although they were automatically generated monsters, their levels were only 20 to 30, and their appearances were different. Of course they are all beauties, otherwise Shaltir wouldn't have kept them by her side. I like being surrounded by beauties. I remember Perorancino had such a setting. Shaltir, it's nice to meet you, but it's not time to leave yet. It would be better for you to wait in the carriage for a while. There's no need to greet you. Even though it's in a corner, it would be bad if someone saw them. After all, there are so many beauties gathered together. How can that be possible? This is the first time I have seen Lord Sig in human form. I want to see you as soon as possible. Shaltir spoke with a smile, always with a special ending tone when she spoke, and her whole body exuded a seductive aura. Combined with her proud breasts, it is enough to make most people fall at her feet. Aren't you more interested in the president? Do you want me to help you, Shaltir? Sig said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Shaltir was horrified. Did Lord Sig know about her disrespectful words? What should she do now? No, calm down, this must be knocking her. That's right, you have to apologize, you have to apologize. Albedo must have used her position to tell Sig-sama, I was careless. Well, Lord Sig, I want to apologize for my slip of the tongue. Shaltir covered her chest and said sincerely, please forgive me for saying that Lord Mamanga is more charming. Sig said helplessly, there's no need to apologize for something like this. Your fetish is necrophilia. It's normal for you to find the president more attractive. Do you mind? I'm a good friend of the president, so I don't take this kind of thing to heart. It's an honor to talk about charm with beautiful women like you. It's just like when girls were in school arguing about who is more handsome. As long as they are normal friends, the 2 people being discussed won't care about it if they know about it. No one would really be that petty, right? Sig slowed down his tone as he saw Shaltir becoming more and more panicked. But I'm a little sad now. Shaltir doesn't like me, is it because I'm not handsome enough? Shaltir quickly shook her head and said without thinking, no, Sig-sama is certainly a good man. In fact, your human form makes me. What happened to you? Sig narrowed his eyes. No, I didn't mean any other thing. I'm very sorry, Lord Sig. Upon seeing this, Shaltir knelt down, looking like she was about to cry. The vampire bride also knelt down again, lowered her head and dared not speak. The atmosphere suddenly fell to the bottom. Don't do this again, Shaltir. Don't tell anyone else about what happened today. This is a special privilege I'm giving you. Seeing that she took it seriously, Sig lost the desire to tease her. It would be bad if she really cried. In addition to her special fetish, Shaltir's second choice is beauty. Generally speaking, the closer the appearance is to that of a human, the easier it is to identify. So it is normal that Shaltir prefers his human form. After all, his appearance is set to be very high, and this is also a disguised affirmation. Just follow your instincts, I support your choice. Sig extended his hand to Shaltir. Translated, it means, be brave and pursue love, the president will accept you, come on. Shaltir blushed slightly as she agreed, placing her hand on his and slowly standing up. Thank you, Sig-sama, for your generosity. Sig took her hand and led her to the carriage, smiling and gesturing for silence. I allow you to discuss this topic in private, but you don't have to tell me next time. Not long after Sig left, Shaltir's wailing was heard. I'm sure Sig-sama will think I'm an idiot. Fortunately, a magic barrier was set up to block out the sound, and no one noticed anything unusual here. Sig returned to the restaurant and found that the lady played by Suo Liuxiang was complaining loudly about the food, and then she walked away. He sat down at the dining table as if no one was around and chose what he liked from the dishes on the table. After being accustomed to the big fish and meat in Nazarick, it would be nice to change the taste. Although the taste is much worse, it can't resist his good appetite. His favorite is the butter bread, which is soft and steaming hot. The salad tastes good too, but due to the ingredients, it is never delicious enough. To be honest, he misses the meals cooked by the chef. Although I have never met that person, the person who can make such delicious food must be a very interesting person. By the way, Yuri is a chef, but I haven't tasted her cooking yet. After making arrangements with Zach, Sebastian turned to Sig, who was eating, and showed a helpless expression. How could he let the supreme being eat here? He suddenly felt that Suo Liuxiang was right. It's so confusing. I should ask Ziho Woods to prepare the meal and then send it over. But he didn't know teleportation magic. He couldn't even learn the 7th level upper level transfer, let alone the 10th level portal. We could trouble Shaltir, and for Lord Sig's sake, I'm sure she wouldn't refuse, but this isn't a long-term solution. Just as Sebastian was worried, a middle-aged man slowly walked over and said, "It must be very hard to set out on the journey at this time." The man's name was Bald Rover, and he controlled most of Irantal's grain trade and had considerable say in this city that often served as a bridgehead for war with the Empire. Such a wealthy and powerful person must have approached with a purpose, and Sebastian already had an idea of it. In fact, this is one of the purposes of this trip, to use the persona of the Empire's wealthy merchants to make friends with powerful people who may be useful in the near future. This is all for the future of Nazarick. At this time, Zach had arrived at the slums and found the leader of the mercenary group, a man who looked very sloppy. It is called a mercenary group, but in fact it is more like thieves. This is very normal in places where wars are frequent. The fact that deserters like Zach can join shows the nature of this gang. At this time, Suo Liuxiang sent a message, "Lord Sig, they have taken the bait and are acting as you expected." Sig cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth. "Well, you continue to monitor them. If there is anything, just report to Sebastian." Suo Liuxiang was silent for a moment, then asked, "Lord Sig, can you let me deal with that human? I will torture him to the last moment and will never let him die easily. Then I'll give it to you. Be careful not to play too much. Sebastian might feel uncomfortable if he sees you." Suo Liuxiang in the room showed a very innocent smile. "Thank you, Lord Sig." Sig knew the reason after a quick thought. Suo Liuxiang had such a reaction because Zach must have said something bad about him behind his back. No matter what, he decided to light some incense for him first. Although it was indeed his domineering behavior at first, how could he pour cold water on his subordinates because of this? "I'm sorry, Zach." A luxurious carriage sped along the road, heading from Irantal to the kingdom's capital. In such a dark night, something lurking in the darkness seemed to be stirring, the grass rustled, and a white figure flashed by. While driving on the newly paved road, the people in the car only felt slight bumps, and they felt as safe as lambs to be slaughtered. Zach couldn't help but laugh out loud. After signaling to his companions in the distance, he happily thought about how to enjoy the So Liu Xiang. This was not the first time that their mercenary group had done something like this, and those rich people were so stupid that it was easy for them to capture them. He hoped that when it was his turn, this young lady would not be as unresponsive as the girl who had been attacked before. Everyone in the carriage held their breath nervously, and only Sig's voice was heard. "President, I have reunited with Shaltir. Have you arrived in Irantal yet?" "Well, I brought Clementine with me. She knows a lot about Jilanen's situation." "Clementine, it would be much more convenient to bring her with you, but she is a wanted person and might be discovered by the people of the Wind-Flower Scripture, so you should be careful." "It's okay, Demiurge has already promised me and I don't think there will be any problem, but don't bully such a pure girl in the future." "Demiurge, huh, where S. Narbarul? What bullshit are you talking about?" If there wasn't someone else around, Sig would definitely say the latter sentence. How could Clementine be related to the word purity? Isn't she the funny lady? "No, I only brought Clementine with me. Demiurge helped her change her job to a priest. She is a native of this world, so it is easier for her to fit in. Albedo also thinks this is a good idea." Thinking back to what Demiurge said, Sig seemed to have thought of something, but it seemed that he had missed the point. "My mind was in a mess and I could only say dryly, but the safety issue. If we encounter an enemy that I can't defeat, it's useless to bring a maid with me. If we just want her to be a guard, Clementine is enough. Besides, it's easy to get along with her. There's no need to act like a superior." On the other side, Ainz seemed very happy, and that was indeed the case. Although he couldn't complain, he didn't have to be so tired every day. After the treatment, there is no need to worry about loyalty. These are Demiurge's original words. Although I don't know the specifics of this treatment, it does look brand new, worthy of being called Zyodi. "Okay, I'm convinced by you." Sig sighed and held his face with his hands in frustration. This story didn't seem right, but he really had no reason to refute it. "Sig-san, do you think Clementine was taken away by me? Ha ha ha. How is that possible?" Sig shouted excitedly, and Shaltir, who was sitting next to him, was startled and whispered, "Lord Sig, are you okay?" Sebastian's body was also tense and Saruka huddled in a corner with a worried look on his face. That's not true. Anyway, don't tell Albedo about this. Okay, after all, modifying the settings is our little secret. Hey, President, don't say such weird things. It was obviously you who did it. Sig-san, can you bear to see me being scolded alone? Sig noticed the fiery, gossiping looks from several people and said helplessly, let's not talk about it for now, let's get busy. Bye, see you when we return to Nazarick. Sebastian, do you have anything to report? Sig met Sebastian's gaze. I was a little concerned just now. Why did Sebastian look like he wanted to say something but hesitated? Is it about Demiurge? Sebastian seemed to have been hit on the point and a few drops of sweat ran down his face. Sir Sig, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation with Ainz-sama. I didn't ask you to cover your ears, it's normal to hear it. Sig confessed, I handed that human over to Demiurge, so I've been in contact with him more recently. I'm sorry to have made you worry too much. How can I ask Lord Sig to apologize? This is clearly my fault. Sebastian and Demiurge really don't have a good relationship, Shaltier whispered. It actually has something to do with me. Takumi and Albert always quarrel, and as their mutual friend, I often have to smooth things over. When the setting was made, they were in the Cold War period, so maybe I brought in the emotions. Sig continued, you and Demiurge are the most similar to the producers. I can always see their shadows in you. This may be the reason why your relationship is not good. When they started talking about the Supreme Being, they all became very excited, but Sig was not in the mood as he had talked too much. Ah, Lord Sig, if you're tired, would you like to rest your head on my legs? Shaltier blinked her watery red eyes, looking pitiful. Sig tried hard to maintain his expression. What was going on? Was Shaltier such a proactive type? If it's because of what happened before, there's no need to do this. It's not a big mistake. I've already forgiven you, Shaltier. But I think it's better to have some punishment, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Shaltier's guilt doesn't seem to be a lie, but Sig can't be angry just because his subordinates think he is not as charming as his boss. This is really making a fuss over nothing. His boss, Ainz, finally, he came up with a compromise. In the next mission, you are not allowed to trigger blood frenzy. Can you do this? Yes, sir, I'll try my best. Shaltier became very motivated and hugged Sig's arm, inevitably touching a soft spot. What is the padding? Why is it so soft? Sig was confused as he didn't react. Sebastian couldn't stand it any longer, so he confronted her directly. Lady Shaltier, you are too rude. If you cause trouble to Lord Sig again, I will not stand idly by. Ah. Shaltier's eyes turned red and the whites of her eyeballs gradually turned red, and she was almost on the verge of losing control. Sig said with a faint smile, Shaltier can be released now. It seems someone is coming outside. I have promised the groom to Suo Lixiang. As for the rest, you can make your own judgment. Yes, I will solve it perfectly, please rest assured, Lord Sig. After a brief silence, Shaltier stood up, lifted the hem of her skirt, and elegantly opened the car door. Let's get started. The vampire bride following behind the carriage revealed herself and rushed forward in an instant after receiving the order. A scene of hell appeared before my eyes, with blood mixed with brain matter flying everywhere. Sebastian frowned, thinking it was too bloody. Should we step aside, Lord Sig? How can you be lazy when your subordinates are working hard? Seeing the bloody scene again, Sig felt that it was not so shocking anymore, and his heart seemed to be gradually turning into a monster. Lord Sig, everything is ready here, we'll take our leave now. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Suo Lixiang hurriedly getting into the car, Sig smiled and waved his hand. Sebastian sat in the driver's seat of the carriage. Please forgive my previous rude behavior, Lady Shaltier. It's okay, I am a little uneasy. My behavior was inappropriate. I really can't let Lord Sig get upset. After a brief conversation, Sebastian drove away in his carriage. Shaltier bit her lip. The secret to suppressing the frenzy of her blood was not to let her emotions fluctuate too much. She had to calm down and not let down Lord Sig, the supreme ruler. Now that we've almost found the thieves' lair, do you want to go with us? Although Shaltier's strength meant she wouldn't be defeated, she still had to be on guard against the appearance of the Black Scripture. Now that he has come along, Shaltier's safety must be ensured. In order to counter the world-class items with effects, you must carry the same world-class items. The only world item Sig brought with him this time was Gunniger, which was his main weapon and could not be given away. The rest are placed in the treasure hall and guarded by Pandora. If they are to be used, they have to go through the procedures, which is quite troublesome. There are as many as 20 world-class items in Nazarick, 11 of which were collected by everyone together, and the rest were snatched by Sig from other guilds after high-level players quit the game on a large scale. The Dragon Knight and his Dragon Companion are equivalent to 2 level 100 players, top level ones at that. Most people are no match for them. Because there are so many human players and they have so many items by chance, they actually lose their minds. A scene similar to the beginning of the game appeared, except this time the target was a human. It can be obtained through transactions, but you have to pay to buy it, and the other party may not be willing to sell it. He is helping everyone save time. Since all the big guys had quit the game anyway, he just helped to deal with the props. Except for the world-class props, he took away all the dropped ones. The silver-blue armor he wore when he turned into a human was captured at that time and had the special ability to enhance cavalry skills. Unfortunately, Sig has relatively few equipment slots and can only equip one world-class item, otherwise he would definitely have to be fully armed. "Ah, Master Sig, are you going with us? You don't want to? No, I'm just afraid I might disappoint you." None of these thieves knew how to use their abilities, so they would obviously gain nothing by leaving like this. The reason why Shaltir wanted to go to their lair was to capture a suitable human to please the two supreme beings. "If you don't like it, I won't go. Your vampire bride doesn't have exploration abilities, so I'll lend you my familiar." Sig summoned a small dragon from the forest, not much different from the last time. Technically speaking, this kind of dragon is called a shadow dragon, but it is just this name and has no direct connection with shadow. They are good at concealment and exploration, have the ability to share vision, and are usually not too big, making them a relatively weak species among dragons. For example, the Shadow Dragon summoned by Sig is also similar to the Shadow Dragon King, but its size is much smaller than that of a normal dragon. It was chosen to fight because it would not cause much noise. Before setting off, Sig had already had a number of Shadow Dragons lurking in the forest. Because it was night, their figures could be hidden easily, and they would not make the mistake of being accidentally discovered like last time. "How can we let Sig-sama stay here alone?" Shaltir said anxiously. "Let's do it this way, I have something to take care of here, the big fish has taken the bait." Sig smiled. The presence of the enemy actually made him feel at ease. It would be troublesome if he was controlled due to carelessness. The members of the Dark Scripture who had just entered the forest noticed an unusual atmosphere. There were clearly no monsters in sight, but it felt like I was being watched closely. No abnormalities were found. The person using the detection magic reported a result that he himself didn't believe. With this number, they should be the followers of the dragons. We can almost confirm that they are the unknown Dragon King. Although many investigators were killed, they also obtained a lot of intelligence. As the captain of the Dark Scripture, he knew very well that it was definitely not a human, let alone a silver knight. According to intelligence, a very small number of Dragon Kings are able to use human form mimicry. In fact, even Negan could notice something was wrong when he was calm, but he was unwilling to believe his initial judgment, so he came to such an absurd conclusion. The reason why the warrior captain thought the same thing as him was because he had met Senior Faye, who was once one of the 13 heroes not long ago, so he happened to associate them together. "Lord Carey, are you ready?" the man asked. The woman wearing the sexy cheongsam looks a little weird because she is so old, but no one will look at her strangely. That cheongsam is the belief of the Silian theocracy and one of the most precious items left by the 6 gods. Anyone who can use it is respected. Carey nodded. Yes, it can be started at any time. The original goal of the Black Scripture was to subdue the resurrected Dragon King of Destruction, but the matter of the Sunlight Scripture could not be let go. They had reason to suspect that someone was targeting the theocracy. The order has been issued from above that if the unknown Dragon King is encountered, one is allowed to use all the power to capture him. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat because they were facing an opponent at the level of Dragon King, and even the Black Scripture did not dare to be careless. Captain Shenron raised his hand and gestured, his red eyes staring straight ahead. "Here we come." In such a tense atmosphere, a figure gradually walked out of the darkness. "Good evening, everyone. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful, don't you want to take a look?" His gentle attitude annoys everyone, and he looks like an ordinary human being. Besides being handsome, there is nothing wrong with him. The captain frowned and immediately shouted, "Start." He could clearly feel that the person in front of him was definitely not someone he could deal with. No matter if he didn't take action, they would be wiped out. Carey did not hesitate, and the golden dragon on her cheongsam shone brightly. The alluring beauty is launched. Sig's heart went blank for a moment. He felt his thoughts slipping away, and he gradually turned into an empty shell that could be manipulated at will. This is the power of mind control, and it doesn't feel good. To be honest, Allure is a bit useless in the game. It has various time restrictions, and the effect on players is not satisfactory. Sig has always looked down on it. But after seeing the props right in front of him, he wanted it a little again. thinking it would be a waste if he didn't take it. Sig collects items not only because he needs to deal with the other world, but to a large extent he does have a collecting habit. Instant armament morphology transformation. In an instant, Sig's world became clear. Everyone gasped. After the light disappeared, a fully armed man wearing silver blue armor appeared. Of course, that person could no longer be considered a human. Just standing there, the pressure he exerted on people was terrifying, and everyone unconsciously had the thought of running away. Did it work? This is what everyone wants to know. Although this set of armor is not suitable for the half-dragon form, it seems to have a connection with the theocracy. Sig murmured. I was too lazy to change it when dealing with the Sunshine Bible, and there is no need to change it now because the strongest person on the scene is only level 70, that genius captain. Sig clenched the spear in his hand. In fact, it would be better to just equip Gungnir. But when the skill was set up, it was set to replace all equipment to reach the best condition as quickly as possible, and it is difficult to change it now. Failed, Captain Shenron couldn't believe his eyes. Being completely controlled shouldn't be like this, but there has never been an example of a world-class prop failing. It hit successfully, but it doesn't seem to be fully activated. Carrie said hesitantly. In order to find out the situation, she unknowingly walked a little closer. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Sig suddenly disappeared before their eyes. Carrie felt a chill on his body, and he only had one set of underwear left. Equipment deprivation, a special skill for high-level professional weapon experts, which can only be learned when reaching level 5. It can forcibly remove an opponent's equipment. The cooldown period is as long as 1 year, but it can be reduced by using paid items, and the skill's success rate reaches 100%. Meanwhile, the most beautiful girl is clearly in Sig's hands, still warm. Protect Master Carrie. The 8th seat, giant shield 10,000 arms, stepped forward, and 2 large, exaggerated shields completely covered Carrie's figure. Thank you. After taking the robe, Carrie wrapped it around himself and looked at Sig with a vigilant look. I don't feel sorry at all, don't look at me like that. Forget it. Sig felt that this grandma was still worthy of praise. Even though such a precious prop was taken away from her, she was still able to remain calm when facing him. But what should he do with this group of people? It is definitely not possible to kill them all. That would arouse the church's high alert, and they would shrink into their shells like turtles, and then they would not be able to accomplish anything they wanted to do. Except for Jusajamun, no one else is to be feared. But we just pay more attention to Jusajamun, and she cannot affect the overall situation. Ainz had speculated to him that with the full strength of Nazarick, it could face more than 300 level 100 players, and it would be easy to destroy the theocracy. But as a former human being, Sig might not feel anything if he kills some people. He still doesn't want to conquer the world at the cost of exterminating humans. Ainz probably thinks the same way. Therefore, the most appropriate way to deal with the theocracy is to focus on obtaining information about its movements and plant spies there. Now all eyes are on Sig. Because no one could read his active thoughts behind the mask, in the eyes of others, he was just standing there in a daze holding his Cheongsam. After capturing the most beautiful city, it returned to its original position and seemed to have no intention of launching another attack. Captain Shenron came to this conclusion. Although he also thought about retreating, the current situation was too clear, and acting rashly was definitely not a good decision. It would be great if they could communicate, but is the other party really willing to let them go? Carrie's voice came. I think it's not that the allure of the country didn't fail, it's just that something went wrong. Captain, do you need me to summon a monster to test it? After a brief thought, Captain Shenron nodded. Even though he was once arrogant enough to say that he alone was the Black Scripture, he couldn't think of a better way now. Please, Queen Ainz, don't be so polite, this is what I should do as the 5th seat. The elegant blonde young man smiled, although it was forced, it was enough. A crimson owl was summoned, and out of instinctive fear, it immediately wanted to flee from here, but under control it still flew tremblingly towards where Sig was. Sig had already noticed the man with short blonde hair among the 12 men and women. The 5th seat is one-man division, Clementine's brother. They look 70% similar, and he seems to be a good candidate for a spy. Thinking of this, Sig restrained his aura and allowed the owl to get closer. When the distance was only 10 meters, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes emitting sharp red light could be seen through his armor. There was a rustling sound in the forest, and it was getting closer and closer as if it was right next to my ear. Everyone alert. The Kamido captain raised his spear, his body tensed, and suddenly the armored figure took up most of his vision. There was no sound of collision when the weapons collided. Captain Shenron's eyes widened in surprise. He felt as if he had hit a wall of air and was facing an absolute barrier. How is that possible? This is a feeling I have never experienced before, even in a desperate battle. There is absolutely no possibility of winning. Unbeatable. He glanced at his companions and found that they were being attacked by the Shadow Dragon and were unable to take care of themselves. A level 40 Shadow Dragon was easy for him to kill, but humans of the same level were no match for dragons, and even sophisticated gadgets could not make up for the difference. Sig deliberately slowed down his movements, and naturally saw the expression on Captain God's face and couldn't help but smile. After the last lesson, he definitely couldn't summon low-level followers just to save magic power. The Shadow Dragon's combat effectiveness at night cannot be compared with that during the day, but it is enough to deal with the remaining people. Soon under the attack of a considerable number of Shadow Dragons, the formation became chaotic, and the captain of the team was beaten by Sig alone and could not go to support. The command fell to Carrie. She glanced at the captain of the Divine Man and said decisively, "Escape separately. These dragons won't be too far away from their master." Soon, Captain Shenron also discovered the clue. The farther the two were from each other, the slower their attacks became. Perhaps after a certain limit, the other side would give up the fight. After being kicked with great force, he did not choose to stabilize his body. Instead, he used the force to retreat backwards and turned around and ran away in embarrassment. Seeing this, Sig stopped chasing and just stayed where he was quietly. Very good. Captain Shenron breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look for his teammates. Sig's expression was complicated at this time. Although he really wanted to capture a divine being for Xiaodai to conduct research, if this person disappeared, the church would most likely take the same action as the complete destruction of the Black Scripture. However, it is not certain about the others. In order to avoid being harassed, they have to act as cleanly as if they were eaten by a dragon to ensure that 5 or 6 people survive. Shaltir, are you done over there? I need you to capture a few humans. Yes, I have captured a man who can use martial arts, and I will rush to Lord Sig immediately. Shaltir's high-pitched voice came, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. It seems that in her normal state, Shaltir would never allow Brain to escape through the secret passage, so it is a good thing that she can suppress him. Remember to suppress the blood frenzy. I promise the president will reward you. Sig said as he confirmed the location of the members of the Black Scripture through his followers. Lord Ainz, I would be honored, but what about Lord Sig? I also want to receive your reward. Sig thought about it and decided that he really couldn't always use Ainz as a shield. Of course, if you come over to help now, I can give it to you right away. Thank you, Master Sig, I'll be right there. Sig heard Shaltir yelling and asked the vampire bride to pick him up and leave quickly. He thought of that scene and found it inexplicably funny, although he felt a little sorry for her. Shaltir looks like a girl of 13 or 14 and is only 140 cm tall. Unless she changes back to her original form, her movement speed is indeed not very fast. If he didn't have the capture skill, Shaltir wouldn't have come all the way here. The only mind control system can only be used on a single target and can be used 3 times a day, with a 1-hour cooldown each time. It is far less useful than her capture all races group. It's about time. Sig put away his beauty, confirmed the location, and opened the portal. Good evening, you are. I seem to have forgot to ask your name. One-man division, I guess I can call you that. Who are you? Ainz was shocked and frightened, and a very wonderful expression appeared on his calm face. He found that he could not control his monster. Sig raised his mask, revealing a kind smile. A strange mark appeared on his hand, and then he covered it. You should be thankful that you have a good sister, hee. Dragon Knight is not a profession that gets along well with dragons, and Sig and his dragon companion do not have a so-called partnership. To put it simply, they are master and servant. Domination spell is a necessary skill for taming dragons and belongs to the special mind control system. It has a specialization effect on dragons and will obtain a completely loyal slave. The caster will not change much compared to before, and the effect lasts until the caster dies. But the control effect on other races is very poor. Of course, there is a prerequisite that you must reach level 70 or above to resist. This is why he let the captain of the God Man go. Just beating him up and leaving him with a black eye was already a great mercy. Ainz hasta Kuinsha, I am here to meet the master. Ainz knelt down excitedly, and his magical beasts also crawled on the ground following their master. Sig immediately noticed the crimson owl. Most of its feathers had fallen off under the attack of the Shadow Dragon, and some parts of it were already bald, but it had not suffered any fatal damage. In fact, the maximum level of these monsters is 20. In order to ensure Ainz's survival, he let the Shadow Dragon go. Stand up, you don't have to be so respectful, you will be my direct subordinate from now on. Sig touched the owl's head and cast a recovery spell on it, causing feathers to grow back on the bald spots. The most basic of the sacred magic is life recovery magic, so it is natural for him to use it. He is also considered a half-priest with a LV-10 sacred cavalry profession. It's an honor to be a servant. Looking at the owl, envy appeared in Queen Ainz's eyes, and Sig thought he must have seen it wrong. Could it be that the domination spell could not be used on humans? To be honest, he had only used it on dragons. Hey Queen Ainz, do you know what you should do? I'd like to hear the details. I'll obey my master's orders. Queen Ainz's face turned red due to excitement, showing an extremely abnormal excitement. Is this guy one of these guys? Sig had this question in his mind. This pair of brother and sister are not normal. The contrast between before and after is so great that it really gives people goosebumps. I hope there are no strange side effects. Almost at the same time in the suburbs of Yellentire, Mr. Feifei, has the master sent a message again. The girl had a gentle smile on her face and a pair of pure eyes that seemed only possessed by the purest people. She was wearing a pure white dress and a veil of the same color. Although it was an ordinary nun's outfit, it made her look very beautiful. No one would doubt her identity because this is what a saint should be like. Hearing him address him as his master, Ainz was stunned for a moment, but then he realized, not yet. Sigson is probably busy. Don't worry too much, Clementine. No, I just haven't seen my master for a long time, so I missed him a little. Clementine said sincerely, I'm sorry if I made Mr. Feifei unhappy. Oh, is that so? Then after we finish the mission, let's call Sigson over to play with us for a while. Ainz said with a smile. Although the word play is not quite accurate, we might perform missions together at that time, but there is no need to pay so much attention to Clementine. Is it really possible? Don't worry, I'm confident that I can succeed. Ainz couldn't help but recall his adventure companions. Now he only had Sig by his side. Even if he didn't form an adventure team with him, it would be nice to let him feel the atmosphere. Good Sig would certainly agree. Thank you, Mr. Feifei, Clementine bowed. My lord, allow me to interrupt you for a moment. Who exactly is the master that Miss Clementine is talking about? Hamsuk asked, raising his little paw. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. Ainz almost forgot that he was riding a hamster. A wave of shame surged into his heart. My companion. Hamsuk flicked his tail. Are you an adventurer like the Lord? You'll meet him soon. He loves cute animals. Maybe you'll get along well. Sig once expressed his desire to have a pet, but was troubled by the lack of conditions to feed it. Ainz casually asked him what type he liked. The original words were, it's better if a pet is obedient, but a cute one might be good too. Hamsuk thought that his lord was joking. He didn't seem to have anything to do with cuteness. His figure was obviously very tall and majestic, otherwise he would not be called the wise king of the forest. But since it is the Lord's words as a subordinate, I have no position to refute. Hamsuk's eyes gradually became firm. I will definitely work hard. What does this have to do with hard work? Ainz secretly complained in his heart, but this look full of wisdom is really silly and cute. Mr. Feifei, should we take action now? The undead were already close at hand. If they delayed any further, Irantal might be lost, and in that case the meaning of saving the city would be lost. Well, let's go and act according to the original plan. Ainz's eyes flashed red and he was going to get serious. The dark hero charged into the tide of the undead, led the saint and the wise king of the forest to victory and ultimately saved Irantal. This is the result of the final record. Mr. Feifei, I'm leaving first. Ainz nodded. Go ahead, be sure to ensure Enfire's safety. While you are in Nazarick, the double phantom will disguise itself as you, so you don't have to worry about being suspected. I naturally believe in the judgment of you gentlemen. Clementine took off her white robe, revealing the bikini-style light armor underneath. Although she changed her job to that of a saint, her original job as a stabbing warrior would not be affected. Humans can learn many more jobs than other races. Ainz felt a little embarrassed to receive such praise. This was all done by Demiurge and the people were brought by Sig. It felt like he was really of no use. As he casually split the skeleton in front of him, Ainz muttered, I wonder what Sigson is doing right now. So that's how it is. Master wants me to use the identity of the Black Scripture to steal information from the theocracy. Queen Ainz suddenly realized. Shaltir bared her sharp teeth. How can you use the word steal to describe the information that Lord Sig wants to know? Mind your choice of words, my lowly servant. Queen Ainz bowed his head and apologized quickly. It's my fault, but I didn't get much information. I'm afraid it will disappoint the master. For the first time, I can get in touch with a person of the level of the chief priest. Should I? Sig interrupted him. I don't feel comfortable with that. In comparison, I trust you more. I hope that you brothers and sisters can be loyal to Nazarick and serve me at the same time. As for the use of the domination spell, I had no choice but to do it. Please don't mind. The moment I saw the Master's figure, I felt as if I saw the coming of God. It was a wonderful feeling. Thank you for the Master's gift. No, it was God. Well, I'm glad you think so. As expected of Lord Sig. You're so amazing. Infected by this atmosphere, Shaltir clapped her hands in admiration. Stop talking, I feel like I did something wrong. Sig held his forehead with his hand. After the teleportation was completed, Sig and Shaltir arrived at the outskirts of Nazarick. The raised mounds were covered with dense vegetation, as if it had been like this for a long time. But in fact, this place was a plain a dozen days ago. Thanks to Mare's earth magic, it was disguised into its current appearance. The surface of Nazarick was completely covered up, leaving only the final entrance, the central temple, which was surrounded by an illusion wall. Even if someone special were to come and investigate, they probably wouldn't be able to find any clues. That's quite presentable, Shaltir commented. Then a red light flashed across her body and she smiled sweetly. I will cast flying magic on Sig-sama. I can't let dust get on your clothes. Since that's what he said, there's no need for Sig to refuse. Because his main profession is warrior, his MP recovery is relatively slow, and controlling spells is a skill that consumes a lot of mana, so he simply did not reject Shaltir's kindness. It is worth mentioning that there is not much difference in sensory perception between using flying magic and wings. No matter which method is used, the flying state achieved is similar. In fact, Sig uses wings to fly, probably because he has his own flying magic. After all, it also consumes magic power. Thank you for your help, Shaltir. It is my honor to share Lord Sig's worries. Moreover, I have to work hard to get the reward. Since you have completed the task brilliantly, you deserve it. If you don't like the appearance, wearable items can usually be changed using data crystals. I am worthy of the title of the world-class tool that can topple a country. Thank you, Lord Sig, for the reward. Because they were flying in the air, Shaltir couldn't kneel down for the sake of her manners, but her words were still full of respect. Vampires already have good mind control skills. With props with matching attributes, tasks will be easier to complete and more gameplay can be developed. Well, it's good that you like it, but if the president asks, just tell him that I gave it to you privately. Sig instructed, but remember not to show off to others. Especially Albedo, it gives me a headache just thinking about it. Ah, is this a little secret between Sig-sama and me? Shaltir held her cheeks with both hands. Sig looked at the central temple in the distance and his flying speed suddenly dropped. He said earnestly, Shaltir, if I wasn't here this time, there's a high chance that you would be controlled by the enemy. I don't need to tell you the consequences of betraying Nazarick. Shaltir's tone was so firm that it sounded more like a shout because of her high pitch. I will not betray Nazarick, Lord Sig. That's why I gave you this world-class item. You and your guardians have the same status in my heart, and I don't want you to have any grudges because of this. If others knew that you received special treatment, they might ask to take back the reward together. Sig lowered his voice. You know what I mean, Shaltir. Shaltir was startled and clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, not knowing what to do. I understand. But since I have given you this item, it means you deserve it. Not only did you suppress the blood frenzy, but you also completed the task perfectly. I can't think of a better reward. A total of 7 useful people were captured, including 5 people who could use the stunning old lady and the dark scripture. 6 people were let go and a nail clipper could barely be counted as one. Overall, the harvest was quite fruitful. Sig looked at Shaltir's exquisite outfit, and the hand that wanted to touch her head only patted her back lightly. Let's go, Shaltir-chan. There should be no problem with calling it this way, since no one will correct the Supreme Being's mistake anyway. In an invisible place, Shaltir's eyes flickered red, and she seemed about to fall into a blood frenzy, but she quickly returned to normal. She wiped her mouth and said, Oops, just be patient for a while. I can't make a fool of myself in front of the Supreme Being. Although the blood frenzy can be suppressed, it is easy to reach the threshold if you always hold it in. Just vent it out in your own territory when you return. Master Sig, welcome back. Albedo flapped her wings happily with a bright smile on her face, and Yuri, who was following behind her, also greeted her. Albedo, please come and greet us in person. Where is the president? Sig looked around. Albedo understood what he meant and said immediately, Lord Ainz has returned. Demiurge is reporting on the progress of the mission. Lord Sig, please move to the throne room. Let's not disturb them for now. Let's wait in the lounge for a while. Shaltir, if you have nothing to do, please go back first. Sig turned around and said, Albedo's voice became colder, or more precisely, more serious. It was no longer that gentle tone. Shaltir, do you have anything to report to Ainz-sama? No, Shaltir snorted. In the past, she just had to tell Demiurge what happened. How would she know how to report the mission status? She lifted the hem of her skirt gently. Master Sig, I will take my leave first. Sig nodded, go back and rest. Activating the ring, he teleported to a lounge. Yuri was standing at the door as a waiter. Sig looked at the shy Albedo and said, sit down, Albedo, you've worked hard too. Albedo wanted to refuse, but when she saw Sig's smiling face, she couldn't help but sit down next to him. Yes, sir. Although Sig himself thinks that this half-human face is not handsome, and it is indeed so from a human perspective, but in the great tomb of Nazarick, no matter which form it is perfect. Even Shaltir admitted this, but she was just being stubborn because of her habit. Feeling the sofa beside him sink a bit, Sig smelled a strange fragrance. Could it be body odor? It felt quite magical and seemed a little familiar. Albedo stretched out her wings and just happened to sweep the tail. She hurried over to ask, Master Sig, are you feeling unwell? I'm so sorry, it was my mistake. It's okay, my tail isn't sensitive, you can touch it if you don't believe me. Sig only felt a very slight touch, and if Albedo hadn't said it, he wouldn't have noticed it. On the contrary, being so close, the scent was totally impossible to ignore. Is it okay? Albedo touched the scaly tail and let out a slight laugh as if she was suppressing something. 5 minutes later, Sig couldn't help but say, Albedo, it's okay now. Albedo withdrew her hand with a look of dissatisfaction and then exclaimed in surprise as if she had done something wrong. What's wrong? It's so rude of you to just touch Lord Sig. Would you like to touch my wings too? Albedo took Sig's hand with anticipation. After the report, a figure walked out of the conference room. When there was no one around, he could sigh tiredly. This was his first complete failure as the captain of the Black Scripture. Not only did he lose half of his men, but he also lost the precious items left by the 6 gods. Even Lord Carey's whereabouts were unknown. He absolutely did not believe that he was eaten by a dragon, but no other traces were found at the scene. Even if the 5th seat Queen Ainz sent out monsters to search, nothing was found. Instead, Astrology 1000 Miles observed a man in silver armor in the air, but it was not certain that he was the one who attacked them, as he just flashed by and disappeared. There wouldn't be such coincidences in the world, and he couldn't be 100% sure it was the same person. Moreover, the spirit of Astrology 1000 Miles had already had some problems because of the disappearance of his companion. Why are you sighing? This is not like your style. The girl in front of him was a special seed of the Black Scripture, Juicy Juming. Although she looked only 15 or 16 years old, few people knew her real age. At least it had not changed since she became the first seat. He smiled bitterly. You can read the report I wrote for the details. I won't look at it, tell me what you want. Juicy Jiming looked over with his pair of black and white pupils as if he had the magical power to see through people's hearts. On the way to subdue the Dragon King of Destruction, we encountered the mysterious Dragon King who destroyed the Holy Scripture of Sunlight. We lost half of our men and finally retreated. Is that guy very strong? How does he compare to me? Juicy Jiming asked casually. Maybe he's better than you. He said this helplessly. Although he knew it might annoy the person in front of him, he still said it. Oh, if it's the Dragon King, then it can't be a female. Yes, I have seen his human form. He is indeed a male, but I cannot describe his detailed appearance now. It may be some kind of interference magic at work. Juicy Juming was silent for a moment, then he reached out and touched his lower abdomen with a morbid smile. No matter what race he is, if someone who can defeat me appears, then how strong will our child be? I'm a little curious. Captain Shenron knew clearly that Juicy Jiming was opposed to marriage and childbirth, so his smile now was indeed not sincere. Ah, Lord Sig, please don't have pity on me, this is my honor. It seems that you are a little uncomfortable, so why not forget it? No, although I'm a little shy, this is a sign of comfort. You can be a little harder, Sig-san, what are you doing? Ainz heard strange noises as soon as he entered the room and couldn't help but think of something wrong. Because he was too excited, he was more like angry and several green lights flashed above his head. No matter how anxious you are, you can't do this in the lounge, Sig-san. It's the president. Albedo asked me to touch her wings. What are you thinking about? Sig stood up with his hands raised and said helplessly. Albedo put away her blushing cheeks and stood up, but her eyes kept drifting towards Sig's face and a strand of alopecia on her head kept shaking. Albedo, should you explain? Demiurge had a very complicated expression. Although his tone was cold, it was not accusatory. It was more like he was trying to give the person a way out. Albedo had an apologetic expression on her face, and against the backdrop of her pure white dress, she looked like an angel who had made a mistake, innocent and pure. My apologies, Ainz-sama. I requested this without your permission. I didn't expect you to hear such filthy noises. No, it's not dirty. I am very pleased to see your intimate interaction, but you must be careful about the occasion in the future. There are children in Nazarick. The setting was originally changed by Ainz, so he wouldn't actually feel uncomfortable seeing such a scene, but Mare and Aura are still children, so this situation could easily lead to misunderstanding. Yes, I understand. I will pay attention to it. Albedo bowed and stepped aside respectfully to give the two supreme beings space to talk. As soon as Sig sat down, the maid brought desserts from somewhere and filled up the table near him. Is the chef so enthusiastic? Although I like to eat these, I will get tired of them if I eat too much. It is very impolite to eat while talking. I immediately asked them to leave and told the chef not to do this. No. Sig still likes to eat, but he is afraid that he will dislike it if he eats too much. For this reason, he always deliberately buys less of the food he likes. Now it seems that he doesn't have to worry so much. You can only eat such delicious food when you go home. You can't waste the servant's kindness. Do you want to try a piece, Albedo? Albedo made a sound of panic, eating food fed by Lord Sig himself. This was something she had never imagined. Albedo, don't be polite. Since Sigson has said so, just accept it, otherwise he will be angry. Ainz said with a smile. He always felt envious every time he ate, but this time was completely different. He wanted to see how Sig dealt with women. With the mentality of an old father marrying off his daughter, now is the moment of testing. Sig looked at Ainz helplessly. What kind of image did he have in the other's eyes? Then I'll be welcome, Master Sig. Albedo bent down and gently opened her red lips. From Sig's perspective, he could even see her red and tender tongue and clean teeth. Sig didn't hesitate and placed a piece of cake of appropriate size to Albedo's lips. Then he turned around and asked, Demiurge, do you want some? Do Yuri and Nabe want some? What are you doing, Sigson? Can't you see that a black aura is emanating from Albedo's body? Ainz shouted in his heart. Demiurge pushed his glasses up, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, wanting to laugh but not daring to. I just came back from the ranch, and I'm afraid I'm covered in a lot of dust, so I'm not fit to eat. And maids can't eat while they're working, please forgive me, Sig-sama. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Ainz quickly changed the subject. Demiurge, the skin you gave me can be used to make a low-level scroll. It's very well made. Thank you for your praise, Ainz-sama. I am currently working on capturing wild animals that can provide skins. The ranch will be built soon, and I believe we will be able to have a stable supply soon. Demiurge put a heavy emphasis on the word beast. Sig suddenly thought of something. What kind of beast is it? Demiurge hesitated for a moment, then smiled happily and said, it's a two-legged sheep from the Holy Kingdom. How about calling it the Abelian sheep? Two-legged sheep, probably some kind of magical beast. I remember encountering something similar. Ainz replied. Albedo and Demiurge smiled at the same time, but Yuri frowned slightly. Although they are wild beasts, it is better not to overharvest them. It would be bad if it causes ecological problems. Sig said slowly, please don't worry. In most cases, they can be reused by using healing magic. However, if they refuse treatment, the effect of the magic will be reduced, and we won't be able to get the most satisfactory result. Demiurge explained softly with a slightly distressed expression. Then I'll give you this prop. After a moment's silence, Sig took out a white feather with strange patterns on it that looked like blood vessels and emitted a faint glow. The item is called God's Healing, also known as Raphael's Feather. The item dropped after conquering the 10 angels of the Tree of Life, who are the enemies of the world. Although it is not world-class, it is an absolute artifact. It's a pity that it can't be used as combat equipment. It takes too long to activate. It's better to use active skills. Its collection value is greater than its usage value. It is even more useless now, because when the divine healing spell is activated, it will not only heal physical pain, but also affect the mind of the person being cast, making him forget the painful process. Both the body and the mind will be in a pure state of happiness all the time. It is called brainwashing feathers by many players and can be said to be very useless. Demiurge uttered an exclamation, then fell to his knees with a thud, and the others followed suit. Master Sig, how can I accept such a precious item? Besides, it's a personal item. Strictly speaking, this is what Albert left behind. He gave it to me for safekeeping after he got it. If I give it to you, it will be considered as returning it to its original owner. Just consider it a reward for your hard work. Sig did not give Demiurge a chance to refuse. President, you also think this is a good decision, right? Ainz understood what he meant and agreed. Well, Demiurge, just accept it. I don't want to repeat the same advice a second time. Everyone stand up. As you command, I will not let the two supreme beings down. Thank you, Lord Sig, for your mercy. Demiurge accepted it respectfully. It's just false compassion. After all, Sig doesn't really care about the life or death of the two-legged sheep. False care can sometimes be much more terrifying than superficial cruelty. Even so, he smiled and said, I just don't want Nazarick to be accused of disrespecting life. Demiurge, just go ahead and do it. I thank Lord Sig for his generosity on their behalf. Demiurge exclaimed in admiration. Sig-sama's decision was indeed a far-sighted one. By the way, Yuri, the family bathroom on the 9th floor is empty, right? You should take a good wash after coming back from such a long absence. This skeleton body definitely could not be exposed, so there was naturally no way to clean it outside. Although it was not very dirty, it would still collect a lot of dust which Ainz could not tolerate. When Sebastian is not around, many things are managed by Lee because the penguins really can't convince the public. Yes. Yuri pushed up her glasses and gave a look. Nabe immediately said, I will go and bring Sanji-kun here now. Well, go ahead. Who is that? Didn't you suggest that I take a bath in slime? Sig reacted and realized that the slime was called Sanji-kun, which was Ainz's naming style. Anston's frank attitude was in stark contrast to when he said that it would never be used. He originally wanted to complain, but in the end the words never came out of his mouth. Anyway, they were just his own thoughts. Sig smiled at Ainz, is that so? Albedo seized the opportunity and asked, Sig-sama, do you need me to scrub your back? It must be troublesome to wash your body by yourself. No, Sig refused without hesitation. Deep down, he couldn't accept mixed bathing between men and women, especially since it wasn't just two people bathing together. Ainz also felt that this was a bit too much. He still wanted to chat with Sig, so he waved his hand and sent everyone away. If there is anything happening at the Adventurers Guild, please inform me immediately. Don't bother us with other trivial matters. Yes. Watching everyone leave the room, Sig casually picked up a piece of cake and threw it into his mouth, which was completely different from his previous proper image. Ainz was somewhat envious of such a natural transformation. But if you think about it carefully, Sig must be very tired, and he is just holding on so as not to worry himself. Sig-san, let's go take a bath and relax. I can help you clean your body. I can just transform into human form. I've become much more skilled recently. Sig politely declined. It feels weird to be touched by bones, so forget it. Ainz asked in surprise, oh, is this okay? After all, it is also transformed using magic, so we just need to cleanse one form. Magic is truly amazing. I just traveled here not long ago, but I feel like I can't live in a place without magic. Sig nodded in agreement, so we have to live well in this world and not waste the opportunity God has given us. That's true, Sig-san, let's work together. Being a ruler is not easy, but it is his responsibility. Even if Sig didn't say it, Ainz knew that the pressure on the other party was no less than his. How could he possibly give up? Of course, President. Sig replied with a smile. Although I feel a little sorry for Ainz, he is indeed in a bad state now and is rather slack most of the time. If he had continued with his previous work attitude, the true Dragon King would probably have been wiped out. I have a lot to say, please don't bother me later. Me too, don't be surprised. Why are you still so depressed? Sig asked while touching the big hamster. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? What if you were controlled? Ainz said worriedly. I have a world-class item with me, so there's no need to worry. You should be more worried about Shaltir. Indeed, she only has a divine-level dropper spear. So I gave her the world-class items I seized. It seems that the guy who traveled to this world also brought a lot of things. At this point, Ainz felt a bit of a headache. 6 great gods, 8 desire kings, 13 heroes, and now the theocracy. I'm afraid the existence of tiered magic in this world is also caused by players. Don't worry, Ainz Ulgaun has not been defeated. Sig gave him a comforting look. Ainz couldn't help but say, Sig-san, what would we do without you? My lord, no matter who the enemy is, I will do my best. Hamsuk showed a determined look. Although he didn't understand it at all, it didn't stop him from showing his loyalty. What is this giant rat? Remember this clearly, I am the Jacaria hamster. The lord gave me the name Hamsuk. Sig said regretfully, but this fur is really nice. It would be nice if we could make it into a blanket so we can carry it with us. Hamsuk shrank back in fear. Another person was trying to skin him alive. This place was truly terrifying. Please don't do this, Lord Ainz. Lord Sig, welcome to the 6th floor. When Hamsuk was feeling anxious, Aura dropped from the sky like a savior. She trotted over at a very fast speed, as swift as a wild beast. Sister, slow down. I can't keep up. Mare, who was following behind her, pulled her skirt down while running with a subtle pigeon-toed running posture. Really, we can't keep you two adults waiting. As the distance between them got closer, Aura slammed on the brakes and stopped, followed by Mare, who also stopped panting. It's Aura and Mare, do you want some candy? Like a bad uncle, Sig took out a handful of colorful candies from his pocket with a gentle smile on his face. Ah, Lord Sig, this is so embarrassing. Yeah, there's no need to entertain us like this. It was just a few candies. Sig thought there was no need to make such a fuss. Hard work will be rewarded, don't be so quick to refuse. The two looked at each other and showed shy expressions at the same time. Thank you, Master Sig. You are still children, remember to brush your teeth after eating candy, otherwise you will get cavities. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Ainz said with a smile, yes, I will pay attention to it. Yeah, I'll remember that too. Because of the setting, Mare is unable to take care of himself most of the time in life, so he felt a little guilty when he said this, and his face turned even redder. Sig smiled and patted his head, but of course he didn't forget Aura, and children had to be treated equally. Ainz asked, by the way, did Hamsuk cause any trouble for you? Hamsuk's level is too low and he doesn't have the corresponding resistance, so there is no place for him in other classes. The 6th floor had a vast forest with pleasant air and temperature, even more suitable than the forest climate where Hamsuk originally lived. Ainz felt that this was the most suitable place for breeding. Aura shook her head. He hasn't caused any trouble. I've already told my monsters not to attack him, so there shouldn't be any problem. Thinking of those monsters that exuded a terrifying aura, Hamsuk shuddered with fear. My lord, I want to know if there are dragons in the forest. Well, there are 2 dragons, didn't you tell me that, Aura? Sorry, it was my mistake. No, I don't mean to blame you. Watching Aura apologize sincerely, Ainz sighed. He thought Aura and Hamsuk would get along well, but was he wrong? In fact, it's not that Aura dislikes it, but she prefers its soft fur. To her, the dead Hamsuk is her favorite. Hamsuk, you also have to adapt to life in Nazarick. After all, you are my pet, so you can't make a fuss when things happen. Hamsuk nodded vigorously. I will try my best, my lord. Sig suddenly thought of something and said, I remember Hamsuk was called the wise king of the forest. He should have gained a lot of prestige by conquering him. And with the elimination of Kyranen this time, his adventure level can probably be raised to mithril level. Well, it is indeed mithril grade now, and it is still 1 level short of orichalcum grade from the highest grade of fine steel. Lord Ainz is so awesome. Aura and Mare clapped their hands together, their eyes full of admiration. Ainz blushed, feeling guilty for coaxing a child. It's a small matter. Aura, you and Mare go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you. I might take Hamsuk away for a while. Yes, sir. After leaving the 6th floor, the two walked side by side to the 9th floor. Although I could use the teleportation ring, it was a rare opportunity for us to be alone together, so taking a walk was a good option. You, Ainz hesitated. Thinking of what was wrong before, Sig asked thoughtfully, what's wrong? Do you agree to become adventurers together? Ainz asked seriously. That thing, wasn't it talked about in the shower? It doesn't seem right. Sig shook his head regretfully. Ainz asked persistently, why? If something like that happened, the Guardians would definitely not agree to you being bait with Sebastian. Don't worry, it's possible for a while but definitely not for a long time. If that happens, Nazarick won't have any extra manpower. Sig explained patiently. The life of an adventurer sounds very desirable, but in reality it is just doing missions all the time. There is nothing new about it, and it is even more boring than your previous job. Compared to the corrupt kingdom, he is more interested in the empire. I'm always sorry, Ainz. Ainz seemed to be convinced by this reason. He was not only the guild master who was in charge of logistics but also the ruler of Nazarick. He had to think more comprehensively about many things and could not drag Sig along with him to act willfully. However, I still need to help you advance to the Ascete level as soon as possible. I will temporarily team up with you as a friend. Now that Shaltir is not under control, it is naturally impossible for Feifei to go and conquer her. The original path to becoming an adamantium rank adventurer is cut off, so she has to think of other ways. Ainz was very happy to hear such an answer. If he had a normal face, he would probably have smiled sincerely. I have thought of an identity for you. I am a talented magic caster from a foreign country. I travel all year round. When I came to Arantel, I ran into my old acquaintance Mammon, so we formed a team. Where do you live? Golden light shining pavilion, what's wrong? Sig looked conflicted. He admitted that he was a little careless and used his real human appearance and had not used any interference magic. It doesn't matter if it's a pseudonym, there should be a lot of people named Eli, and he didn't reveal his full name. In response to Ainz's questioning, he reluctantly expressed his concerns. Wouldn't it be okay if I just put on a mask, but it would be a bit troublesome to register as an adventurer. Since many people have seen him, there is a possibility of being exposed. The Adventurers Guild is a place with a large flow of people, so it is inevitable that he will be recognized. Sig touched his chin and said, joining as a friend, how about this reason? Besides, there are workers in the Empire who don't need to register, so you can use this as an excuse not to register. Ainz had also heard of the Empire's workers and immediately felt that this plan was feasible. It feels like restarting a past adventure. Sig knew that Ainz was talking about the time when they played games together. It had to be said that it was indeed an unforgettable memory, but he knew that he could never go back. I met a good team. I will introduce them to you later. It's really exciting. Sig smiled sincerely. I'll discuss this with Demiurge later and start planning the specific details. The humans he released should have sent back some news by then. Not long after, Albedo came to report. Lord Ainz, Clementine reported that the people from the Adventurers Guild wanted to see you to discuss the matter of the Dragon King's revival. Inside Shaltyr's residence, a slovenly-looking man was kneeling on the ground. His hair was messy and his chin was covered with stubble. The muscles under his clothes looked very strong. It was obvious that they were not acquired through training. He looked more like a well-trained soldier, Brian Anglaus. He was the human who knew martial arts and whom Shaltyr had captured from the thieves' den, and the only one who survived. The remaining captured thieves were sent to Demiurge's ranch, and the women they had locked up for sexual gratification were granted a painless death. Because it was too far from Nazarick, the body was not reused and was burned on the spot using dragon flame. All of this was done in compliance with Sig's orders, and Shaltyr had no doubts. She also understood what it meant to let go of the Black Scripture, but there was one thing she still didn't understand. The two vampire brides noticed that their master was in a bad mood and served him carefully. Looking at herself in the mirror, Shaltyr sighed, Brian right. Let me ask you a question. Do you know why Lord Sig let those adventurers go? When the mission was almost completed, she happened to encounter a group of adventurers. She wanted to kill them quickly, but was stopped by Lord Sig. She really couldn't understand why they would let go of humans who might reveal their whereabouts. They were obviously just low-level creatures that could be killed at will. Brian's throat rolled. Unlike those vampire brides, as a follower he was more likely to feel the pressure. He spoke with difficulty, maybe it was intentional. Of course I know it was intentional, Shaltyr replied sharply. Not only Brian, the vampires also knelt down, their bodies shaking like sieves. Realizing that her attitude was too intense, Shaltyr returned to her seductive girlish appearance, tangling her fingers in her own silver hair and speaking in a seductive tone. Then tell me about it. Yes. Brian swallowed. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Sig must want to spread the news and attract more people to explore. Makes sense. Brian hardened his heart and said excitedly, with Lord Sig's wisdom he must have other ideas. As a slave, I can only think of these. Forget it, I can't possibly count on you. Shaltyr looked at the vampire bride. Give me a hairstyle that's suitable for a cheongsam, my nails seem a little long. They're too fragile to be used as weapons, but it's troublesome to keep trimming them. No, that can't be said. It would be too disrespectful to Per Orensino, who created her. Brian said, is your subordinate helping your master to trim the trees? Shaltyr chuckled and extended her hand elegantly. Haha, it seems that after transforming into a vampire, you have become a qualified nail clipper. While enjoying the service, Shaltyr couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. I wonder what Lady Sig is doing. She seems to miss Lord Ainz less and less these days. I wonder if she has fallen in love with someone else. Is this what it feels like to be unfaithful? It's inexplicably exciting. Nail clippers, please go out first. Yes, master. Brian felt as if he had been pardoned and ran away quickly, as if there was a flood or a beast behind him. The vampire brides stood up and were about to leave, but Shaltyr grabbed them and placed her hands on each of their soft bodies, her eyes gleaming with an evil light. You don't have to leave, stay here and continue to serve me. What followed was an indescribable scene. The 9th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick bar. Demiurge sat on a high chair and held up a wine glass, his tail swaying slightly behind him. Lord Sig, do you like the environment here? Very good, it seems we have found a good place, and the wine tastes good too. Sig looked at the mushroom head guy who was busy behind the bar and gave him an encouraging smile. Pidge was flattered and bowed to express his gratitude. If Demiurge had not warned him not to overreact, he would have knelt down to express his gratitude. Fortunately, there was no expression on his face. The tentacle-like hand offered the newly prepared wine. This is the new drink prepared by my subordinates. Please taste it, Lord Sig. Looking at the 10-layer cocktail Nazarick, made with 10 colors of sweet liquor, Sig felt admiration in his heart. Although the sous chef looks strange and has no specific name, the name Peachy is also a nickname given to him by everyone. But his cocktail mixing skills are unquestionable, and he can make various drinks and potions. Unfortunately, most people in Nazarick are resistant to poison, so Pitch is destined to not be able to see the guests get drunk because of his wine. However, most people will feel drunk because of the atmosphere, so he is sad very rarely. After clinking glasses with Demiurge, Sig drank it all in one gulp, leaving an empty glass. It tastes good. Because he was happy, Pidge wiped the wine glass much faster. Seeing this, Demiurge also showed a determined smile, and no one knew what he was thinking in his mind. Peach, you must continue to work hard so that you can get the praise of Lord Sig. Yes, I will continue to work hard to develop new drinks. Don't worry about this, do you have some iced happy water? I haven't had it in a while. Sig smacked his lips lightly. Picky shed a bean-sized drop of sweat. Forgive my stupidity, but what is happy water? Demiurge frowned as if he was also thinking seriously. Oops, I'm used to it. Sig explained, it's just Coke. It makes people feel happy when they drink it, so it has this nickname. Don't take it too seriously. Both of them showed a look of astonishment, and Demiurge, who never drank Coke, asked for one as well. Pitch was filled with shame, for he, who could mix all kinds of alcohol, actually didn't know that Coke had the special effect of making people happy. This was truly a dereliction of duty on his part. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, Sig quickly said, Demiurge, let's talk business first. Demiurge nodded, yes, first we need to borrow Sig Sama's followers and make him a revived Dragon King. Okay, I will summon a level 50 Shadow Dragon. Thank you for your understanding. At that time, Lord Sig will form a team with the Traveler who is chasing the Shadow Dragon King and the powerful Mammon to complete the feat of killing the Dragon King. As for the Theocracy, Sig hesitated. The people he released should have sensed that something was wrong since they weren't fighting a Shadow Dragon after all. Demiurge pushed up his glasses. Don't worry at all. I already fully understand Sig Sama's intentions. Even I can't come up with such a perfect layout. Go ahead and let me see how you understand it. In my opinion, those people of the Theocracy do not have anyone who can be called wise. After seeing the heroic demeanor of Lord Sig, they will definitely not believe that Shadow Dragon is your true self. They are more willing to believe that it is your subordinates. That's right. If we kill his Mammon and the unknown Traveler, we'll be able to move more freely and possibly come into contact with the envoys of the Theocracy. Then we'll have a reason to invade them. Demiurge smiled cruelly. Irantal. Mr. Feifei, is this the magic caster you mentioned? Inside the room, a middle-aged man who looked very majestic stood up first. Ainz nodded and turned his body slightly. A fourth-level magician. There were exclamations from the people in the room. If mastering the third level of magic is the culmination of everything, the fourth level is more like a legendary figure. The thin man in a robe stood up excitedly and said, I am Theo Rakeshel, the president of the Magicians Guild. I'm Eli, nice to meet you. A voice that makes people feel like spring breeze came from under the thick mask. The man was wearing a silver-white robe with wonderful patterns drawn on it with gold threads, a well-cut fish-scale soft armor, and a piece of cyan gold metal inlaid on his boots. The mask is a simple style. Apart from some decorative patterns, it only has one squinting eye that seems to be smiling. Magic casters usually behave strangely. Rakeshel himself looks neurotic. It is said that the magician of Blue Rose also wears a mask, so this outfit did not arouse suspicion. But this also makes people more curious about what is under the mask. The first man to greet him said helplessly, then let me introduce myself. I am Burden Ainzek, the president of the town's Adventurers Guild. Then three fully armed men introduced themselves one by one. They were representatives of the Mithril-level team, and the fat man sitting in the middle was the mayor of Yellentire. After taking his seat, Igfalji, the representative of the Kralgra adventure team, showed great dissatisfaction. He was very upset that two outsiders broke into his territory and were respected by others. Having said that, he didn't want to offend the fourth-level magician. He also knew that Feifei was stronger than him, but he just couldn't swallow that. He immediately asked, did Feifei have any great achievements in being promoted to Mithril level? Ainzek replied cheerfully, I wonder if subduing the wise king of the forest and dealing with the army of the undead counts. Well, it's that thing, those in the know exclaimed in surprise. Ainz said modestly, nothing, I just accepted the request from Brother Barrier. It's really humbling that you could be so humble. Rakeshel looked at Feifei with admiration. He even felt that after completing such an achievement, no one would say anything if he was awarded the Orichalcum level. It seems that the Magic Guild president's enthusiasm for him is also related to Feifei. This is called loving the person and loving his dog. Sig looked at Igfarji, who was about to get angry, and thought of the unlucky guy who insisted on following Feifei and caused the death of the entire team. These people's names are really hard to pronounce, especially this unlucky guy's. It's really a headache to listen to them quarreling. He said, can we talk about the Dragon King's revival now? Yes, that's the most important thing now, and that's why Mr. Eli is here. The mayor was trying to smooth things over. He didn't want to displease the great magician. What if he just gave up on him? Ainz nodded. This might be a matter of life and death for Irantel, so they couldn't quarrel over meaningless things. Now that there are no more questions, let's start the official topic. But both of you are covering your faces. It doesn't seem quite appropriate. The unlucky guy spoke again. Ainz took off his helmet, revealing a fake face created with magic. I covered it up because you are a foreigner. When it was Sig's turn, he said coldly, I was cursed by the dragon and my face has been disfigured, so I'm wearing a mask. Are you sure you want to see it? I'm very sorry, it's my mistake. Ainz lowered his attitude very low, apologized, and then looked at Igfarji with angry eyes. The other party also bowed his head and apologized, and the matter was over. Sig wasn't actually angry. If they really wanted to see it, then let them see it. Then use a magic of confusion and fear, and who knows if it would leave a shadow. I have been tracking the dragon. A few days ago, I found its traces in the suburbs of Irantel, but it disappeared soon. If I am not mistaken, the one lurking there now is his subordinate Slater. Yes, Slater. At the end, Sig made up a name that was quite catchy. Just the men. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. How powerful would a real dragon be? You should know that just on the periphery, nearly half of the iron-plate adventure team were killed or injured. They couldn't help but respect this human who dared to fight against the dragon. Master Eli, you should have a way to deal with this Slater, right? The mayor couldn't help but ask, and his address changed directly from Mr. to Lord. Actually, I'm here more to deliver a message. Slater will start slaughtering the city in 3 days. Sig's cold voice was like a sledgehammer that made everyone's heads dizzy. Rachel asked anxiously, won't you stop it? My main target is the dragon, but I won't stand by and watch Slater do evil. My strength alone is not enough. Why don't you ask Feifei? Yes, why not ask Feifei? Ainz watched the ball being kicked back to him and took out the magic sealing crystal he had prepared in advance. It contains the 8th level magic. After the meeting, Sig couldn't help but stretching. He felt a little tired. Fortunately, the unlucky guy didn't make trouble again. But this time he learned his lesson and didn't insist on following me. Would he give luck bonus to the people around him? Ainz smiled and said, Clementine is waiting for us at the Adventurers Guild. Let's take this opportunity to make some new friends. And Fyra will also be going to Karn Village soon. Sig's mind was filled with an image of a blonde boy without eyes and a naked butt wearing gauze, which left a deep impression on him. That pharmacist you mentioned, his ability to use all the tools is really troublesome. But I value his ability as a pharmacist more. He is valuable in every way. Ainz pointed at the sign of the Adventurers Guild and said, We're here. Is this Mr. Eli? He looks very young. I'm Eli, nice to meet you all. After hearing the voice, they became even more confused. It felt like the voice was too young. They clearly said that they were companions who had gone on adventures together when they were young. Feifei is a middle-aged man, and Eli can't be only in his 20s. Sig smiled and said, I am the same age as Feifei, but I used magic to preserve my voice. As for my face, it has been disfigured due to the curse, so I won't show it to you. Mr. Eli is also a magic caster. Would you like to teach our warlock? The blonde and blue-eyed young man said with a smile. Captain, please don't mention this shameful title again. It will bother Mr. Eli. The person who spoke was a boy with brown hair and blue eyes. He looked very young, very handsome, and had a kind of androgynous beauty. Ainz teased, Eli is at the 4th level. Level 4, there's no need to be so surprised, Ainz thought. Sig held his forehead helplessly, and he said that it would be better to set it to level 3, as it would be too eye-catching. This silver medal team named Black Sword has a total of 4 members. The blonde young man who started the conversation was the leader. He introduced himself enthusiastically. I'm Peter Mock, and I'm glad to meet a great magician like Mr. Eli. The slender man smiled frivolously. I am the guerrilla soldier who serves as the team's eyes and ears. Luklot Palbu hello. I am the forest priest Dane Woodwanda. I can use some natural magic and healing magic. Please give me your guidance. The man who looked like a barbarian said gently. People would believe he was in his 30s or 40s because of his old face, but he was actually only around 20 years old. I'm Nia, a 2nd-level magic chanter. Please give me your guidance. It was the first time Nia encountered a high-level magician. She held the staff in her hand nervously and bowed. Sig looked at Ainz helplessly. The strongest magic caster here was obviously this guy, but the number of magic spells he mastered was less than 100. He only mastered a few simple types of low-level magic, mainly healing magic and ice magic. Mr. Eli, to be honest, our Nia has very good abilities. It would be worthwhile to give him some guidance. Nia blushed. Don't say that. My ability is not worth mentioning. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach Mr. Eli's level. Don't be so modest. Everyone knows you are a genius. Don't say that. You can achieve it, Sig said calmly. If you grow successfully, you will reach a level close to that of Fluter Paradine of the Empire. The people who were originally fighting became quiet. The leader murmured, I heard that Fluter is the strongest magician in the human race, reaching the level of the 6th rank. You are not kidding, are you? The gorilla soldier swallowed unconsciously. Although he knew that Nia was very talented, he never expected him to become such a big shot. You can think of it as my ability to observe. You don't have to take it too seriously. After all, this process will still take a long time. Sig stroked the mask with his hand. Let me think, it will probably take several decades, and she may have become an old lady. Nia was so shocked by these words that she couldn't calm down for a long time. If it came to that, she would definitely punish the noble who kidnapped her sister. But the next sentence made her sober up all of a sudden. She may be able to wait for more than 10 years, but after decades, can she really still remember her original intention? Regardless of whether she can succeed or not, she cannot give up the opportunity that is so close to her. She mustered up her courage and said, Mr. Eli, I have an unwelcome request. Are you willing to accept me as your disciple? Hey, what's this? Ainz and Sig both had the same thought. Sig knew he was talking too much, but this person was most likely Sebastian's sister-in-law, so he gave some encouragement. Who could have thought that things would turn out like this? Not to mention a half-baked magician like him, even Ainz probably wouldn't be able to teach anyone. Can you think of a solution? Ainz knew Sig's intention without even looking at his expression from the sharp gaze through the mask. He quickly made up his mind. It's okay, Sig-san. Leave it to me. After all, he was the one who introduced them to each other, so he should be the one to handle such troublesome matters. Sig had no reason to take care of his friend. Then Feifei, being the dark hero, spoke up. Eli may not stay here for long, and he has never had an apprentice, so he may not be very good at teaching people. I'm sorry I was rude. Nia didn't hold out much hope but felt relieved after being rejected. I received the bounty for my last adventure. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Feifei said, let me treat you. When it comes to bounties, I earn the most. How can this be, mister? Feifei has already helped us a lot. Don't be so polite. I was planning to treat you to a meal to welcome Eli, who I haven't seen for a long time, and Fyra might come too. This, the gorilla soldier said with a smile, don't refuse anymore. Don't you see that Mr. Eli has no objection? We who are eating for free should just shut up and be happy. Everyone was amused by his words, and the originally depressing atmosphere suddenly became lively. Being in this joyful atmosphere, Ainz felt many new emotions. Although these humans were of no use to Nazarick, they always made him feel the joy of being with his companions. It was at times like this that he would feel the part of Suzuki Satoru that remained in his undead body. It's a good feeling anyway. By the way, where's Miss Clementine? Ainz said. She went to treat those injured by the undead. She is so kind-hearted, but I have never heard of the god she believes in. Is he called the Dragon God? Nia reminded quietly, it's the Holy Dragon God. Don't say anything wrong in front of Miss Clementine, she will be angry. Yes, it's the Holy Dragon God. It's probably from some unknown sect. Worshipping dragons as gods seems to be something that only the Council Nation or the Flying Dragon Tribe would do. Listening to the gorilla soldiers mumbling, Sig finally understood what Demiurge had done. This was probably the 5th reason he had come up with. Experiment of faith. Since the 6 gods, who are also game players, can become gods worshipped by the church, can they change their beliefs by transforming their believers? The heroic Clementine gave Demiurge more room to display his abilities. Of course, this did not refer to his strength. A higher level would make his body stronger and his spirit more resilient, which would increase his chances of success. Another reason why Clementine was successful was that her mind was inherently unstable, which simply means she had loopholes to exploit, and because of Sig's disruptive magic and overwhelming strength, she was able to obtain a perfect product. Clementine is now like a new life. She has become a loyal believer of the Holy Dragon and is determined to live as a saint. And that Holy Dragon, if Sig guessed correctly, was himself. He suddenly felt a little ashamed. Demiurge, you really know how to surprise me. Wrapped in the gentle white light, the boy's wounds quickly disappeared. He burst into laughter and said gratefully, thank you, sister. Clementine smiled gently. There were 7 or 8 children around her. Their eyes were clear and pure as if they saw the most beautiful things in the world. The uncontaminated orphan. The Holy Dragon God. Lord Hrasfurg will definitely like him. She let the children fall into her arms, forming a beautiful picture, and whispered, the Holy Dragon God will definitely bless you. Inside the adventurers' tavern, the group held a lively welcome ceremony. However, Feifei, who was supposed to host the guests, disappeared without a trace, and Enphyra took over the hosting duties. Feifei has always had the habit of eating alone, and no one found it strange, but everyone began to become curious about how Eli ate with a mask on. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Sig calmly placed his hand under the mask and slowly lifted it up. The mask split in the middle along the pattern, and the lower part was easily taken off. Only then did they realize that the mask was actually two parts. "Why don't you eat?" Sig tilted his head and asked puzzledly. After revealing his mouth, the originally vague voice became exceptionally clear, like a whisper in his ear. Several people were startled and quickly turned their heads away. Enphyra touched the back of his head, a blue eye faintly visible from between his hair. Combined with his brownish blonde hair, he had a very standard appearance for a kingdom citizen with regular facial features. He smiled shyly. "Everyone please eat quickly, Mr. Feifei asked me to entertain everyone well, and Mr. Eli should not be reserved." After 3 rounds of drinking, almost everyone was drunk and unconscious, especially the few people who competed with Sig in drinking. Without exception, they all failed. Nia's face was slightly red from being tipsy. She was a woman disguised as a man and could not drink much, so she only drank a little. The same was true for Enphyra. Although both of them are known as geniuses, they are both easily shy, which is probably their common point. Nia asked worriedly, "Is Mr. Eli okay?" "Should be," Enphyra muttered uncertainly. Sig suddenly turned his head to look at the two of them, then paused for a long time and took off 2 rings from his fingers, a meeting gift. Even though it was carefully selected, it couldn't change the fact that it was garbage. It only had the ability to increase magical power, so players who knew a little about magic had probably thrown it away. Sig was reluctant to throw it away. Actually, he had no use for it, but he still felt it would be a shame to throw it away. Maybe it could come in handy again. Because of this idea, he became like a rag collector, storing all the props that everyone didn't want in his own small warehouse. Together with some that he had robbed, he had the most props in the entire guild. "This is so precious. Yeah, how can I accept a gift?" The silver ring is inlaid with a small blue gem, which emits star-like light and looks like an extraordinary prop. "Take it, I have a lot more." Sig threw the rings to the two of them, picked up a glass of wine and drank it. This is not a compliment, he really does have a lot. Enphyra noticed that Eli was wearing black gloves on his hands, which he did not take off even when eating. He also wore light chain mail on his wrists, and his whole body was wrapped tightly. He was just like the magic caster that Henry had mentioned, Ainz Gown. But since Feifei is Ainz Gown, it is normal for his companions to be dressed similarly. Isn't that the case for all powerful magic casters? Through clues, he has determined Feifei's true identity and has confirmed it with her. However, he will go to Khan Village to live with Henry in the future, so these things have nothing to do with him anymore. "Thank you, Mr. Eli." Seeing this, Nia also bowed his head to thank him. Under the influence of alcohol, he almost fell down. Fortunately, Feifei, who came back, pulled him up. "Be careful. Do you want me to take you back? The road is not safe at night." Ainz asked very gentlemanly. Nia looked at her 3 companions who were already drunk and unconscious. She didn't say no because she couldn't carry 3 people. "Thank you, just send them to the base." Ainz carried 2 of them while Sig also silently carried 1. Enphyra watched everything helplessly. He seemed to be excluded. Did he look so weak? Feifei is indeed tall and strong, but I didn't expect that Eli, who looks a little thin, could easily carry an adult man. It seems that he is too weak. Ainz lowered his head and said, "Enphyra, please go back first. I'm sorry for calling you here without your permission and not entertaining you in person." Enphyra waved his hands hastily. "If it weren't for Mr. Feifei, I would have died a long time ago. I can't trouble you anymore." After sending everyone away, only Sig and Ainz were left, and the moonlight stretched their shadows very long. As time went by, Sig's shadow seemed to gradually change into another ferocious appearance with horns and a tail. Of course, it should be just an illusion. He was not so careless. It was the shadow demon that caused the shadow to change. The small black figure hiding in the shadows knelt down. Sig put on his mask again and said in a deep voice, "Tell Demiurge that the plan can begin." In the outskirts of Irantal, Demiurge was standing in front of a giant dragon. He smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you. You must not let the supreme being down." The black dragon shook its huge head. "Understood, Lord Demiurge." "You are Sig's retainer, so you don't have to address me as sir. By the way, is your name Slater?" "No, I don't have a name. People usually call me by my race name. I think it's the name my master gave me for the convenience of calling me." I see, then I can call you Slater." Demiurge stroked his chin. "Of course, it is my greatest honor to be the first follower to be given a name." Slater flapped his wings happily and the surrounding trees made rustling sounds as if they were about to break. Demiurge did not blame him. Instead, he showed a determined smile. Don't hold it in. You can shout it out and let those two-legged sheep feel the power of Lord Sig. Tonight, almost all the residents of Yellanter heard the terrifying dragon roar, and it was destined to be a sleepless night. In the early morning of the next day, the president of the Adventurers Guild, Ainz, came to the door in a hurry. Mr. Eli, Mr. Feifei, let's not talk anymore. The rest of the Mithril adventure team is already gathering. When they arrived at the gathering place, Clementine was already there, chatting in a friendly manner with the people around her, smiling from time to time. After seeing the familiar figure, she raised her hand and greeted, Mr. Feifei, please come over here. Ainz asked casually, It's Clementine. Why didn't you come back to the hotel last night and didn't you have dinner with us? Clementine chuckled and clasped her hands together, but her words were extremely passionate. How can a slave eat with the Lord God? I am lucky enough to be able to watch from afar. Ah, it was actually the holy dragon god himself. These lowly creatures had no idea how great the being before them was. Eli was already standing on the platform at this time. Everyone, let's start the dragon hunt. Lord, why don't you speak? Did I do something wrong? Lord, Hamsuk asked in a low voice. It's nothing. Although Ainz wanted to say so, he couldn't deceive his heart. Stop yelling in my ear, Hamsuk. He never thought that he would ride a hamster through the streets. No matter how big it was or how famous it was, in his eyes it was just a Gakaria hamster. Not only was it difficult to ride, it was also extremely embarrassing when everyone around you was riding a horse. What kind of monster is this? The adventurers who saw it all cast curious glances, exclaiming in amazement, This monster feels amazing. Ainz opened his mouth to explain, His name is the Wise King of the Forest. He's not some powerful person. The Wise King of the Forest, he is the legendary monster. He is so powerful. Yeah, everyone who heard it widened their eyes. It's really suitable for riding. Sig touched Hamsuk's head, which made everyone envious. Thank you for the compliment. I will continue to work hard. Hamsuk showed a powerful look again. Puff. Ainz almost fainted because of the shame. Laugh if you want to, stop pretending. Sig coughed lightly, stood up and mounted his horse handsomely, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Everyone is ready. Our mission is to lure away the dragon followers and let Feifei approach Slater. Ainz replied at the right time, leave the rest to me. If you are affected, you may lose your life. Please remember this. The main force this time is the 3 mithril teams and members of the Magicians Guild, which can be said to be the strongest force in Arantel. The original plan was for Feifei and Eli to solve the problem, but under the pressure of the dragon, the people of Yellantyre were already in panic, and they had to take action to stabilize the people. Warrior Captain Gazif even sent someone to inquire about the matter, so the mayor did not dare to neglect it at all. This was entirely in line with Demiurge's plan. His original plan was to accomplish the feat in front of everyone, and he arranged this performance for better effect. Leave things to Demiurge, he can always make the most perfect plan and deployment. Ainz couldn't help but feel a little worried. Mr. Eli, are you really not going to discuss the next plan anymore? His original intention was to get together to discuss first, but he didn't expect Eli to be unexpectedly strong and quickly gathered people. Even his good friend Rakshal brought people from the Magicians Guild to help. Slater's race is a shadow dragon with a dark attribute. He is good at moving in the dark, so it is best to launch attacks during the day. Sig tried to make his voice sound more urgent. Slater may have discovered my existence, and he may massacre the city at any time. With Feifei's help this time, we must solve it as soon as possible. Rakeshir nodded in agreement. It was such a blessing to be able to fight alongside a powerful magician, not to mention that this also concerned the safety of everyone. Mr. Eli is right. Behind us is Arantel. Ainz was still a little hesitant, but that didn't mean he had discovered something was wrong. As the president of the Adventurers Guild, he had to consider the safety of the adventurers. According to the investigation report, there are nearly 100 dragons lurking in the forest, and they are obviously courting death. Sig was silent for a moment and finally said, Because of the curse, I can reach the 5th level when facing dragons. Is it really the 5th rank? Ainz couldn't believe his ears. Rakeshal screamed, Master Eli is a 5th rank magic caster. After a brief moment of shock, Ainz bowed solemnly and apologized. I was overthinking. I'm very sorry. I'll leave Arantel in your care. Such a rapid transformation makes one sigh that he is worthy of being the president of the Adventurers Guild. Sig just waved his hand calmly, looking into the distance. It's just a coincidence. If you want to thank someone, thank Feifei. I'm only interested in how to kill the dragon. Of course, if this matter is resolved successfully, Mr. Feifei will be the new adamantium class. if you want to join the adventurers. Sig interrupted Ainz before he could finish his words. Sorry, my goal is to kill the dragon and I'm not interested in becoming an adventurer. You don't have to apologize, I was rude. Clementine smiled devoutly. Under the blessing of the holy dragon god, I have also learned divine magic, and it seems that it can come in handy. Holy dragon god. Noticing that Eli's voice had turned cold, everyone realized that the great magician's hatred for dragons was not just lip service. Ainz immediately stopped Clementine from talking with his eyes and changed the subject. Can you tell us about the characteristics of the dragon? Maybe we can provide some clues. Except for me, everyone who sees the dragon is dead. A slightly mocking laugh came from under the mask, but he is a guy who is very good at pretending. If you are lucky enough to see him, someone might worship him as a holy dragon. People who don't know the situation might think Sig is mocking Clementine or her beliefs, but you have to know that the holy dragon god is himself. Ainz couldn't help but sigh. Sig was really amazing. He would even scold himself when there was something wrong, and he could easily do things like mocking himself. However, he remembered that the other party's dragon posture was indeed very similar to a holy dragon. If it appeared in front of the world in that appearance, there would definitely be people who would worship it. On the other hand, it's good enough that his skeleton body doesn't scare people. This world is really prejudiced against the undead. If there are three forces, if one of them is undead, it will definitely be besieged and will be hated by others. Ainz wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouldn't have brought up this topic, knowing full well that most magic casters had strange personalities. Fortunately, Clementine didn't say much for Feifei's sake, otherwise it would definitely cause a conflict. It is indeed inappropriate to attack other people's beliefs, but Eli is qualified to say so, so it will not affect other people's evaluation. Sig's idea was soon confirmed. When facing the attack of the shadow dragon, everyone looked at him with trust. Even the unlucky guy who had some objections at the beginning took the initiative to stand on the periphery. The number of deaths is controlled within 3, and the number of injured is half. After issuing such an order, Sig cut off communication with his followers and turned to cast protective magic on the people around him. Having said that, it's actually just simple healing magic. Holy professions will double the magic effect, so it will feel a little different. After entering the forest, a strange feeling came over them and many people shivered unconsciously. Although this area is densely covered with vegetation, there are no very tall trees and you can usually see warm sunshine. But the forest was particularly gloomy today. There was not a single light in sight. Only rustling sounds and strange screams could be heard, and the sounds seemed to be getting closer. Suddenly, a dark shadow attacked and knocked a magician to the ground extremely quickly, and its sharp claws scratched his arm, almost breaking it. As the monster's bloody mouth fell, a dark figure cut it in half with a sword. It was Fei holding 2 swords. Hurry up and move, the shadow dragon is very fast. In a blink of an eye, another soldier was attacked, but everyone reacted quickly and drove him away. Sig's raised hand shone, and a magic circle emitting golden light appeared in the sky. The chain emitted magical light, which seemed to be his staff. Group healing. The sacred group recovery magic can restore physical strength and eliminate fatigue for 3 to 4 people. It is the only 4th level magic he has mastered and is considered to be a relatively practical low-level magic. Leave this to us, go and kill Slater. I don't know when it started, but there were pairs of red eyes in front of me, and Eli hurriedly let Fei go first. Okay, be careful. Fei jumped on Hamsuk and rushed into the depths of the forest. Sig turned around, and with the activation of his permanent skill dragon slaying, the attributes of the people around him would increase, with the attribute of encouragement, so it seemed that the morale was not damaged by Fei's departure. But he didn't expect that this group of people with an average level of more than 10 could kill a level 40 shadow dragon. Once the signal came, it would be his task to lift the summons. Retreat. Seeing that everyone was on the verge of collapse due to the attack, Sig quickly threw a flash magic. The shadow dragon, which was originally attacking hard, retreated a few meters with a wronged look, looking scared. It's Lord Eli's magic, we must hold him back. Everyone seemed to be energized and instantly regained their motivation. And in the depths of the forest, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from time to time. About half an hour later, a dazzling white light and a roar resounded throughout the earth. Everyone witnessed the power of the demon sealing crystal, which is the power of the 8th level magic, a legendary power that cannot be reached by humans. Even dragons can only roar helplessly. Even if no one saw the battle scene, no one doubted the authenticity of this battle. Compared with the past, there was no doubt that everyone would die. This was the consensus of everyone. Eli, who protected them here, was undoubtedly also an extremely powerful magic caster. The two figures against the light were deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Except that the captain of the Kralgra adventurer team died, it seemed to be a happy ending for everyone. Sig said solemnly, Igfarji was an excellent adventurer. He died for everyone. Such a sad emotion was contained in these brief words. The members of the Kralgra adventure team hurriedly said, You don't have to blame yourself. Perhaps this is God's will. Go back, the mission was successful. Eli put on the robe that had fallen off at some point and left. There was an inexplicable feeling of respect in everyone's eyes. If Feifei is the dark hero, then Eli is like the divine savior, mysterious and powerful. Kingdom of Riestai's court meeting. The kingdom's warrior captain Gazef Stronov knelt before the throne. This was the first time he had seen someone swear allegiance since his safe return from Karn village. The 60-year-old Ramposa III raised his dead hand, as if he couldn't hold the symbolic scepter, and the crown looked particularly heavy on his head. The king is obviously too old, and the best option is to give up the throne to the heir and enjoy his retirement. But in fact, he also wanted to abdicate. Although there are two princes, neither of them meets expectations. The eldest prince is a reckless man, and the second prince may be a little clever, but he is also unsatisfactory. The great aristocratic faction is powerful, and once they give up the throne, the royal family will most likely become a puppet, so only he can suppress the people below in this position, and there is still no suitable successor. Stand up, Captain. I'm glad to see you back safely. Tell me what happened. Rambusa III's voice was very weak, but none of the nobles below dared to show a mocking expression. No other prince could do that. Gazef bowed and said, Yes, as you command. He recounted in detail what had happened to him in Karn village, mentioning the magic caster named Ainz Ul Gown and the warrior in silver armor, and used words of praise and appreciation. Although he was not good at speaking, it didn't seem to have any effect at this time. The king also expressed his admiration after hearing this. The warrior in silver armor, could it be that the warrior leader knows who this person is? A slightly sarcastic and frivolous voice came out, and Gazef looked up and saw the blonde man standing at the back. Marquis Revan, that bat-like man who can do anything for his own benefit, maybe he is a spy for the Empire. Although I'm not sure yet, he calls himself Sigris Frasvorg. He is a very powerful warrior. At least I can't defeat him. Gazef thought that he couldn't tell so many people that this warrior might be a silver knight in case there was a spy among them. Hearing this, the nobles showed disdainful expressions. They thought that Gazef must have lied. To be honest, how could such a person suddenly appear? Moreover, the magic caster was also very suspicious. It is very worrying that such a suspicious person appeared in the kingdom. He should be arrested and interrogated. The nobles began to discuss the matter, some of which included the most malicious speculations. They were all from the great noble faction. One of the three nobles who supported the king, Marquis Brumlax, spoke up. Of course, it's not okay to just arrest people, but it's also important to find out their identities. What do you think, Knight Captain? Gazef showed an awkward look. Although this seemed like a way to save the situation, he really didn't want to say more about it. Revan showed a thoughtful expression, his thin lips pressed together. I don't remember this person. Could he be using a pseudonym? Gazef said perfunctorily, Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe he's a famous person. Don't they all like to expose their whereabouts? Revan smiled meaningfully and stopped talking. The meeting then moved on to the next procedure, and after it was over, the nobles left in groups of 2 or 3. Gazef accompanied the king as usual, and on the way he happened to meet a middle-aged man who was the only person who spoke up for Gazef at the meeting, Marquis Bloomlesh. Although it was a hindrance to help, Gazef was still somewhat grateful in his heart. Marquis Brumlax smiled gently, Your Majesty, and the warrior captain as well, what a coincidence. Gazef always maintained a respectful attitude towards this great nobleman who stood on the royal side. As a close confidant of the king, he was well aware of the importance of the person in front of him. Lord Brumla, I'm sorry to trouble you recently. The time for war with the Empire was approaching, and it was a critical moment. The attitude of the nobles was very important. Even though they knew that the warrior captain was murdered by a spy, no one brought up the matter. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I am very happy to see the warrior captain return safely. It would be great if I had the chance to reward those 2 people. Marquis Blumlashu said with a smile. Gazef said half jokingly and half seriously, I probably can't afford to pay you back. Those 2 are not ordinary people. I think it would be nice if I could express my gratitude to them in person, thanking them for saving my most loyal confidant. Rambusa III said sincerely, You are so kind. It is our great honor to have people like the warrior captain and your majesty in the kingdom. Marquis Brumla looked outside and bowed his head apologetically. I will take my leave first. I didn't expect it would take so long without me noticing. It's okay, you go back first and don't keep your family waiting for too long. After getting permission, Lord Brumluxu quickly disappeared from sight, looking like a very family-oriented man. I heard that Tillanter was attacked by a dragon. Yes. It seems to have been successfully resolved. You have a guess as to the true identity of silver armor, right? Yes, your majesty. The two walked slowly down the corridor, heading towards the royal chambers. At the end of the corridor, a girl wearing an exquisite crown witnessed everything. She turned around and made a shushing gesture. Climb, don't make any noise. Father looks very tired. I won't disturb him for now. Lana Thiel Chardonnay Lael Vansef, known as the Golden Princess, is the king's most beloved youngest daughter. Because he was too close, Climb's face immediately turned red, but he couldn't bear to push her away, so he vaguely agreed. I understand, princess. Climb, you're so silly. Didn't you just call me Lana in private? I'll be mad if you keep doing that. Your Highness Lana, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. Climb lowered his head hastily. Where he couldn't see, Lana was smiling happily, with an exaggerated arc at the corners of her mouth, and the moment the other person looked up, her smile turned into a pure and flawless one. Hey Climb, if I get into danger, will you protect me? Of course. This is my duty, I will protect you with my life. Climb stood up straight with a firm face, only Lana was reflected in his eyes, that's enough. Krem was a little dazed. Although he felt that Lana seemed to have changed a little, this should be just an illusion. Lana responded with a smile, he really was the cutest puppy, she really loved those eyes. What should she do? The kingdom seems to be in danger. Should she give those stupid guys a little warning? But if the kingdom is destroyed, no one will be able to stop the two from being together. Even Lord Brumlashu has become a running dog of the empire. The kingdom is truly rotten to the core. Perhaps destruction is the best option. Meet the master. Clementine knelt on the ground, her face full of fanaticism. Sig felt a bit of a headache. Clementine at this moment was very different from when they first met. It was only a change in temperament, but she seemed like a different person. He couldn't even recognize her. He asked, what is the mission Demiurge gave you? Yes, to spread the holy dragon cult and expand the number of believers. Clementine answered respectfully. Sig rubbed his temple. He didn't really like this kind of thing. He is a staunch atheist and respects religious beliefs but does not support them. To be honest, it's easy to be brainwashed if you blindly believe in something, and the holy dragon cult sounds like a cult. Wait, brainwashing. Does this bother the master? Clementine asked cautiously. Nothing, Demiurge probably wants to conduct a sect experiment, just go ahead and do it, I'm very relieved. Newly emerged sects generally do not cause much waves, especially in remote towns. The effect will definitely not be seen in the short term, but the significance of this move is testing. If it is successful, ruling Arantel will become much easier. Sig could easily figure this out because he knew the plot. Yes, sir. Lord Sig, I don't understand why you don't let Eli also state that he also believes in the holy dragon cult. That way he can quickly attract everyone's attention, and he can also make the most of this character's value. Lupus Regina Beta raised her own question. She also came to Arantel as the logistics support for this event, but because there was no role for her, she never showed up. Her race is werewolf, and she looks like a sexy dark-skinned beauty. Her exposed long white legs are the finishing touch. The specially made maid outfit makes it more convenient and lighter for her to fight. She hardly wears any armor and is a beauty in every aspect. She is usually very gentle, but as a representative of bad personalities, she also wants to get involved. She is happiest when teasing humans, and the expressions of humans when they are desperate are particularly exciting. The fact that Sigris Hrasvelger is the holy dragon god will sooner or later come to light. As a member of the human race, Eli certainly cannot have such a stain. Moreover, the development of the sect cannot be rushed, because those who join in hastily are just useless fanatics. Sig explained with a smile. By the way, Clementine, I apologize for mocking you earlier, because this is the only way to establish a character that hates dragons. He actually apologized to a lowly servant for something like this, and the person being mocked was obviously Sig Sama the master himself. Clementine's face flushed and her eyes filled with tears. Your power should be praised. Don't cry. Sig thought this was a bit exaggerated and handed over a handkerchief. Unexpectedly, Lupus Regina nodded in agreement and said as a matter of course, it is normal to be moved to tears when hearing Lord Sig say such things. If you do not express your feelings, you should be put to death. Sig then remembered that when it comes to cults, Nazarick is probably the largest cult organization. It has the characteristics of cruel means and fanatical worship. It is simply a cult among cults. President. I understand. While he was stunned, Ainz sent a message. Sig agreed and looked at Clementine. You should go and meet up with Feifei first. Ainz is going to distribute the adamantium-level badges. As members of the same team, it would be best for you to be there. Lupus Regina, come with me. Zyodi is probably still waiting for him to finish the work. He also needs to confirm the progress and make new deployments. Yes, Lord Sig. Lupus Regina raised her hand playfully, swung her 2 braids and followed him skipping and jumping. At this time, Demiurge stood respectfully in front of the portal, and when Sig emerged from it, he immediately bowed gracefully. Your subordinate Demiurge respectfully welcomes Master Sig. Well, it's done right. Sig nodded in agreement and asked casually. Yes, Lord Ainz successfully activated the super-level magic Skyfall, and no enemy came to stop him. Slater also retreated safely. Demiurge said with a smile, the fact is, Shadow Dragon Slater did not fight with Mammon. The sound of the battle was faked by him and Demiurge in order to confuse everyone. They also acted as guardians before the super-level magic was activated. In battle, the person who casts the super-level magic will be attacked first. So if there are enemies, the preparation time when casting the magic is the best time to act. Ainz also felt that it was unnecessary to use up a paid item for acting, so he agreed to the plan, but he still held one in his hand for safety reasons. However, even so, Demiurge was quite dissatisfied with the idea of using the Supreme Being as bait, and it was Albedo who came out to persuade him, but he still came. Thank you for your hard work, Demiurge. I would feel really bad if I didn't praise you in person. Sig said from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Sig, who bowed his head to him, Demiurge said in fear, Ah, you are really too kind. It is my duty as a servant to share the worries of the Supreme Being. Okay, you don't have to be so respectful when facing me. Didn't I tell you that? Sig really likes Zyodi, who has always been working diligently. The two are surprisingly similar when they are working, just don't think too much about it. Demiurge stood up, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a little. Thank you for your kindness, Sig-sama. But you can't rest now. I want you to meet a human who may be able to be used by Nazarick. Sig said solemnly. As you command, I am very happy to be praised by Lord Sig. I also want to meet her. A light flashed in Demiurge's eyes. If he guessed correctly, that person was the princess called Gold. He did have the idea of meeting that woman. Lord Sig was indeed a man of foresight. In order to prevent Demiurge from getting the wrong idea, Sig kindly reminded him, her intelligence is no less than yours and Albedo's. She should be able to solve the problem through conversation, but there's no need to overestimate her. Her value is to seize the kingdom. Understood, I will make her realize her place. A lower creature should have the cognition of a lower creature. Demiurge understood, there's no need to be like this. Never mind, Zyodi should know what's going on, but Sig, who is a little smart, obviously doesn't need to worry so much. Tilda, as night fell, Lana sat in front of the mirror and kept adjusting her expression until she had an almost perfect and decent smile. At this time, the maid knocked gently on the door, and a sweet voice immediately came from the room. What's the matter? The maid gently opened the door and said, Your Highness, it's time to rest. I will serve you tonight. Lana chuckled, I didn't realize it's already this late. Go down first, I'll call you if I need anything. Yes, princess, please rest early. The maid retreated respectfully. Lana's expression suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. She remembered that this maid had said bad things about Climb. Should she find a chance to kill her? While she was thinking, a shadow fell outside the window and a man in a suit suddenly appeared in front of her. Lana's body trembled uncontrollably. Are you the Golden Princess? Lana ultimately didn't remind anyone that she was determined to sacrifice millions of people just to be with Clem forever. Thus, the traitorous plan was born. After arranging everything, Sig returned to the great tomb of Nazarick with peace of mind. There is no point in taking action immediately. Once public opinion ferments, it will naturally reach the ears of those bigwigs. What we have to do now is to wait. However, to be on the safe side, a double phantom was left behind to disguise himself as Eli and move around in Arantel to deal with officials and nobles who came to visit him. Walking along the deserted corridor, the 9th floor of Nazarick was exceptionally quiet. Because it is the residence of the Supreme Being, out of respect, no one dares to make loud noises here and everyone will try to keep quiet. Sig changed back to his half-human form and stretched comfortably, his joints making crisp crackling sounds. Ainz is not here right now, and Demiurge and Sebastian have been sent out on missions, so Nazarick has suddenly become much quieter. In other words, he can also enjoy a pleasant personal time. He didn't even inform Albedo of his return this time and asked Lupus Regina not to say anything. Next, let's go eat. Going to a special restaurant won't cause a sensation and the environment will be very good. Sig has never seen the chef's true face, and he has never appeared in the anime. It was clearly he who suggested Tianmu Ikai to design the restaurant, but the other party mysteriously refused to let him see the set NPC, saying that there was a surprise. He was very curious at the time, but he needed the president's authority to check it, so the matter was left unresolved. Maybe she's a beauty, Sig thought, and pushed open the beautifully decorated door. Squeak! After seeing the scene inside, he was stunned by its luxury. This guy Tianmu Yike is really willing to spend money. When the plan was set up, there was no plan to build a restaurant. They are players and don't need to eat, so it would be a complete waste. Considering the life after time travel, Sig allocated some of his own information and encouraged Tianmu to express himself freely. He was also excited at the time. Judging from the current situation, Tianmu must have spent a lot of money to buy materials, otherwise it would not have been built so magnificently. The area alone was outrageous. Master Sig, why are you here? Sig looked towards the source of the rough voice, and a pig-headed man suddenly appeared in front of him. This is such a big surprise, Tianmu Akiko, you actually designed the chef to be a pig-headed man. May I have your name? I am Ziho Woods Tachizi, currently serving as the head chef. Ziho Woods was half kneeling on the ground obediently, with a huge iron pot on his back. The words fresh meat were tattooed on his naked upper body, and a large gold chain hung around his neck. His white apron and hat were the only evidence that he was a chef. Sig thought about it and asked uncertainly, Ziho Woods, is your race an orc? Yes, although I look like a close relative of a wild beast, I am definitely a subhuman. Ziho Woods answered very quickly. It seemed that only his eyes looked a little dull, but his actions were still very capable. Sig originally thought that he was the slow type. Looking at the other person's puzzled face, Sig said calmly, please recommend any dishes to me. Of course, we come here to eat. Zihu Wuzi was keenly aware of the unusualness of this matter. Lord Sig suddenly came back and came to him first. There must be some deep meaning behind it, but with his intelligence, he obviously couldn't understand. Maybe it was to test his loyalty, or he had to inform Lady Albedo as requested. As the chief guardian, Albedo had given orders that whoever saw the Supreme Being return first must notify her so that preparations could be made to welcome him. All of Albedo's actions had been approved by Lord Ainz. She was the one who managed Nazarick when the Supreme Being was away, so naturally no one had any objections to this. Ziho Woods asked calmly, Lord Sig, would you like Huxia or Western food? So there is Huxia food, Sig said in surprise. Yes, Master Tianmu Akiko specially set up a section for Huxia food. Sig finally understood what a surprise was and it felt really good. Then let's cook it like Huxia food. Remember to stew the dragon meat for a longer time. There's still time, so don't be too anxious. I can just eat while I wait. As expected, your cooking is the best, Zihua Woods. As a chef, there is no greater joy than having your food recognized, let alone receiving praise from the highest authority. Sihawud, who had been feeling sorry that Ainz Sama could not have his meal, regained his strength and said, as you command, I will not let Sig Sama down. Come on, Sig encouraged with a smile. The meal lasted for 3 hours with almost no breaks. After one dish was finished, a new one was served soon. Sig felt a little full. He usually eats until he is 70% full, but 50% is enough outside. Ziho Woods still looked unsatisfied, and Sig wondered if he wouldn't be tired. After asking, he found out that he, a head chef, was actually level 78, which was higher than the level of a combat maid. With the Berserker class, except for the Floor Guardian, it can be ranked top in terms of combat power. Thank you for your hospitality, Ziho Woods. It's getting late, so don't stay up too late. I'm leaving now. It felt a bit impolite to just say go back to the room to rest, and it also seemed like I was just going to sleep after eating, so Sig didn't say it explicitly. Thank you for your recognition, Lord Sig. After walking out of the restaurant, Sig touched his stomach and felt a little distressed. He should have taken a walk, but it seemed like it was the habit of all animals to feel sleepy after eating. He didn't want to move at all. Let's go back to the room. He sighed helplessly. Sig used the ring to teleport directly to the door of the room. Before pushing it open, he seemed to have a strange premonition, as if he was being stared at by something. Strange, no enemy should be able to enter here, this must be an illusion. After the door opened, a white figure suddenly jumped into his arms, flapping its wings excitedly. Master Sig, welcome home. Sig felt that he should trust his instincts. He reached out and held the other's shoulders, slightly increasing the distance between them. Albedo, why are you in my room? Albedo suddenly became shy. I heard that Sig-sama has returned, so I want to dress up as a wife to welcome her husband home. Do you like it? Siho Woods, you sold me out. Sig immediately thought of the person who leaked the information. What he was facing now was a life-threatening question. Albedo looked like a complete predator, and the burning light in her eyes seemed to be lust. Sig can't say that he doesn't like it, but if he says frankly that he likes it, he seems like he will be knocked down on the spot. Under Albedo's fierce attack, Sig retreated unconsciously. When he realized he had nowhere to retreat, his back was already against the door, and he could even feel the other person's hot breath. Facing the predator's eyes, his throat rolled and he couldn't help swallowing. Albedo, thank you for your thoughtfulness. I am very happy. Really. So you like it very much. Albedo folded her hands in ecstasy. Her oval pupils seemed to be twisted into a heart shape. Sig leaned his hands on the door and murmured, "Number, is it because I'm not wearing a nude apron? If Lord Sig wants to see it now, I can change it here. It's totally fine." Albedo said as she was about to take off her clothes, with her hands placed on the hollow part of the pure white dress, which was the most imaginative part. Sig's pupils trembled and they almost shrank into a line. Because of excessive patience, his fingers were bent at strange angles. Two pairs of golden eyes flashed in the dim room, and the air became scorching as the breathing became increasingly heavier. Although Sig himself is an abstinent person, it is difficult for him to remain calm when facing such a beauty. For some reason, he feels that his body is about to move first. It can't be because he is a dragon man. As we all know, dragons and demons are very special races. They can hybridize with most races, and there is basically no such thing as racial segregation. In other words, both are representatives of lust. From this perspective, the two of them are actually quite compatible. In the end, reason overcame instinct. Sig grabbed Albedo's hand, held her in his arms, and spoke close to her ear. "No, Albedo, have you forgotten what I told you?" Albedo regained some of her sanity and pursed her lips in silence. "So you really forgot, so you didn't think about your real thoughts. Loving Sig-sama is my thought, and I won't say anything else. If this causes you trouble, then order me to commit suicide." Albedo responded gently, with a tear falling from the corner of her eye. I don't know what happened, but Sig made two girls cry in succession. He felt guilty inside, which had never happened before. He wiped Albedo's tears and stroked her cheek. "Don't cry, Albedo, I already know what you mean." Sir Sig, feeling the slight coolness on her skin, Albedo stood there in a daze. Lord Sig actually took off his gloves. Albedo didn't know when it started, but she noticed that Sig always wrapped himself tightly, with hardly an inch of skin exposed. His face couldn't be seen when he was wearing armor, and he never took off his gloves, which made her always want to strip him of his clothes. She touched the scaly hands and rubbed them obediently. Master Sig's hands are very cold. When you're in half-human form, your body temperature is low. Do you feel uncomfortable? No, it's very special. I like it very much. You can touch it for a while longer. That feels very perverted. Sig pulled Albedo to the window, sat on the edge, and invited her. "Would you like to enjoy the night view together?" "Yes, Lord Sig." Albedo gracefully sat sideways. Under the moonlight, her whole body seemed to be shining like a goddess descended to the earth. Sig admitted that this was indeed his preference. In fact, with Albedo's beauty, no one would not fall for her. While he was admiring her, Albedo was also stealing a peek out of the corner of her eye. Although she could only see her profile, it was also extremely perfect, with a hint of tenderness in her coldness. Especially when she thought that this tenderness was given to herself, she couldn't help but pounce on him, even if she was treated roughly. It didn't matter, it would be more fun that way. Albedo pretended to be calm and tidied the hair around her ears. "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight, Sig-sama." Resisting the greasy words like, "I'm not as beautiful as you," Sig nodded. "You don't need to use honorifics in private. How can a servant call his master by his name? You can do this when it's just the two of us. This is a privilege I give you, and I love you both." "Love, love." Albedo's face flushed. Although she knew that it was not just her who was being talked about, she still couldn't help but feel happy. She hesitated for a long time, repeating the same name in her heart, and finally whispered with love, "Love, Sig. Sig, 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 you finally fell into my hands. I knew you couldn't escape from my grasp." Ring, ring, ring. In a blink of an eye, it was time to get up again. Sig woke up from the soft big bed. The warm quilt had a familiar magic. I didn't want to get up, especially after having the dream of being eaten clean by Albedo. The maid who had been serving him all night stood up, opened the curtains for him, and said respectfully, "Good morning, Master Sig." Sig then sat up, constantly reminding himself of the fact that he had traveled through time. He was no longer a solitary office worker, and as the supreme ruler of Nazarick, he at least couldn't stay in bed. "Thanks a lot." The short-haired maid smiled brightly. "It is our mission to serve Master Sig. In fact, he didn't need to keep watch. He was not like Ainz who couldn't sleep and could only read to pass the time. But these maids are really stubborn. If they are not allowed to work, they will start to have unrealistic thoughts and feel that their life is hopeless. So Sig just lets them do as they please. After breakfast, a cute girl in a kimono-like maid outfit followed him. Today's personal maid is Antoma Vasilisa Zeta. She belongs to the Pleiades star cluster and is the youngest of 7 sisters. She wears double buns and has a very sweet voice. Apart from her expressionless face, she seems to have no flaws. Sig knew that it was just a mask, so of course he couldn't show any expression. He was not the kind of person who would care about such trivial matters. Antoma, have you had breakfast yet? No, Master Sig, but I went to the Terror Lords yesterday and had a lot of snacks, so I don't need to eat for the time being. Sig felt goosebumps all over his body. He really didn't like cockroaches. I remember that Lucifer insisted on giving the cockroach-shaped metal golem made of super rare metal to the Prince of Terror as a mount, saying that it was a cockroach riding a cockroach, and jokingly said it was like a dragon man riding a dragon. It's normal for him to make such excessive jokes. It's annoying, but there's nothing we can do about it because no one wants to pay attention to him. Sig had a very good temper and didn't argue with him. He just used his partnership as an excuse to morally blackmail him and forced him to complete the 72 Pillars of Demons before quitting the game, leaving him with no regrets. However, the Terror Prince would probably cry if he could call the most evil black coffin in the stronghold a snack shop.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.